Once upon a time, there was a fine young man traveling the seven seas. He was young, he was wild, and sometimes a bit impatient with the girls. One day, he met an old lady in a dark corner of a tavern. She had an apple. "Eat this apple," she said. "Eat this apple and you will get rid of all the problems you will have with girls." And so he did. He waited. He waited for the apple to take effect. But then he felt there was something terribly wrong. He stumbled. He tried not to fall, but the pain was unimaginable. And then his stick fell off. His stick fell off. His stick fell off. His stick fell off. Yes. His stick fell off. Devastated and deprived of his manhood, he lost the will to carry on. But then, he heard an ancient legend about a mystic animal which was said to hold the cure for his problem. The only thing he needed to do was to touch the horn of the... Gosh, is my dick long, unicorn. He instantly set sail, went to Moon Island, found the beast, and after a long and furious battle, finally touched its horn. The curing process started immediately. In fact, the growth was so immense that from that moment on he was known as the Three-Legged Pirate. He sailed back to the tavern, searched for the old lady, and then... they fucked all night.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, everyone. Hope you're doing well today. I'll be playing RuneScape. For a couple hours and then we'll jump down into Genshin Impact. So, hope you enjoy. And here we go.
change, started acting strange, had my life in my own hand. Meanwhile, I was wasting time, thinking things were fine, but you had other plans. Behind your weak disguise, all the worthless lies, I was wrong and now I know. Don't think that I won't try, this is not goodbye.
Ooh, arsenic on my snorkel. Nice. All my life I've been pushed around, always lost, not found, but I didn't realize. Like a giant standing in my way, leading me astray. Now it's time for me to run. Knew I had to find myself. Turns out I'm on my Set a door. Huh, that's all. Wait, they added a dragon? I added a dragon prop. Really wish I could get that bullsmith outfit, but oh well. We've got nearly like 200k saving in this game.
It's faster, but hold on the stream. Enhanced up there, bro. Can we get the defender? I hope so. Really? I'm about to... Oh, really? What the fuck? Why didn't it die? Why didn't it die? Oh, that's some bullshit right there. What the fuck? That's annoying as shit. Why didn't it die? Had a dart and everything. Game's glitch as shit. That's some bullshit right there. That was some bullshit. So, had a dart and everything. Oh. I'll draw fastest. Should I jump on it every time? Yeah, so. Might as well. No point, not top one. So I have lots of adrenaline. And the advantage is the top one. Wait, not even being recorded. Frick. I forgot about that. Wait, so the dart... Oh my... That's annoying. Whatever. I'm still getting the marks of war. Am I? Not even getting... Not even getting the marks of war either? Oh, that's some bullshit. How long is 15 of them? 20 and 15... 43 and some shit? You're dumb. Just have to wait now. Just about to beat them on this. Oh, I'm so annoying. Well,
Asmongold called out by Amaranth. You can't be sexist to women if there's no women. I hate black. You don't really know why this bothers me.
Suddenly, that's not good enough.
No.
Oh, no. Now you.
What I mean is they literally turned women into fruit. I'm not like fucking, I'm not joking around. I'm not like making something up. No, I mean they literally did this. Can you believe that they had those paintings? Like,
They turned her into a bowl of fruit. They straight deleted it. They deleted that shit. Turned it into.
well, I guess we can't have women in the game now, huh?
Like that.
Oh my god. Yeah, you can't be sexist to women if there's no women. Problem solved.
Bro, I would love to just sit down.
Yeah.
You know, for like half an hour and pick the brain of someone that walk by those paintings like, God, these are so,
No wonder they're assaulting people in the office. Look at
man,
that.
They're so misogynistic, dude. This gotta get changed.
Very important 15-second video. Okay, let me look at it. Asmongold called out by Amaranth. I saw this. Seeing another streamer copy my stream verbatim is disturbing. It makes me sick to my stomach. Someone is stealing my creativity because they a bot with no ideas of their own. Like, get your own vibe. I'm sorry, but they stole from the wrong Wrath. I stayed in my slot, minded my own business, and invented my own thing. But anyhow, I'm done. We're gonna decimate this untidy nerd. Boys, we're moving to the irregular and unscheduled stream slot, and we're going to play WoW, and we're going to duck his numbers up. Gimme time. So I want to make one thing clear. I do stream at the same time every day. Yes, I do stream at the same time every day. Oh, drama! You guys don't get it, do you? You guys don't get the meme. There's no way you guys don't get the meme. Yeah, this is what IndieFox posted about Amaranth. Because Amaranth had the audacity to lick a microphone. Because IndieFox is the first person who's ever done that. Ironically, IndieFox was the one that got banned and Amaranth didn't, so, you know, it is what it is. I bet whenever he made that comment, he thought to himself, right before he made that comment, he was like, I hate black people. And I'm gonna type this right now to make everybody know that.
Damn.
Like, that's what he was thinking. That's what was going through his brain. He's like, oh man, I'm gonna type this because I don't like them.
Brutal.
Clip? Yeah, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy.
Careful,
Say what?
you gotta be careful. They're gonna
Look.
clip that shit out of context. And then they're gonna post it on Twitter, and then you're gonna have fucking multicolored hair people mad at you.
Oh my god, I'm not doing that at all. I don't give a fuck.
3, 2,
Yep.
1.
Okay, good. Keep it up.
Good
Good job. I did this on purpose so I could pay attention to the raid. I died on purpose. Yeah, you're welcome. That way I can focus entirely on raid looting. This is what Limit does. It's totally fine. Can the bird kill me? Okay. Let me just look up, see what this is. Okay. Okay. What? And it's like playing on, let me think of a way to describe it. It's like playing on a server that I just logged on to. It's like, you know, whenever you go somewhere and there's like fucking 80 people around me? That's like India. It's insane. I'll be right back. It's like... Good. I'll be right back.
Speaking of jokes, I got one for you.
Okay.
Alright. What's the difference between 3 dicks and a joke?
You can't take a joke.
No, you can't.
That's not, like... That doesn't even count.
No, you.
No, you can't do
No,
that.
you.
Like, that's not how
No,
it works.
you.
Well, I remember one time, there was this one time, they brought, there were four people here. I'm just gonna tell the story. There are 4 people here that were brought by Blizzard, and Blizzard wanted to have a talk with us in person. And it was 2 guys from Blizzard, and it was me, Esp, and Nick, and Chance, Soda Poppin'. And one of the guys from Blizzard said this. He said, "You used to be the bad one," pointing at Soda Poppin'. "But now," and he points at me, "now you're the bad one." And I'm like, Hey, it is what it is. Okay, we've got ourselves a Resto Shaman too. McConnell, where is everybody, man?
What do you mean?
Where is everybody?
They're probably playing Deathloop.
Wait, what?
Yeah, the new game that just came out, Deathloop.
Deathloop? What the hell is that?
Oh man, you haven't heard about Deathloop?
No.
Deathloop these nuts.
You didn't even try. Like, that's, you're not even trying. Like, it's just, you just say Deathloop.
Got him.
I could very easily say, the popular thing that people say. I could very easily say, I think girls should be able to do it, but I wouldn't be comfortable with my girlfriend doing it. That is the popular thing to say, but I don't say that because it's not what I believe. And people call me a cuck. And you know what? That's fine with me.
In many ways.
Yeah, people got pissed off about that a lot. And to me, like, I never really gave a fuck about it in general. And so, yeah, that's an example, right? So, like, that's one of the things where some people feel that way and they're insecure about that. I'm personally not. It doesn't bother me. But for other people, it does. It's she's our girlfriend now. Well, sharing is caring, right? I care about you guys a lot. Where is it? Okay, it's right here. All right, here we go. You guys ready? Aw, oh, come on, man. The copium emote? What the fuck? You really had to give me a copium emote fucking... Yeah, that's great, man. Thanks a lot. I appreciate that. Okay, here we go. Malding. When someone is both mad and balding. Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Perhaps I've been wise to lay down my oars a moment to sup on more than the spray of brine water.
We'll continue that later. Nah, I didn't do it right. Oh well. Ouch. Why did that click through? Magic. is easier with magic. The verdict is easier with magic. So, do more open ones, or specials. Time? Did I miss? I hope not. Yeah, I did. God damn it. Your accuracy. Maybe I should stop using reavers. Aftershock working a good shot. I also think it might be more advantageous, to be honest, to be using more magic. Magic is my lowest skill in terms of HP. Blue Dragon Manada. Elevated. What is it? Blue Dragon Legendary. Always on the last one. And Reaper Dove. Oh. I mean, might as well. Let's go back to the last. Watering. Even if it does take me about 2 minutes, I should be able to get it. Though I doubt it takes 2 minutes for kill. Like a minute per kill, maybe. About a minute per kill. That's about all I thought. Probably not the most exhilarating. I've never found boxing to be entertaining, to be honest. But if people like watching it, then whatever. Damn, I'm cutting the episode. Yeah. I can't believe I've gained about 500,000 XP in summoning since getting 200 mil. That's just baffling to me. Oh, welcome, Nectar. Every day is going well. I'm doing pretty good. Yeah, I do a repair every day. I don't kill every boss, but I do the ones that I'm capable of doing. Mostly because people are limited on auras and how many times you can reset it. So most people don't like wasting an aura time on like 15 minutes of a boss. Or like a half hour of a boss. Yeah, it's true, but it makes it go by faster. So. And efficiency is what most people go for. weird, and the internet dropped for a second though. That's a lot more than normal. Yeah, pretty decent internet, but the times that it does go down, it goes down for like 5 minutes at a time. Which is kind of annoying. So I do get a little worried. that is buffing content done for today. Woohoo. These Earhart tokens are worthless to be honest, but they're more worth than pulse cores, in my opinion. There's a lot of combat dummies. Only 22. True, but why go through the work of doing it when I could just sell it to someone? It probably needs it for disassembly.
Trembling on my limbs, I sense a brief repast may be in order.
Yeah, he's tired.
Nay, I will not hearken to the feeble grumblings of an empty belly. Duty comes before all.
This guy's awesome. I like him. And so I guess he's a samurai too.
Good man. Are you alright?
Okay. Well, he made it. That's what matters. Yeah, he made it.
I moved over to making streaming my main platform. I feel like streaming in a lot of ways has a lot more growth potential than YouTube does in terms of like the ceiling.
At first, he struggled.
Fucking face. So the reason, you know why I started streaming originally? It's because WoD was so boring that there was literally nothing else to do. Like, I didn't know what to do, and I was like, I guess I'm just going to start streaming because there's nothing else to do in WoW. And yeah, I would use donation goals every single day. Look at the time right there. Look at the time on the clock. 5:04. I wonder if that's AM or PM, guys. Yeah, I used to start stream at like 12 o'clock at night or like 3 a.m. And then I would just stream all night long into the morning. And it would be very regular for the sun to come up and for me to be like, all right, guys, another good night. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Peace. And then I would fucking go to bed, sleep all day, wake up at night again, go to Taco Cabana before they close or Taco Bell or whatever, and I'd get my food and then I would start streaming. If I wear this shirt with these pants here, what happens is I will get immediately teleported to Los Angeles. So I can't wear both of them at the same time. It's like having both eyes of Nidhogg, you know? Like, you can have one and have the power of it, but if you have two, it takes control of you. Shit. Okay, all right. Give me a minute. I gotta... Damn, no wonder they can't write. Okay. Is this what you wanted? Is this what you wanted, guys? Are you getting what you wanted? Look at this. What's the sound that a horse makes? No, I'm the Minotaur, man. I'm like half human, half horse. Nay? 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 That was good. Dude, I'm a really good horse. Like, I'm actually a real... I'm a really good horse. I'm gonna just put that on there. I'm a really good horse. Yeah, there we go. Oh, no. Oh, no! Oh, my God. No, you could have a body pillow that doesn't have Sylvanas on it, though. Like, you don't need to have a body pillow with an anime girl. This is an excuse, okay? You see, you guys don't really know. You don't really know why this bothers me. Because somebody sent me a body pillow, but I actually went and I put it on my on my pillow, right, to take the picture of it for Twitter, and I haven't taken it off. Like it's still on there. I wasn't kidding. Like why would I lie about it? Like I said very clear, I wasn't lying. I just did it for the Twitter picture, okay? There's been like a dead rat in my house for like the past fucking like 3 days, and I can't find where he is because you can smell the fucker, but you don't know where he is. And the thing is, what's so annoying about that is the fact that like you have a dead rat in the house and you don't know where he is, and you can actually use a dead rat as an alarm clock, because whenever the sun comes out, the rat will begin to smell bad, and the smell will wake you back up from your sleep. So it's like if gross. You need to be awake whenever the sun comes up, you just have a dead rat, and it will wake you up. He sent me... Oh my god, it's a little worm. It's a little worm. Look at him, he's moving. I'll put him right over here. I have to let him out afterwards. They sent me worms. Yeah, we have to be careful with him. I'm so glad I didn't hurt him. The male muncher. All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
Stop.
You're telling me this guy is bald? This guy? This man right here? You're telling me that this guy is bald? Bald, you say? You know what? I think you might actually be right. He looks like he kind of grew his left sideburn into a rat tail and then...
Okay, all right. I'm fucking done. Fuck you, John Oliver. Suck a dick. I'm done. I'm not watching the rest of it. No, I'm fucking done with that. Fuck you, bitch. Fuck you. Okay, yeah, no, that's... The ending was just, it was too personal, okay? It was too goddamn fucking personal.
For our first reveal here,
it's gonna be Bald Quinn. Oh my god, it's gonna look like Bald Quinn. You know it, I know it, everybody knows it. It's gonna look like Bald Quinn.
Let's take a look at Patches.
Oh my god. Yo, what did I fucking say, dude? Oh my fucking god. This is next year because people don't wear masks. That's the mandatory vaccines right there, boys. It's in gas form now. Fat Thor, I pulled this up. Fat Thor is not fat. This is one of the strongest men in the fucking world. This is fat. He's not fat, man. Like, goddamn, Chris Hemsworth is a fucking actor. Fat Thor is the alpha male. He is the apex predator. If you put Fat Thor against Skinny Thor, Fat Thor would win every fucking time. Because Fat Thor wrestles bears on a mountain, and Skinny Thor fucking does movies. So listen, everybody who's been talking shit about Fat Thor can suck a dick. Fat Thor is the alpha apex male, and that's all there is to it. If you were to take a time machine 1,000 years in the past and ask a Viking who looks more fucking manly, this guy right here, or I think this is a pretty good picture, right? But like in terms of like skinny, like this guy right here, I wonder who they're gonna think. All right, moment of truth. Moment of truth. We lied. A little bit of a tip, guys, is that if you're jerking off, you want to jerk off with your non-dominant hand. So the reason for that is because like you do a lot of other things with your dominant hand, right? You pick things up, you just naturally do more things with your dominant hand. So you're building more muscle mass in your dominant arm already. So if you jerk off with your other arm, your non-dominant arm, you can build like symmetry between your arms, because that way you work that arm out and you also work out the arm that you usually use as your dominant arm, right? So it's for symmetry, so you look better. And feels like another person? No, that's only if you sit on it. But anyway, yeah, that's a little bit of a little Asmon tip, exactly. Will McConnell joined the Final Fantasy 14 ride. So I want to go ahead and talk about that. There is a chance McConnell's like, hey man, you haven't gotten me a new PC for a while. And I was like, really? If I get you a new PC, will you play Final Fantasy 14? And he said, with a bunch of dots behind it. You've changed, bro. Shut up, McConnell. You gave me a for Final Fantasy 14. I could be saying the same thing to you.
I did what?
You gave me a for Final Fantasy. Remember that?
I didn't give you a You said... Why are you gaslighting your audience, bro?
Tell no, they literally saw the chat. Like, I didn't have chat.
Most of the people that are in here right now did not see the chat.
No, you're right, yeah. I had like fucking 5K viewers. It's playing on my second channel at like 3 a.m. So what did you say?
No, it had to do with the computer, dude.
Yeah, I know that.
Because you were like, oh, well, if you never hope for anything better, then you're just happy with what you have, then you never get anything better. So I said, oh, well, you know... I'm real satisfied with my computer from 3 years ago, but I'd like something better.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I'll get you a better computer.
Okay, all right, I've got it up right here. Yep, we're gonna look at exactly what McConnell said, and we're gonna look at it right here. And I said, so McConnell, and this was at 1:04 a.m. last night, and this was on September 14th. 2021, McConnell says, well, if that's the case, I really appreciate the computer I got 3 years ago, but I'd like something better, smiley face. And then I said, if I get you a new computer, will you play FF? And you said, And I said, think about it.
Yeah, I said, we're thinking about it. That's not an agreement.
I didn't say it was. I said it was a change.
Well, then what is that? That's not... If the change you're talking about... Yeah, but you're changing just because, like, you know, oh, you don't want to complain about WoW anymore. Oh, what's wrong with complaining about WoW? We did the on-stream every day for fucking 4 years, and then suddenly that's not good enough.
No,
for you. No. Now you want to break out of the mold. Now you want to start complaining about other shit and not instead of WoW.
We
Okay.
complain about other games too sometimes.
Turn your back on the WoW community, bro.
Oh my god, dude! It sounds like I'm playing classic WoW. This is insane.
Tunnel gas signing has been gold. Never would have saw that coming. Oh wait, never mind. I did.
Hey Bun, so today we're going to talk about all the stuff that is pretty important, I think, for you to try to get done before Endwalker, stuff that might be affected by the upcoming stat squish, which we don't know at this time quite how severe it's going to be.
Yeah,
we
I've heard about
don't know
that.
if the stat squish is going to severely impact how easy it currently is to do unsynced content and other content that might be affected. So I'm going to get into all that. And with the Endwalker being about a little over 2 months away, I think now is a good time to set some reasonable goals that you could feasibly do between now and then.
Okay.
It'll keep you busy anyway, but now might be the best time to do
Let's
those
see
things.
what I should do.
So first of all, in the topic of unsynced content, so like I said,
I have that
in
now.
that big stat squish that's
Yeah,
coming
I have that one.
Endwalker, and we don't know right now how much it will affect unsyncing. Right now, you can easily unsync old Extreme Trials and just sort of blaze through them, easy to farm for mounts and things like that. But they did say that they will be adding a small buff in Endwalker that will compensate for the stat squish somewhat, that will make the unsyncing less painful, but we don't know how effective that buff will be. We don't know, like, compared to now, how easy it will be, and a lot of people are speculating that it will be harder to do.
This is exactly what happened in WoW and WoD, is that they scaled everything down and they added like a buff, and then sometimes the buff wouldn't work, and it would like, it was so, like, some fights got harder, some fights got easier. It was just really, really fucking dumb. So I hope that doesn't happen with Final Fantasy.
Unsync content.
Disaster incoming.
It's
Yeah,
probably
we'll
better
see.
to err on the side of caution in any case. So I would suggest getting all of your raid and trial mounts from the Extreme Trials from past expansions and the previous Savage raids that you can currently
That's a
unsync.
cool one. I do
want to
that.
get all those. Their puppies, their ponies, their birds,
I have the
and all
ponies.
that. I think now would be a really good time to
I don't
try to
have that
farm
one.
those out before.
But I don't
the
have some
stat
of those.
squish
I need that one.
Endwalker
That's the one I
happens.
want.
You want to complete the Coils of Bahamut unsynced if you don't want to go through the super high difficulty raid. Most people do tend to just go through unsynced to watch all the cutscenes and experience the story, because it's a pretty
Super high
important
difficulty.
story as we're going into Endwalker.
It's not that
Endwalker
hard, is
we will of course be going into Sharlayan, that is the homeland of Archon Louisoix.
Oh,
and
yeah.
the Coils of Bahamut story teaches you about the fate of what happened to Archon Louisoix, and that's going to be really important information as we
That was fucking
go
badass.
into Sharlayan and try to piece together the puzzle of whatever the Endwalker story will be. So if you do enjoy the story and you haven't done Coils, well, you are caught and regretted by the time we get to Sharlayan.
God damn.
So go do that unsynced. I would say do it unsynced now before the expansion, so you'll be fresh when you get into the expansion, and so that hopefully after the stat squish, it won't be much harder to do unsynced, because right now we don't really know. I should also mention that Natsuko Ishikawa, the main writer for Shadowbreakers and Endwalker, has suggested that you do this. Like, you definitely want to do Coils of Bahamut to watch all the cutscenes, at least do it unsynced. She also recommended.
Also, I want to say, people talk about spoilers and stuff like that, guys. I really, it's super cringe. It's super weird. Like, those monsters are fucking badass. Like, I really like how they look. That's so cool. Like, that's badass, right? Like, look, I put Mark back in that snack. So that's basically like, same thing. Wait, they fight on the moon? Wait, what? They're on the moon? We're going to the moon, boys! What? Jesus. Oh my god. Oh boy. Oh wow. I do not even know what to say. A spoiler in the story like that does not ruin the story for me.
You complete the Omega Raid series
It's not a big
from
deal.
Stormblood. She said that these are both going to be important
Omega.
to know about for the Endwalker story. So she said that was pretty important side content to complete before the expansion. And again, stuff that you can unsync now. Honestly, Omega even unsynced is not the easiest, but you can get through it. you can go through AlphaScape and find out where they get the chicken tenders. Ultimates might be affected by the stat squish as well, so
I might as well get those out of the way too.
Is there time to do an ultimate before?
Yeah, I should do the ultimates.
Yes, sure. Why not? Yeah, okay. I mean, you could. There's probably time. You could do Uwu, most likely. Another thing you can do while you're unsyncing old content is farming glams.
That's badass.
In old raids and things, might want to look at the Eorzea Collection website and search through the gear sets there and see maybe there's any gear sets that you really want to hunt down. You also want to prepare gear for the various jobs or roles you might be considering playing or maining in Endwalker. That doesn't necessarily mean you have to get a BIS set for those jobs, though I mean that can be fun to do to feel like super ready for the new expansion, but having a decent set for the jobs you're thinking.
I'm not even gonna worry about that, bro. Like I'm just gonna get the gear that I want, and I'll gear what I can, and that's it. Because like in the new expansion, like the reality is like by the time you hit max level in the new expansion, like all your shit's gonna get replaced. Like everything's getting fucking replaced anyway. So like yeah, you want to get the gear so it's like easier to level, but like really, like what do you mean easier to level, bro? Like what is it going to take you, like 9 hours and 15 minutes instead of 9 hours and 30 minutes? Who gives a fuck, right? I'll be right back. I'm back. Sorry about that, boys.
And keeping in mind that Reaper will be considered a maiming job, so it will be sharing gear with Dragoon. So you might want to maybe level Dragoon, get some of that maiming gear.
I need to do that too.
Be shared and like also work on Reaper. Or you could gather even the glamour. The maiming glamour for Reaper, so you can look
that way you can already look good.
Keep in mind that it is what is on the inside that counts. I know this is not true coming from me, but you want to clean up your inventory. Yeah, my inventory has not been good
funny about
lately.
that?
So look, I feel your pain if you also are suffering right now with terrible inventory, but.
What's so funny about
that? There are people that have made the guide on how to clean up your bags.
Yeah, this is
the game. So I'll put a link to that where you can, watch the guide from the person that really knows how to clean up their inventory really good. So that should help. But you're gonna want to do that.
Listen.
At some point before the expansion, but you can probably
I'm not watching it.
Right? You can just put it off. You can do that.
I'm not watching it.
You want to gear up and level your retainers. Your retainers, of course, being your bank in the game. For some people who may not know what retainers are yet, though I'm very excited about retainers in the expansion because I will have Bunny Boy. I'll have Bunny Boy retainers. I'll have my harem there for me. You also want to clean up and prepare your UI. Maybe even reconsider your setup a little bit because I recently changed my UI after I got the Logitech G600 mouse. No, I'm not paid. I'm not sponsored by Logitech, but I have enjoyed the mouse a lot.
That's so many buttons. Like, what the hell?
My hotbars and everything. And
oh my god!
It took me basically what I'm saying is, if you're thinking about getting an MMO mouse going into the new expansion, you are probably going to want to get it like at least a month before the expansion comes, because it took me about a good solid month to really get a handle on it, and the more time that you can give yourself to get used to a new mouse, where
I could never do that with all the buttons on the fucking side. Like I use I use a simple, real fucking easy to understand mouse. Like it's got 2 buttons on the side, it's got the 2 clicky things, and it's got the wheel in the middle, and that's just about fucking it. It's got this extra button in the middle that changes like how fast it goes, and like that messes me up all the time. Like that's it. It's simple, it's clean, and there's no problems.
A bunch of buttons on the side of it.
Fuck no, dude.
It was very, very difficult and very awkward for me for like at least a month. So I wouldn't want to play without it. It's incredible. I'm really glad I have it now. But if you are gonna change your setup in that way, get a new mouse, then you want to get it as soon as possible, because you don't want to be struggling with it when the expansion is new. Like it was very painful and very hard for a long time. Okay, I did make a video, and this video was made before I got the mouse, so the hotbars don't look the same as they do now. But I did talk about how I set up my UI. I talked about my job.
I just make my UI look like WoW.
And
that's
how
about
I
it.
created that. So
yeah, it's just like
that
WoW.
in the description box down below, so you can get an idea on how I do things. You also want to inform yourself on all of the upcoming job changes. Now, we're expecting to hear more about that later this month, maybe in the live letter that's upcoming this weekend. So stay tuned for that, and we will hopefully very soon learn more about the new jobs and what major changes are coming to existing jobs, so we can like make informed decisions about, which jobs do I really want to gear up right now in preparation for the expansion. What do I really want to main? You want to get the level 3 FC buffs ready. Okay, so
what the fuck
I actually don't run an active FC. I don't.
Oh.
I really just don't have time to run an FC.
So these are like buffs that you can get. It's the same as like the golden saucer one, but you can choose them, right? Yeah, like that's how it is. Yeah, okay.
To be in an active FC
so.
where there's a lot of expectation. Like I just cannot because I'm pretty busy with Discord
sure.
and Twitch and everything else. But I can recommend that if you're like me and you're not in an FC where they have the FC buffs ready. I know that the highest level FC buff is tier 3, Heat of Battle. That's 15% XP buff. That's what I meant. I'm talking about XP buffs here. That's really going to be amazing for you whenever you're leveling in the early days of the expansion. And so if you're like me, you might want to pick up some Squadron Battle Manuals. Those will give you 15% XP bonus, so that's as good as the best FC buff. But it only lasts for 2 hours. But for me, that's been
See, like, I'm not going to worry about experience. I'm really not. Because, like, if it's anything like Stormblood or, not Stormblood, but like Heaven's Ward, like, I'm just going to hit max level probably at the end of the story. And, like, maybe I'm, like, level fucking 88 or 89 to just run a few dungeons, right? It's not that big of a deal. Like, I'm not that worried. You won't? No, it'll be fine, man. I'm not worried about it at all. Like, I'll get it done. It'll be easy. It'll be motherfucking Z.
I've been collecting those with my adventure squadrons, sending them out on the missions, and getting as many battle manuals as I can as we go into Endwalker. I'm just trying to collect them and not use them.
I need to get this.
Well, actually, I don't need to use them because I have all my jobs at max level. So that's another thing that you can do.
Fuck
Side
that.
note.
Fuck that. Like, I'm gonna play a healer.
Jobs at max level, and
yeah, it's not happening.
Out, who's very lovely. As for the story, now I mentioned at the start of this video, we were talking a little bit about coils, and we were talking about Omega a little bit. Those were the 2 things that Natsuko Ishikawa, the writer, said that you really, really should go through. Like, that's the most important recommendations that she had if you want any kind of hints on the story for Endwalker or any important backstory for Endwalker. But in addition to that, she gave some other recommendations. If you have more time, like if you have more time than just clearing out coils and Omega,
what should I know?
She said that you should also do previous side content because Endwalker is intended to be a conclusion. It's supposed to be a big conclusion to this huge story arc that we've been having since the beginning of the game. And so...
well, I thought Endwalker's not the end, though, right? Like, yeah, it's not the end. It's not the end. It is. It's the end of part 1. It's the end of the arc. That's crazy.
I think it's going to be sort of like we might get little reminders of all the little people and all the little places that we met along the way.
That's real cute.
So she suggested that you do 4 Lords, you do the We're Lit story.
I don't know what that is.
And all the job quests.
I'll probably do all these.
Quests. And also doing Eureka and Baja. Now, as for Baja, that would be my suggestion that you focus on.
I don't know what the fuck that is.
I would strongly suggest that you finish Baja Citadel, all the Save the Queen story.
That's cool.
For Endwalker, because I believe that content is going to die for a while.
It's awesome.
The expansion
launches.
I don't think it's going to be dead forever because Baja is very good leveling content from 70 to 80. But yeah, it's probably going to be really difficult to do that for quite some time.
Yeah, I want to try that out
because that's how you can get your relic weapons. That's the main thing that I'm focusing on.
That's
right
cool.
Now. As we're going into Endwalker, I'm collecting as many beautiful, sparkly, shiny relic weapons as I can, and you do that from doing a Baja Citadel. So I'm gonna put on screen. I think I'll try to show somewhere.
Those
screen,
actually look really cool. Those remind me of like the challenge mode weapons of like Mr. Pandaria
suggest that you do that.
Or WoD.
Before the expansion, You could also do Eureka. That was another
Damn.
thing Natsuko Ishikawa suggested doing, which was kind of odd.
Bro, I gotta
wonder
do a
if we will
lot.
actually get an update on the Eureka
Oh my,
story.
when does this shit come
Eureka
out?
is still active. You know, Eureka is
Oh my god.
similar to Baja content that is no longer as active as it was
Oh my
when it was
God, 2
out
months.
in Stormblood, but there's still
I got
plenty of people
2
doing
months
it. I
to
mean,
beat
I'm
this
going
game.
into Baldessian Arsenal, the
Bro,
major
I've
raid from Eureka relatively often, I would say, and I see runs going all the time for that. I know someone that very recently, like in the past,
Yeah, I gotta do this, man.
completely went through
This
all
is
of Eureka.
I've been
from
being
the beginning.
lazy.
So it's quite possible to do now, and that is something that
Been
you
being
can,
a lazy ass bitch.
busy yourself with as we go into the expansion. I know there's some very cool, like glowy, shiny glamour that you can get from Eureka, and of course the relic weapons, the beautiful relic weapons. I would say that it's worth doing to get the experience of
2
Baldessian
months.
Arsenal.
Yeah, I got
It's
time.
incredible.
I got time. I'll be
And
fine.
get the very cool mount,
It's
Demi
okay, boys.
Ozma from the final raid that you get access to at the end of Eureka. Though I just about lost my mind trying to get it. Before I go today, I want to remind y'all that we do have a
Okay.
live letter coming this
So
Friday,
7 p.m.
September 17th at 7
Okay.
p.m. PDT.
I'll have to watch
so if
that.
in Europe, it's going to be, once again, at the butt crack of dawn. It'll be at 1 a.m. UK time. For me, it's going to be 3 in the morning. I might be sleeping through
Oh
it,
my
watching the
God.
VOD later.
That's late, but
If I
it's
can,
not
we'll
late
see.
for me.
How can I sleep under such circumstances? We'll
I'm
see
okay.
about it. But that's this Friday, so please look forward to it. And if you haven't heard, there's also the Policy 15 collab event is back. It is happening this week, so that's
5
hey,
hours
that's
usually
one
full
thing
of
that you might want to do right now. That is, of course, before Endwalker. I think it's going to be here until October 18th. At 7:59 a.m. PDT is the cutoff time on October 18th. So right now is your chance to get that car.
I'm gonna get that
It's a
car.
very awesome car.
Yeah, that's
from
easy.
the
That's the
collab.
easiest
And
of my
it's
life.
200K MGP. You can also get the hairstyle, Noctis hairstyle. You can get the Noctis Glam, and it's not very hard to do at all. It's pretty easy to go through that and do the trial. I mean the not trial, the personal instance that you have to do, the personal solo duty, no problem.
Okay.
So yeah,
That's cool.
That's already live. That's
Yeah, I
right now
wanna
you
try
can
that
log in
out. That's
and get
badass.
the car from doing a little quest there. Buns, thank you so much for watching. I hope you like this video and I hope it's
Yeah,
been helpful
Rich.
for
Yeah,
you.
I'll
this
figure it
morning
out.
to
Listen, guys, it'll be fine. I'll figure it out.
Some of the goals that you
It's
might
totally
want to
fine.
set for yourself between now
Here, let me link this
and
to you guys.
Endwalker. If you like this
Rich
video,
died
please
6
consider
times.
supporting the channel on Patreon or on Twitch. You can also support the channel for free by clicking the subscribe button
Oh my
or
God.
by sharing this video
Yeah,
with
it'd be
fellow
fine.
Warriors of Light. Thank you so
Just
much
shot
for
it, Rich.
watching.
I
We'll
didn't
see you
know
next
that.
time. Bye.
Okay. That's a good video. There's a video. You guys can link it. I need to get some of that shit done. Well, McConnell joined the Final Fantasy 14 ride. So I want to go ahead and talk about that. There is a chance McConnell's like, hey man, you haven't gotten me a new PC for a while. And I was like, really? If I get you a new PC, will you play Final Fantasy 14? And he said, with a bunch of dots behind it. Didn't you buy him a 5K PC? Yeah, but a 5K PC 3 years ago is a 1K PC now, let's be honest. All right, let's look at this. It's happening, boys. What is this? Definitely. You know it.
You know it.
I know it.
I know it.
Everybody knows it.
Everybody knows it. I'm saying this.
Look,
And I'm thinking to myself, what's wrong with me?
I did have a Blastoise. Why was that part of it? Well, I am back. At least for now. I'm gonna be honest. It's been a lot to deal with in these past couple of weeks. It's gonna be a while for me to really get back to the energy that I had. I can't do it right now. Basically, long story short, is my mom has been sick. And pretty much what happened, like this is the reason, like a big reason why I had taken the last break that I did. It's just been one break after another, right? It's because I took a week off to help my mom, and because I was like just really stressed out about a lot of stuff, and this was one of the biggest reasons why I was, is because of her health. And so this was, I guess, on I don't know, like Thursday of 2 weeks ago, 1 week ago. I don't even know. And anyway, so she just couldn't. She couldn't really do anything. you know, we grew up really poor, so like actually seeking medical help is not necessarily the first line of defense. It's usually to sleep it off or to wait and see, and that's just usually what you do if you don't have the money. But eventually I convinced her, and she convinced herself her oxygen levels were really, really low, and I convinced her to go to the hospital, and I had to drive her up to the emergency room. This was like at night, and I told her that she'd get out that night, and I mean, I didn't really, I mean, like, what do I know, right? I'm not a doctor. That did not happen, no. She was there for a few days, and they did a bunch of tests on her, and she was not really very happy at the hospital, and this is, of course, like a big worry for me. I'm very, like, stressed out, like, every day. Like, I felt, in a way, I felt at ease because she was in the hospital and she was being taken care of, but in a way I didn't because of COVID and she's not vaccinated, and so it's like a balance, right? It's like a mix between oh my God and oh thank God, right? So that's basically where it is. She doesn't want to get vaccinated, and I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to get into it. I don't want to have you explain to me why it's a good idea or why it's not a good idea. I want to move past that. And so it is what it is. And so anyway, this is a few days later. She called and she wanted to leave the hospital, and I didn't want her to leave the hospital, and she insisted that she was going to leave the hospital, and so and the doctor they didn't want her to leave too, but I mean I can't really control what I can't do, so I had to take her home, and it was not what the hospital wanted, and we went home and we had like an oxygen machine for her. They didn't teach her how to use it really because she left. I don't know, like they should have taught her how to use it, but they didn't, right? You can say it's because she left early. I think they fucked up with that, but it doesn't really matter. So no, she doesn't have COVID. Like they tested her for COVID. She doesn't have COVID. So anyway, she gets home, and obviously like she's the exact same as she pretty much was whenever she went in. That's why they didn't want her to leave. I finally convinced her to schedule an appointment, and the day of the appointment, I don't remember what, like as I said, it's hard for me to remember like what day was what and when day is like, I just have no idea. And yeah, it's got nothing to do with COVID, guys. Yeah, it doesn't have to do with COVID. So like she couldn't get up or like move or really do anything, and like we had to end up calling an ambulance. And to be honest, like the truth is that I had never felt more like safe in my life. I mean, those guys showed up so fucking fast. They were there in like a second. I'm telling you guys, like the kind of people that are in the EMS and the fire department, like how fast and like smart and effective they are was just such a huge relief, especially to be in such a bad situation like that. And yeah, the EMS dudes are Chads. Yeah, I mean, they really did do a great job, and they helped her out a lot. They helped her with the oxygen machine. They have that set up for her and everything. So now she's still at home, and she still has the oxygen machine. She has to use it pretty much all the time, and it's hard for her to get around, and I'll have to go AFK in a little while probably to help her, and help her probably make breakfast and probably like move things around, etc. Move her machine around. And so like it's been really hard, and I don't know really when I'll be able to be consistent again with streaming. I wanted to come on today because I've been very excited for New World for you know, a year now, right? And I wanted to at least stream the release, but I don't know when I'll be consistent again. It's been very hard. I remember Cody came over, and it was the first time Cody had seen her, and she was how she is now. And I remember he went upstairs here, and he just started crying, man. And that was the first time I really cried about it too. It's just, I mean, she was his mom too, and is his mom too. Like, she took such good care of us whenever we were kids, man. And
We're gonna do our best to take care of her. We're gonna do whatever we can. Try to stay strong for her and not freak out or get sad or anything like that. Because I mean, I'll have plenty of time for that. I'll have plenty of time for that. And I'm trying to do my best and stay hopeful and optimistic, but it's hard. It really is. I'm trying to convince her to stop smoking. I'm trying to get her to eat better and go to her appointments. Thank you guys for all. I feel like it's so inappropriate to thank subs right now. Thank you, but you don't feel like you have to support me or anything. I'm okay. We're also looking at getting. I want to get somebody to help out around the house, and this is something I'm probably going to be looking into this week. And even if it's not necessarily permanent or whatever, I do hope that she gets better. I do hope that she can move past this, or at least be able to be comfortable. Will that happen? I don't know. There's a chance that it won't. There's a chance that it will. I have no idea.
Yeah,
and I hope it will, but maybe it won't. Hire a Tataru. You're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. And yeah, this has been probably one of the worst months of my life so far, at least. And I want to thank everybody who's been so supportive and everything throughout it, because I checked and I would read out all of the nice comments of people saying that they're like, I've been praying for my mom, and I'm not religious, right? But it's like, if there's a 1% chance, you know, you might as well do it, you know? I feel stupid doing it, but I still do it. Stay positive, help your mom stay positive too. That's what I really tried to do, man. That's what I really tried to do. I try my best, and it's hard, right? Because I have my friends and everything, and I have a close, I don't really have any other family besides my mom and my dad, and, you know, they don't live anywhere near me, and so it's like this is pretty much all on my shoulders, and my parents are divorced, and my dad will help, and I really appreciate that. My dad's always been able to, come through and help. If there's something that I need or anything for everything, my dad's always been able to come through for me. But this is really my burden to bear, not necessarily his. I've got to be strong and do what I need to do. I'll do my best, and that's the best I can do. I feel guilty for my best not being good enough a lot of times. But, you know, do what I can. That's about it. That's where I've been. That's what's been going on. Fucking sucks dick. Let me tell you something that sucks fucking dick. The reason I share this kind of stuff is I think that it's always been important to me, whenever I've been on my stream and everything, to be who I am, if that makes sense, rather than try to be some sort of, what's the word for it, some sort of version of myself. I think that it's important for people to see the highs and the lows. People deserve some degree of authenticity and some degree of realness, and hopefully I can give that to you guys. Nurse to help out. Yeah, I'm probably going to do that. You have to understand, a lot of old people are not necessarily, you know, she's been smoking for many, many years, okay? Just telling her stop doing that is like telling me to stop drinking soda. It's very hard to do. So, yeah, it's yes, in ways it's very hard. And I know that she's worried and afraid, and it's hard for her to figure out what to do, and it sucks, man. It just fucking sucks. So, I know a lot of you guys are probably in situations like that, just for whatever reason, personally. And I know a lot of you guys watch my stream to distract yourself from that. So hopefully I can do as good of a job today distracting you guys. Let's go ahead and let's look at some stuff on Reddit, and let's try to have a good time today, okay?
Does that sound good? I know I'm not the only person with these kinds of problems. Yeah, let's have a good time, guys. This is it. All right, boys. Here we go. Cool. Jesus. What the fuck? Dragoon. That's cool. God damn. God damn. I like that one a lot. Holy shit. Holy shit. I like the way that weapon looks, or the way that attack looks. Yeah, that's actually really nice. If I play DPS, this is probably what I'll play. Dude, these guys jump around a lot. Holy fuck. Oh, it shoots the eyes, too. Oh, fuck. Yeah, that does look really cool. Warrior. Okay, this is my first class. Oh, that's the whirling attack. Oh my. Boys, I think we might have to. Holy shit. This is awesome. What the fuck? That's cool. I like that one a lot. And he has red eyes. I'm assuming that's inner release or inner fury or something like that, right? No way. That's fucking cool. That's badass. I like that a lot. Alright, red mage. Okay. That one's really cool. The flowers and everything. Okay, the jump back, I see that. What the? Oh, that's his fucking. Yeah, I know what that is. God damn. I always thought Red Mage, like, aesthetically was really cool. Melee combo right there. The jump back is one of the coolest things that Red Mage can do. I really like the jump back. That's so badass to me. Look at that. Look at that, dude. Okay. He's just buffing a butterfly. Who gives a shit? Yeah, who cares? Ah! Fast boy. Alright. Alright, here we go. Yep. Okay, that's about the same as it is now. Okay. You know, I like how he's not like super fast with the swings of the weapon, because you think about like how heavy a sword like that would be. It's like way more realistic with like how fucking slow, and he's just like boom, he just hits it, right? It's weighted. Yeah, it feels fucking good. The weight feels good, exactly. It's like, you ever have, like, you know, it's like in vanilla WoW, you have a 3.8 speed weapon, and you walk up to somebody and just go, and like, the fact that it's slow makes it feel better. This is awesome. I don't know what that is yet. I don't have that one. What the fuck? There's another one. Oh, I don't have this. Oh yeah, you get another guide. I forgot about that. God damn. Okay. That is cool. I like Dark Knight. Dark Knight's awesome. I think that's like pretty much that's pretty much about what Dark Knight used to be. I mean, I don't think there hasn't really been a lot of changes, have there? Yeah, I mean, it seems about like what it is. Okay. The fuck? She just summoned a phoenix? Jesus Christ! What is this, a rave class? Holy fuck! God damn! Wait, there's a... Wait, she summoned a bow tie? Look at that! Bro, this is a girl class, man. This is a girl class, 100%. Well, I'm not gonna hear Sailor Moon. Yeah, let's get back to the Warriors. Oh man. What's this? Okay, alright, machines. That's cool. Damn. Okay. Okay. That's cool. The grip, wait, damn. Yo, this is like, what the fuck? This looks really cool. Oh, wait, what the fuck? Dude, my Sentry doesn't look like that. My Sentry, what is this? Bro, my Sentry's like a little drone. It's like this little fucking drone that you fly over your neighbor's pool and spy on your neighbors. It's a level 80? Oh, man, I didn't even know that. I have a little shitty one. Oh, my God. That's cool. Yeah, I like that. Gunbreaker. I've never played this before. So this is just like me seeing a lot of the stuff that I've just seen on my own. That's cool. That's okay. I'm gonna be honest. I think Gunbreaker is like it's like the dumbest premise for a class. Like, how do you have a gun and it's a sword at the same time and it's a tank? Like, how does that make any fucking sense? Like, what do you mean, bro? How does that make any sense? What, dude? It's like I get that it's magic. Maybe it's just all magic. Yeah. Listen, I get Final Fantasy. It's hard for me to get behind it, okay? It's very fantasy. I'll say that, it certainly is. Okay, a little shield right there. That one's cool. Nice. Okay, okay. You know, maybe it's not that bad. Like, I think the best thing about that is the sound. Like, listen to the sound that it makes. Listen to the sound, man. No, that one was cool too. There it is. The sounds have to be fulfilling. Alright, Bard. What does Bard do? Okay, that's cool. That looks cool. The little globs on him and everything. Alrighty. Alright. Cool. Damn. Okay. That's fucking cool. I really like that one. Like the fucking red arrow and shit. That's so badass. Yeah, that's actually cool. Power shot, whatever it is. I don't know what it's called. Okay, what's this? Astrologian. What's this mini move? You know, I think that what they should do for Astrologian is to make it more realistic with astrology. They should just make all of its abilities do nothing. Yeah, just like a lot of sparkles and nothing happens. I remember whenever I said that astrology, I have to check on my mom. Whenever I said astrology wasn't real, people thought that I was talking about astronomy. And they thought that, like, they're like, what do you mean it's not real? Haven't you gone outside? Didn't you see the moon? The moon, it's right there. How do you think it's not real? You can see it. Okay. So you can buff the minions. That's nice. He didn't blow up. He couldn't even blow up Graveler there. Didn't do a damn thing. Okay. Samurai. I thought about playing this too. He's gonna beat the shit out of the cat. That's cool. Okay. Okay. The chippity chop. I like that. The flippity flop. I like that. The tippity pop. I like that. Alright, good. This is cool. The Sapita. Yeah. Yeah. No tigers were hurt in the filming of this. You know the funny thing about this is that I can guarantee you if Blizzard put something else out like this and it had people using like an animal like this as a target dummy, I guarantee you there would be people complaining and they would probably change it. That's the funniest fucking thing about it. Yeah, they would probably fucking change this shit. Never played White Mage before. It's like, this is all I need to know about White Mage. It's out by some beautiful fucking meadow with a fucking unicorn Pegasus. Like, what the fuck is this? Like, let's get back to like the, you know, the core of a mountain, or like the top of a mountaintop where you're fighting against a dragon. What the fuck is this? Just night. Jesus. All right. That's cool. I mean, as a healer, really, that is cool. That is cool, too. I like that. This is actually pretty cool. This is actually good. Yeah. I'll be honest. Like, this is good. I'm not saying I'm gonna play it, okay? I'm just saying it's good. I'm just saying it looks good. Okay. That's really fucking cool. Okay. Yep.
huge fan of the ninja. That was cool. Okay, I'll be honest, that was pretty fucking cool. The ninja shit was badass. Alright, I am expecting Black Mage to be fucking badass. I am fully expecting Black Mage to just completely blow shit up. That's fucking cool. That is really fucking cool. See, I like Black Mage because I like the idea of having to stand and cast. Because I feel like it adds like that extra skill cap that you have to know what you can stand in and what you can't stand in. Because like obviously you're not going to move out of the abilities, right? You just stand in the abilities that won't kill you. Yeah, if they don't one-shot you, you stand in them. It is what it is. I think it's much different than many of the other classes. And I like that. I think it's cool.
That one's kind of dumb. That's badass though. That's cool. Okay, it's pretty much the same one as before. Damn, he can cast it that fast? What the fuck? I like that. It looks like an AoE ability or something. That's cool. I feel like the last one that they do is always the coolest one. Alright, Sage. What's he gonna heal a broccoli? What the hell is that? What the fuck kind of thing even is that? What the hell? Okay. 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 I feel like this does look cool. Wow. I feel like there's something about the way this class plays and just like the way that it looks. It's so like it's very iconic Final Fantasy to me. Like yeah, it's like okay, this is exactly what if I was thinking Final Fantasy, this is exactly what I would expect to see. That's fucking cool. I like that a lot. Plays like Discreet? Yeah. I don't think I ever want to play healer. To be honest, I don't know if I ever want to play healer in Final Fantasy. Okay. Okay. Cool. Cool. Alrighty. That's nice. I just never really gave a fuck about Monk. I'm gonna be honest, I'm just like, yes, whatever. It's like, what's a monk dude? Gives a shit about a fucking monk dude. Alright, let's see, summoner. What can he summon? He ain't summoning shit now. He just got a rabbit. Yeah, it's a carbuncle. What? Oh, shit. Summon Bahamut. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, never mind. Is that the Ankh Morn? God damn. That is... What the fuck?
Okay, so summoners are now Ultima weapons. That's really, really fucking badass. So basically what I'm assuming here is like you guys can't see the bar because it's covered up on my cam, but like there's like 3 different rubies, and like the red one is like Titan, or like probably the red one is Ifrit, the orange one's Titan, and then the green one's Garuda, right? Yeah. I heard about this because I saw a picture of it here, but this is really cool to see. This is badass. So he can also summon, I'm assuming he can also summon Ifrit too, right? The other abilities are badass. Like, they look cool. Okay, alright, let's see. Let's see if he's gonna summon Ifrit here. That's cool. That's it. That's lit. Yeah, that is lit, let's be honest. Even has a melee ability? I didn't even know that. Oh, what the fuck? Oh my god, that's so cool. What the fuck? So we can even summon like the greater primals too. You can summon Bahamut and the, yeah, summons Louis Swamp. Yeah, there you go, Reaper. Okay, this is the new one. Okay. Cool. Okay. Oh. Nice. Oh my god. He's actually summoning the Grim Reaper. What the fuck? And he has a disengage ability too. So that's fucking insane, okay? Like, I love this. This reminds me a little bit of like a like BDO Warrior. It has like the same type of like animations with like the red swings and shit like that. It reminds me a lot of that. It's really, really cool, man. And so Edgy Farmer, exactly. Reaper, it shares the same armor with Dragoon, right? So if I want to get ready to have a Reaper, I should just get Dragoon armor? Okay, I guess I'll probably have to do that before the expansion comes out. That's cool. These are badass, okay? These are absolutely fucking badass. I love this. Holy fuck. Okay, alright, McConnell, I know you're sitting in queue. I know you're sitting in queue doing fucking nothing. I like to say this is what you have to look forward to. It's gonna be great. You're gonna really like it a lot, and it's gonna be super fun. Okay, so just watch this part, and you'll be able to see what you've been missing out on. Also, our data center, which is like our server, has been now removed from the congested status, which means that you can now play the game. See, isn't that cool? Huh? That's way cooler than Crusader Strike, and you know it. Uh-huh. Way cooler than Hammer of the Righteous. Look at that. Literally summoning the holy light. Uh-huh. Look at that. The Blades of Justice. Look at, remember whenever, what was that ability that like WoW had where it was like, that was like Blade of Justice, and it's like this little bro, this is like a fucking a 15-foot dildo of justice. Yeah, look at this. Look at that. Holy shit. Holy.
The sword's getting bigger.
Alright, if that's... That reminded me the what was it? There's an ability like that in. It was like that in Super Mario RPG. Was it like the sword boss that would do that? The giant sword that would go on you? Gyarados? Yeah, there's a lot of them. And that's so fucking badass, dude. Like, let's look at it one more time. Maybe try to convince him again. Look at this. Wow. Look at that. And the sounds that it makes. And then this one right here, dude. Ooh.
Well, boy, I can't wait till we argue about this for 15 minutes and then it gets uploaded to YouTube and I have to sort through over 3,000 comments and read them all. Oh, I can't wait.
Okay, all right, McConnell, I know you're sitting in queue, so I like to say this is what you have to look forward to. It's going to be great. You're going to really like it a lot, and it's going to be super fun. Look at that. Literally summoning the holy light. Uh-huh. Look at that, the Blades of Justice. Look at, remember whenever, what was that ability that like WoW had where it was like, that was like Blade of Justice, and it's like this little Bro, this is like a fucking, a 15-foot dildo of justice. Yeah, look at this. Look at that. Holy shit. Holy. I love how they end it with that one too. That's the best.
Is that what Paladins do? In that game they kill things with snowflakes and plastic swords.
They're not. How do you know it's plastic?
Epic, dude.
How do you know it's plastic?
You know, I said this on Reddit when I saw it. You know,
okay.
I actually got downvoted on your Reddit because the weebs in your fucking community now. Yeah. These fucking people, man. I swear to God, man. Listen, I said, how come the Paladin can conjure up like gigantic ass blades like that, but he can't hold one? What kind of a pussy is he? Okay. What kind of a pussy is the Paladin in Final Fantasy where he can have these giant blades, even bigger than, dude, that is literally the fucking Blade of Justice from WoW, but in Final Fantasy. Now how come they can do that, but they can't fucking carry it? You gotta be a big ass bitch to carry a shield. Big ass bitch.
Okay.
Especially if you can conjure fucking swords the size of a goddamn house out of your ass.
But you can do that. And that's pretty fucking cool.
But I don't want to do that. I wanna have the sword in my hands. Or some two-handed weapon.
Okay, that
doesn't have to be a sword, but
I will grant you that would logically make sense.
Yeah, it does.
Okay. I don't know why they don't do it, because you can make your sword invisible. Right? You can make your sword invisible. If they had a way for paladins to have like a transmog, instead of like using the sword as a shield, you're just using a big two-handed sword, would that work?
I don't know. Are they still tanks or they do damage?
Well, they do both, but they're tanks.
Okay, so they're tanks.
Yeah.
Okay, no.
Why?
Because I don't want to be a tank. I want to be a damage dealer.
Well, you do damage while you're. Damage. No, it doesn't work that way in the game, man. Like,
okay, and that's why I'm not playing it.
Well, out of all the classes, which one do you think is the coolest one?
Well, Paladin, obviously.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean I'm going to play it. Just because I think something's cool doesn't mean I'm going to play it. I think Lamborghini Diablos are fucking sick. Does that mean I'm going to go out and buy one?
That's because they're expensive.
Because I don't have enough money. Yeah, I don't have any money. Yeah, but regardless of that,
look a lot. I mean, so what do you think you're on, Miskip? I mean, come on. Can't just go around blowing money like that.
Well, listen, that's my stance on it. Is that yeah, I'm not playing this shit. They can't hold the goddamn sword.
Why don't you play Dark Knight then? They can hold two-handed sword.
Because that's not a paladin.
If
I wanted to play a Dark Knight, I would play a Death Knight in WoW, and I don't do that. I play a paladin. Why? Because they're paladins.
Yeah, the snowflakes are kind of weird, but like, I mean, you can literally.
The snowflakes
it's a rain of blades.
Where are the snowflakes coming from? Why is?
They're coming from Earth because he's on the moon. It's cold.
No, they're coming from the Paladin because the Paladins in fucking Final Fantasy are gigantic snowflakes. They're probably fucking liberals, man.
Look, it still looks cool, doesn't it?
You want to play a goddamn liberal in a game? Fuck that.
No, look, it's not about that. You're just trying to play. It's just for fun. You make up your own story. You can be the most based paladin that there is.
No, you can't. Not with snowflakes flying out of your cock.
No, there'll be snowflakes of justice.
You can just call anything of justice, and it sounds paladin.
Yeah, but if
it doesn't mean it is. Oh, this is my listen. You hear that? That's my water bottle of justice, man. This thing fucking is righteous, bro. Holy shit! Can you believe it?
No. What I'm saying is like the paladins in the game are. I think that the abilities are cool. That's all I'm saying is I think they're cool.
I'm not saying they don't look cool. I'm saying it doesn't make sense that they can do that and then still not use a two-handed weapon, and that's fucking stupid. And they're tanks.
You're right. They should be able to use a two-handed weapon. I agree with you. All I'm saying is that some of these classes are pretty fucking cool, and you played other classes in WoW before. There's always going to be something like Dark Knight is not specifically a warrior. You know, I don't play a Death Knight in WoW. It's interesting to try it out. And it's like, here's the thing, dude. Is like, are you really going to sit around and play WoW while they take out the pictures of the girls' boobs in the game because they keep touching people at the office? Like, you really going to sit around and play that shit?
I'm not playing WoW. The only time I play WoW is when I play with you.
Yeah.
That's it. And otherwise, I'm playing other shit. I'm playing GTA RP. I'm currently playing D2. Okay, it's an amazing game, and at least D2 has some violence, some gore.
It doesn't have nipples anymore, though, does it? Because they took those out.
Well, it's the closest thing you can get to nipple.
Yeah, and it's close, but it's not there. You can see more than that.
Cookie clicker, too.
Yeah, it's cookie clicker. Yeah, it's awful, man.
I feel like some of these are cool. Like, you should try the game. Just try it out, see if it's good. Like, it's... The raids are legitimately good in the game. Like, I'm not memeing or anything like that. If I was memeing,
I'm sure they are. I'm sure.
Yeah, they're good. And like you have like the social experience. You can go to the different clubs. Did you see the ERP clubs?
No, I don't care about that. It's the same issue with WoW.
How are you going to tell me that you don't care about that, but you've been playing GTA RP?
What do you mean? At least in GTA RP, I can create my own story if I want to, and I don't go like. People say like, oh, are there red paladins in GTRP? No, I don't go into GTRP expecting to play a fucking red paladin because there's no, it's not a fucking. It might be an MMORPG light, but it's not a fucking class-based MMORPG like WoW. What the fuck? It's a completely different type of game. But Final Fantasy is akin to WoW. It's an MMORPG with a class-based system.
Yeah.
So if I do play, if I were to play Final Fantasy, I would go into it expecting to play a class-based system, and the paladin in that system is not a fucking damage dealer, so I don't want to play it.
It's not a damage
so
dealer
fuck off,
either.
I don't give a fuck.
Look, I mean, it's not that bad, and like you could play like Black Mage or something, do something completely different. You play like a caster. It's a good game. It gives you something to do. It'd be cool that you see the ultimates. Ultimate fights are badass.
You know what? That's it. That sounds. You sound exactly like me telling you to play like Witcher 3 or GTRP or any other game that I told you to play and you didn't.
Yeah. It's not even about the game. It's because I didn't play your game and now you don't want to play my game.
No, I'm not doing it as some kind of like
tit for tat.
I'm not doing it like tit for tat. I'm not interested in Final Fantasy. I've never been into it. I've never played a Final Fantasy game. I have no interest in it. I don't like the aesthetics. It's fucking stupid. I don't want to play it.
I get that. But the game does not patronize you. It does not waste your time. And that is enough for me to want to play.
Okay, that's enough for you. That's not enough for me.
Think about everybody that we know that has played the game. There have been a lot of people. They've been very positive about the game. And I understand that you're not necessarily a big
paid
fan.
Shills, yeah, I understand.
Right. And so everybody that disagrees is a paid shill. That's right. So if except Quinn, right? And so here's the thing. I understand that you might be reluctant because of the whole weeb situation. I get that. Have you ever watched anime before?
No. The closest thing I've ever watched to anime would be fucking like Dragon Ball Z back in the day.
You telling me you've never watched anime?
No, I have no interest in fucking cartoons. Like I'm not interested. I don't like that. I don't spend any amount of time watching fucking anime in my room. It doesn't appeal to me. I don't like it. It's not for me.
Okay.
It's fucking stupid.
I get the feeling that McConnell's like a closet
I
weird.
agree. I've said this before. If the anime,
Sounds like that, to be
if the
honest.
main place the anime takes part in is in a high school, I don't watch the anime. But you cannot tell me that Berserk, Ghost in the Shell, and Full Metal Alchemist are not badass.
I don't know what they are.
You have no idea what they are.
I've only ever heard of you and other fucking people talk about them. I've never seen a single episode. I don't want to. I don't plan to. I'm not going to go out of my way to watch this shit. It's not gonna happen. It's just not. I'm not it's not. I'm not into it. I'm not a fucking weeb.
I'm not either.
I know. I know. Well, I mean, you're coming close, man.
No, I'm not. How am I coming close?
You put the thing on your head. I saw the clips, man. You put the thing on your head. You said you tweeted out cat girls.
I said that if any girl is objectively hotter, if you put cat ears on her, and that's true.
That's what I'm saying. That's how it starts, man.
Am I wrong?
Bro, that is how this shit starts.
You didn't say I was wrong.
No, you are wrong.
Okay.
You
now
are wrong.
Yourself. Yeah.
I disagree with you. I inherently disagree with you, and you are wrong. And that's how you becoming one of them starts, man.
No, it's not. Okay, because
you'll see. Look at Richard. Look at Richard. Look at what Richard has become, dude.
Okay, that's not true because here's the thing about Richard. This was not something. I don't think you can train somebody to be a furry. I think that if you look at that tiger right there and you think, damn, he looks good, that's something you're born with. It was like unlocked. It was like, like in like PoE where you do like the labyrinth and you do your ascension, like your ascended class.
That's fun.
Well, being a furry is like his ascended class. No, and so Rich was always like that. It's just that the game gave him an avenue to express it.
So basically what you're saying is Rich was indoctrinated into that kind of thing, and I should expect you to follow suit within the following months or years.
No, bro, because if I see a cat, I'm not gonna get excited like that, man. That's why. I'm not about that, man.
Yeah, you say that now, but you used to say you wouldn't play Final Fantasy. I'm not about that, man. Oh, fuck Final Fantasy. Why the fuck would you play that?
Do you know why I didn't want to play Final Fantasy? It's because the fans of Final Fantasy were fucking obnoxious.
They still are. They're fucking weirdos, man.
Yeah, just some of them are. You're totally fucking right. You are 100% right. They're
Yes.
fucking obnoxious. However, if I just ignore them and just play the game, and also, I'm sorry, but the WoW fans, the people that are still like simps for WoW, it doesn't matter if another woman turns into fruit. Oh, it doesn't matter if we rename something innocuous. Oh, it doesn't matter. Oh, what are all these gamers getting mad about? It doesn't matter. Like, listen, I would take the weebiness of Final Fantasy over that hand waving every day of the week. And don't tell me that you wouldn't do the same thing.
Listen. I agree that shit is obviously cringe.
It is.
However, if you say fuck you to someone in Final Fantasy, you get like fucking suspended or banned.
No, you don't.
You can't be mean at all in Final Fantasy. Otherwise, they're gonna delete your shit.
No,
I don't want that. I'm not that kind of person. I'm not. Let's hold hands and get through this dungeon together, boys, all together. It's not me. I don't like that shit. If someone's fucking up, fuck them. I'm gonna tell them, hey, fuck you. Your DPS sucks cock, and go fuck yourself. Get the fuck out of the group. Okay? I'm not gonna stand there and be like, hey man, can you try a little harder to maybe can you do your rotation like better than this way and that? Fuck no, man. Fuck that. Fuck that shit.
Okay, so I get that, but
in the game, you don't ever. It's like, wow. Like, the entire idea, like, do you remember back whenever we would do raids and I would take the damage meter off the screen and everybody just kill the boss?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good tactic, too.
Yeah. It's like, if this was like, if we were ever having trouble on like a progression boss, I would put on private logging and everybody would just somehow get better at the fight instantly. Because they didn't give a fuck about, like, killing the boss. They give the fuck about getting a 91 percentile so they could apply to another guild and fucking leave the piece of shit one that they're in right now. And so, whenever you play Final Fantasy, you're not worried about, oh, well, I have to do this much damage on the fight. It's not that big of a deal. You just do your rotation. It's not super hard. It's pretty obvious once you figure it out. It's intuitive. And that's it. There's not a whole lot of anything to worry about. Like, you don't need to worry about people's DPS. Like, we've done plenty of, like, hard fights, and it's been fucking easy.
But I want to worry about other people's DPS. I want that.
It's a waste of fucking time.
Yeah, so is playing video games. Playing video games is inherently a waste of time. And if I'm going to waste my time, it's going to be doing something I want to do. If I want to judge other people's DPS, then that's what I want to do. I mean, if people want to judge my DPS, and if they want to do that, they can do that. I don't give a fuck.
All I'm saying is that I think that the way that Final Fantasy does it is, like, I would rather have, let me say this, I would rather have people not talking about DPS than the cringe lord parsers in WoW, because, like, you know what it takes to get a rank 1 now. You know what it takes to get a 99 or a 100th percentile. It is a bunch of cringe ass simping for the priests so they'll give you power infusion. Oh, nobody else hit the ads. Let me AoE the ads all the time. And it's like, you have to have everybody cooperating with you and basically coddling you along. Oh, you're a good boy, so you can get your good little parse. Like, it's just so fucking bad.
Yeah, and I don't engage in that. I don't do that.
But those people are the ones that you're going to look at and say, he's doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, and that's what you should aspire to do. You shouldn't, like, I don't think you should just
sit back. You should aspire to simping for a priest for power.
No, I didn't say that either. I said you should aspire to do big dick damage.
Yeah.
I didn't say you should aspire to fucking simp for people so they can enable you to do big dick damage. I said just aspire to do big dick damage.
I get that, and I think you can aspire to do that too. But, like, what
not in Final Fantasy, because you're a tank if you play Paladin. Oops.
That's not true, because even whenever you're playing tank, you can still do a lot of damage. Because it's
but
like...
you are not a damage dealer.
So...
The boss is looking at you. You are the tank.
You are the driver of the bus.
I don't want to drive. If I get into a car, I want to fall asleep, bro. If I get into a car, I'm falling asleep in the next 2 minutes.
Well,
I don't want to drive.
I don't. I have motion sickness, so whenever I get in the car, I have to fucking drive. Because I'll tell you something, S-Fan, whenever he's driving, fucking will go 30 miles an hour right to the stoplight. He'll be right here, and he'll be like, brake! and then we go to the next stoplight. And then we're going 30, 45 miles an hour, and brake!
Yeah.
It's like, are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? And, like, Cody, if I drive with Cody, it's great. Because Cody's used to, if Cody got pulled over, he goes to jail. So, like, you can't it's like you're playing the game on hardcore. You can't go to jail. And so, here's the thing, is anybody who has had the experience that if you're not driving around, and if you can't go to jail, if you fuck up, they're gonna drive like a maniac. Like, Mizkif was bragging about how fast he was driving in his new car. I told my dad started telling me about how he drives even faster. He's 70 fucking 4. You think I want to let somebody else drive the car?
Listen, this is a great anecdote or analogy, but you have completely gone off where this ties into Final Fantasy.
No, I haven't, because whenever I play with a bad tank that's got the boss in the wrong position, I'm fucking mad.
But you can't say anything. You can't say, hey, dog,
you can, because they tell me. Like, anytime, because sometimes, like, so, I try to do, like, the roulettes, which is, like, the, like, route finder or whatever. I try to do it, and, like, my goal is to put in the least amount of effort possible. So, like, I want to stand in as many mechanics as possible, and I will use my cooldowns in order to reduce the damage from those mechanics. And so I will try to pull the boss. Instead of fight him in the middle of the room, I will pull him to me, and I'll fight him on the edge of the room. Nobody likes this, but I will do this anyway. So I have to spend less key presses, and I have to spend less time actually playing the game, right? It's almost like it's like asserting my dominance over the group because I get to tell them where they have to stand, and then also I assert my dominance over the boss because I tell him where to stand, and it's not where he's supposed to, and it doesn't matter because I'm still superior, right? It's an ego threat.
This is just you being famous in Final Fantasy and people working around you. That's what that
the fact is that I died twice on Xerxes in Crystal Tower. I died twice on Xerxes in Crystal Tower yesterday, and at the end, you know how you can like vote that somebody was like the MVP, right? A commendation. I got three. I got 3 commendations after I died twice on the last boss fight. Is the main thing.
Yeah, because you're famous.
I am just so.
You're as Mongol.
It was really good, man. It was fucking great.
Do you get votes in the system or what?
Yeah, you do. And if you get 3,000 of them, you get a fat chocobo.
So you're incentivized to play cuddly bears with other people in your group so that they can.
Well, everybody gets you. It's like
if you get enough updudes in Final Fantasy, you get.
It's like you suck my chocobo, I'll suck yours. And so like you have it's a little stick, right? And the stick has a piece of lettuce, and the chocobo will run after the lettuce. But if you change the stick to a piece of cake, then the chocobo will fly. That's funny. I think that's fun. That's cool.
I don't know. I don't like to be nice to people in my groups.
You don't have to. You just click the button, right? It's like you suck my dick, I'll suck yours. It's just it's.
But I don't want my dick sucked. I don't want to suck anyone's dick. I just want to play a damage dealing paladin. I don't want to do any dick sucking.
Okay. All I'm saying is that I think that you would enjoy at least one of the classes. The game is fun. There's a lot of social aspects of the game, and you would probably enjoy it more than you would think. I have enjoyed it more than I thought. Think about everybody that you know that we played the same games together.
I'm thinking.
We played the same games together, and these are the games that that we like, right? There's nothing wrong about that. Yeah, there's absolutely nothing wrong about that.
It's just unfortunate you went with Final Fantasy. I can't follow you there. Okay. I just can't.
What's your queue in New World?
It's let me see. 6,297. Listen, don't stall your stream in the hopes that I get into this queue, because chances are it's not going to happen unless the 53,000 people who are currently watching the stream and are on the server Olympus in New World want to log off so I can get through the queue faster, which would be very cool. But you're probably not going to because you're a fucking weeb who also plays Final Fantasy, and you should go fuck yourself. But if you want to do that, that would be good.
That'd be good. That'll be good. Yeah, that'll be good. And thus did dawn break on a realm reborn. Well, that sounds like, bro, that sounds bad. Like, but where there is light, there is always shadow. Yeah, about to say. Now what?
Amazon's new MMORPG New World is only a few days away from release, and after a relatively successful alpha and beta test, players are excited. The gameplay is solid, the crafting is varied, and the community is already forming and cooperating. But I have some concerns. Has the game already been solved? Has the theory crafting already removed any sense of mystery? And why can't you choose your starting zone if you want to start with a friend? Let's discuss. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I'm Josh Strife Hayes. New World has already seen an alpha and a beta test, and both were extremely successful. We can say this is a very high-quality game. People are excited to return to the supernatural Spanish conquistador-inspired land of Aeternum and tackle the supernatural entity that dwells there, to do the crafting, to do the PvE, and to do the PvP. But has the excitement, has the adventure, has the spirit of trailblazing already been theory crafted out of the game? Has the sense of adventure been removed before it even began? Before we begin, consider dropping a like on the video or subscribing to the channel for more MMO stuff. Ring the bell.
This is like the bad thing about any game that has like a beta where you can play through it a lot. And like this is actually like a good thing about like the classic WoW beta is that they blue balled you. They did all the foreplay, right? It's like, oh man, you're gonna be able to get this, you're gonna be able to get that, you can do this, give level 30, and maybe do a little quest, maybe do a little Scarlet Monster, but no, you can't go any further, right? And so they blue ball you so you keep wanting it. But like with New World, what happened is they released the whole game, and there were some people that neckbearded the fuck out of it, like me, and we reached the end game. And now, like whenever the game comes out, what is really the thing that you're excited about? What is the thing that you're looking forward to? You see what I'm saying?
All the future notifications, and as usual, a massive thank you to all the supporters on Patreon and Twitch who keep the channel going. More on this at the end. For now, let's begin. New World has been designed, at least aesthetically, around the Age of Discovery, focusing on the Spanish conquistadors. The spirit of the conquistadors was one of exploration and adventure, of trailblazing. Even the name New World invokes images of journeying into the strange, charting the uncharted. The game is leaning into the unknown aspect pretty heavily. And yet, in the last few days, I've seen the game be completely and thoroughly documented. The
funny thing is I watched half of these videos last night. Like I was sitting there trying to watch every New World video to get any new information or any tricks that I didn't know. I was doing the same fucking thing, okay? Like I'm a metagaming piece of shit.
Uncharted has been charted before release. If you hop on over to the New World subreddit, you can find infographics, guides, charts, and complete breakdowns of exactly how, to the moment, level up with maximum efficiency.
Oh my God.
Exactly how many items you'll need to level any given skill. The exact route to take to reach endgame as fast as you can. A game focusing on exploration and discovery and the thrill of possibility now has a step-by-step tourist guide. And I think this will affect the start of the game pretty strongly. Now, there is nothing inherently wrong with theory crafting. I enjoy that, and some of my favourite games need theory crafting. You can play Magic the Gathering and work out the best deck. You can play Warhammer 40k and work out the best army. You can play any online game or roleplay game and work out the best combination of weapons and items and skills and equipment. But theory crafting is normally done to achieve a goal, to get from the start to the end as quick as possible, to get from A to B with the least disruption in between. And the gameplay is normally the bit that happens between A and B. In Magic, you're crafting to win as fast as possible. In Warhammer, you're crafting to win as fast as possible. In RPGs, you're crafting to finish the game as fast as possible. In MMORPGs, when you theory craft, you're essentially saying, what is the least amount of time I can play this game for to achieve the maximum amount of gameplay, to get to the end as soon as possible?
It's kind of funny to think about it, that like the goal of metagaming is to not play the game. Like you want to invest yourself into the game, you want to know as much as possible about the game so you don't have to play it. Like having to play the game, that is like the pinnacle of failure. Yeah, that's what losers do. It's like, you ever seen somebody out there like farming materials or like trying to farm gold and you're like, idiot, like you fucking stupid, just go buy a WoW token. Like, what are you doing, man? What are you doing? You farming 10,000 gold an hour? Like, what's wrong with you?
What do you mean, what's wrong with you? What is it? What are you trying to say?
Oh, McConnell's going to try to take the everyman approach, but he's sitting here getting meat. So McConnell, this is what happens, right? Is that McConnell doesn't beg for gold. He doesn't beg for gold. He would never do that. I beg for gold.
Yep.
And then McConnell begs me for gold.
And then you give it to me.
I give you the gold. So I get all the hate. And then you get to play the everyday.
Oh, okay. So this is gonna be like a slash spit situation here. Okay.
No, I'm just tanking things. I'm tanking all the hate.
I'm not saying you and I represent the fucking everyman. I'm saying not everybody can fucking drop $20 on a goddamn token for a virtual currency. Dickhead.
Well, you could farm gold a lot fucking faster if you were selling carries, alright? So it's still stupid to farm a 10k gold an hour.
The game you are efficiently playing through is the game. Are you theory crafting away the content? I've already made a video on Have Guides Ruined MMOs, and I think
Yes.
over the next few days, the release of New World will actually really highlight the points I made in that video. The MMORPG is a forever game. It is designed to be played for many years, but they often don't launch with years of content, at least not for the hardcore players. They launch with enough content to sate a casual player, but these charts and graphics aren't for casual players. They are detailed, step-by-step guides to blitz
These are
through
for
the content
losers,
as
for
quickly as
neckbeards
possible
like me.
and get to the end game. And if you do this, I feel you may become somewhat disappointed when you realise the game you rushed through was the bulk of the actual gaming experience. If you enjoy playing efficiently, that's fine.
Yeah, this
but
is
you
what people do: is they play into the end. They rush into the end game, and the end game sucks. Then they quit, and they say the game sucks. But yeah, the journey inside of the game is just simply not what a lot of people care about. That's what people do. And it happens in WoW, it happens in Final Fantasy, it happens everywhere.
must understand, if you follow a step-by-step maximum efficiency guide, you are playing the game to consume the content as quickly as possible. So when you later turn around and say, wow, the game has no content, you'll have to realise it does. You just played it in a way to skip most of it.
Yeah.
You achieved your goal. You reached the end quickly. Well done. Enjoy having less to do. You played in a way to
Congrats.
finish the game as fast
You
as
played
possible.
yourself.
You achieve that. You suddenly realise you've skipped the game. New World is based on the tales of adventure from years gone by, and these thrilling stories often focus on the journey more than the destination. The original explorers of Uncharted Islands didn't have maps, and so they discovered as they went. The Trailblazers didn't have efficiency mapped out for them. It's
Now the conquistadors of New World just look on Google and they figure out the most hyper-optimized way to build plate armor to fight against the hordes. Yeah, it's what isn't that what Cortez and Pizarro did? They were like, let me just check my phone right here. Okay, well, it says the Aztec king, it says he's got a daughter. Let's see if she has an OnlyFans. Okay, seems like she doesn't. Well, let's kidnap her anyway, and then we'll use her, right? And this is what they would do. Yeah, Cortez basically did have a min-max guide. If you look up anything about Cortez's history, the guy is basically a complete piece of shit who ended up accidentally winning almost every encounter. Like, there was one time that he had a mutiny, and then by the time that he got to the mutiny, because I think he went to the wrong place, the person who was leading the mutiny died from, like, dysentery or something. So he came there, and it just worked itself out. And by the way, while he was sailing over there, he had his wife and his mistress on the same boat. Hernan Cortez was a fucking pimp.
It's the struggles of overcoming adversity that make for a good story later. Treasure Island wouldn't be as good if there was a giant arrow pointing to where the treasure was. If you want to remove your own personal sense of
That's
exploration
true.
and discovery by using guides, that's absolutely fine. You're welcome to do that. It's
Yeah.
your prerogative. No one can tell you how to play or not to play a game. No one can tell you how to have fun. The
That's
danger
not
is
true.
because these guides exist, people will feel at least a level of pressure to use them. If you don't use a guide,
Spain?
will you lag behind the rest of the community? Will you lag behind your friends? If you do use a guide, are you pressuring your friends to do the same thing and removing their sense of adventure and exploration? Knowing
See,
that
this
a
is
guide...
what I did to McConnell, is I ruined McConnell's Classic WoW experience by trying to force him to play a good spec. Is McConnell wanted to play a Rep Paladin, and I said, no, McConnell, you're wrong. That is not how to have fun. You cannot have fun. And I was like, you need to play Holy. And so what did McConnell do? McConnell did something that's called malicious compliance.
Yeah.
Is that McConnell fucking put Palladini on follow for all of Molten Core as Holy and spammed me with rank 1 Flash of Light.
Hey, you want your heals?
guide exists
Here's your heals, bitch.
is often enough to put new players into the
it's even better to
situation
drop that
of,
100 on the fucking
do I
onslaught
need
girdle.
to...
Yeah, McConnell rolls a 100 on an Onslaught Girdle, and then he never raids again.
Boom.
Yeah, he's done. Like, why would he need to raid? He just got the belt. Like, what's the point?
To be fair, I still use that belt at 70.
Oh, God. Jesus Christ, that's so bad. Oh, my God. Just get the belt. You can probably get somebody to make it for you. I don't know.
Oh, fuck WoW, dude. Fuck
Yeah,
WoW.
it's just too fucking much, man. So you don't want to have to play the game. You don't want to have that type of responsibility.
use this? Am I playing the game wrong,
Yes.
if I'm not playing it efficiently.
True.
In my video, Are Guides Ruining MMOs, I argued that while you don't have to follow a guide if you don't want to, an MMORPG game is a community, and your actions will affect the community. Choosing to play inefficiently will allow you to retain the sense of exploration and adventure, but may hinder a team who want to play mechanically, not emotionally.
Here's the way I've always looked at it, is that if you're playing by yourself, you do whatever you want. It's totally fine. But if you join a group, I think that there should be an expectation that you will try to not be a piece of shit. You know, because if you're going to solicit other people's time and effort and invite them to play with you and willingly subject themselves to that. Now, if they're fine with you playing like a goofball, that's okay. But if they're not, then you're the one who's wrong and not them. Yeah, that's the way I see it. You don't pay my sub, that's right. And you don't pay their sub either. And you shouldn't be surprised whenever they don't want to play with somebody who's not putting in the same amount of effort that they are. It's all about finding people that are of the same mindset, that have the same goals. You want to join a guild that gets all the world buffs in Classic WoW, you do that. But if you get all the world buffs in Classic WoW and nobody else in your guild does, and you get mad that they treat you the same even though you're doing way better, then you're the asshole because you're coming in and you want everything else to change around you. I think it's about being able to fit in.
Likewise, following a guide might allow you to
That's
blitz
how I
through
see
the
it.
content because that's what you find fun, but you are now more likely to find yourself alone at the end game while other people take their time playing through casually. When World of Warcraft Classic released, people were excited to relive the classic experience as they remembered it, but it didn't feel right, and that's because we are living in the post-information age for that game. When World of Warcraft released, it was released pre-information.
It's a stone
People
age.
didn't know about the dungeons or the raids or the best in slot items, and it was only through playing that the guides were written and the websites were set up to help players become better. Part
nobody
of the
had the internet
experience of
back
playing an MMORPG, especially a new MMO as a new player, is the creation of the body of knowledge about that game. The process of moving from a pre-information state to a post-information state. We didn't know, we explored, now we know. And it's that exploration that a lot of people enjoy. And these guides and infographics get produced by the people who do the exploration. Unfortunately...
See, you know what I think? I think that both sides are assholes. I think they are. Because, like, if you are one of those people that, like, you're super into just... You go off and you play the game and you do what you want to do and you have fun and everybody else should play the same way that you do. Why is everybody rushing everything? BWL's coming out. I'm still level 41, man. I can't get my mount for another 3 weeks. What do you mean, dude? Oh my God, slow down, guys. Nobody's enjoying the game. What is this? Like, yeah, you're a normie dad. You've got 9 kids, 3 wives, and 2 jobs. You don't have time to play the game. And nobody else should either. And so that guy's an asshole, right? 100%, because now he's complaining about the way other people are playing the game. Because some people like to min-max. But if you're a min-maxer, and you get mad at anybody who is not playing the way that you want to play, and you try to push that on other people, even in places like you're not really supposed to do that in, you're just shitting on people in like a city or whatever, then that's totally fucking bad too. So I think it's about letting people play the way they want to play. That's what matters to me. That's what I think is important the most.
By doing that, they are removing the reason to do it from other players. With data mining and almost complete alphas and YouTube and Twitch and Wikipedia, we are in a strange place for the MMO. Because brand new games are releasing into a post-information stage immediately. When the only way to discover was to explore, gameplay was the answer. You didn't know how to level a skill until you went to do the skill. You didn't know if a weapon was good until you used the weapon. And when gameplay is the answer, players experience more gameplay. They answer the question by actually doing what it was they had a question about. Now, all the questions you could possibly ask have already been answered before you even log in. A brand new player to New World can know before even downloading what
you know
the
what
best...
this reminds me of? This reminds me of, remember whenever I played Dark Souls? And people were like, I got this item, it was called a Firekeeper Soul. It was in Blighttown. I remember this very, very specifically. It was like, you know, like after you kill Quelaag and you're going back up the ramp, and it's like that thing where it's like the dart thrower, and there's another one, the dogs at the bottom, and you pick it up. And I get the Firekeeper Soul, and I'm asking you guys, should I use the Firekeeper Soul? And everyone's like, yeah, use it, try and use the Firekeeper Soul, use it right now. It's going to be really good for you. And McConnell.
No.
Is like, do it, man. Oh my god, do it. Click on it. See what happens. Oh man, you got one of those? Oh, those are so rare, dude. Oh, this playthrough's gonna be easy for you. What the fuck? And finally, I click on it. And then immediately, you fucking idiot! You're so stupid! Why would you click on this? Are you dumb? What's wrong with you? And I had no fucking idea. How would I know? And so this happened to me, and I pressed it. I got 5 humanity. And so, I felt like a fucking idiot. That's what happens.
Yeah, I can't believe I ruined those streams.
You ruined the whole thing. Can't believe that was disgusting.
I'm so sorry, Reddit.
That is so fucking disgusting. Wow.
Leveling route is, weapon combination is, and gold farming method will be. I find it extremely ironic that a game based on the exploration and discovery of a new world has been fully mapped and charted before it even releases. Now, as in the previous video, How Guides Ruined MMOs, I explained the solution, and it's actually quite simple. Just find people who enjoy the game the same way that you enjoy the game. If you want to meet up with people who use guides to theory craft everything to the top percent and speed run the content, fine, you can do that. If you want to hang around with people who don't read guides and explore and discover, that's fine, you can do that as well. Just team up with the people who play the game the way you want to play them, especially if you have a group of friends. So you'd think I'd just say, just start New World with your mates. Unfortunately, you might not be able to. New World will release into a post-information state. The player base won't be forced to explore because everything is already documented. You explore for your own personal enjoyment. This means you can...
Do you guys think the random starting locations is a big deal? I don't really think it is.
I don't like it, but
it's like 30, 40 minutes of like solo questing, and then you just meet up in the same place. Like I don't like it sucks. Like all right, so here's the truth, right? Remember back during WoW, whenever you had like that Stygia chisel that would remove the sockets of domination, and I was like, well, it's not that big of a deal to have the Stygia chisel. And then somebody in chat said, well, then why is it there? And I was like, good point. Very good point. So I don't think it's a big deal, but I can see why people are annoyed by it.
You could say the same thing about the fucking paintings.
No, because it's a different reason. People aren't mad about the paintings getting removed. They're mad about why they're getting removed.
Yeah, but it's like, if you have to justify something's existence within a game, that I don't think that, I don't know. I don't think that's going to lead to a good place. If you're constantly having to justify something, oh, well, this doesn't need to exist because we don't like the chisel because it's you know, it's not a big deal.
It's a waste of an inventory slot. You know what? Everybody knows it's a waste of fucking time, man.
No, I don't care about the chisel.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, I don't like having to justify something's existence in the game.
Someone said that I think sometimes if it's something that affects players and affects the gameplay loop, I think that it should be always called into question. Design decisions, like artistically, are different though.
Choose to play to a mapped outline or to ignore all the guides and go on your own journey. So from the moment you log in, you'll ideally want your friends around you to adventure together in a way you all enjoy. Well, when you make a character in New World, you don't get to choose where you start. You will be randomly assigned to one of the multiple starting zones. So if you and a friend start playing on the same server on the same day at the same time, you may spawn in on different sides of the map. And walking to the other side will not only take a long time, it also means crossing dangerous areas with aggressive enemies and likely dying.
I have to say though, if you don't like walking from one randomly assigned point in the map to another randomly assigned point in the map with about 20 minutes of travel time between point A and point B, you're gonna have a really bad time doing story quests for New World.
It's an extremely questionable starting mechanic. MMORPGs are designed to be played together, and the opening of a game is where you can make or break your player count. Players decide if they like a game within minutes, up to an hour or two if you're lucky. Having a system where friends or a friendship group cannot start their adventure together in an easy way is going to put so many people off, especially people new to the genre who only bought the game so they can adventure together with friends. Now, I know there are people who will be shouting and commenting, just level up a bit and you can walk to meet your friend. And yes, I know, but I'm thinking about the average gamer or a new MMORPG player.
Yeah.
Being told to play a game for several hours before you can go and join your friends, when the only reason you're playing is to go and play with your friends, isn't a solution. That's a temporary
I agree with
fix
that
that we're putting on until an actual permanent solution is found. There is no reason for a random start system to work like this. Now, players in the Discord and on Reddit have already found a solution.
And it's dumb. Like, the thing is, like, that's the thing. The way I look at it, it's not a big deal, but it's still dumb. And the way I see it is, like, if this is what the issue is like dumb design decisions like this, even though they're not a big deal, it's like a mining canary. It's like if they're willing to do one thing that's stupid, what if they do another thing that's stupid? You see what I'm saying? You see how this happens? Right? It's not a big deal, but like the reason, the rationality behind it is the problem.
Involving accepting but not handing in the first quest, then finishing it and opening the map to teleport to another location and hand it in at the place you want to start. Because the first quest is the same no matter which starting zone you're in,
Sure,
so you can hand it in at any starting zone and technically start from there. But the average player won't be on Reddit, and starting a game with your friends should not require a complex in-game workaround. Now, I understand there are temporary solutions and fixes to this issue, but for the average gamer, you don't have time to tell them a fix. You can't trust they'll read a Reddit thread. You can't say, oh, just play for 2 or 3 hours, because the average casual gamer is going to give you an hour at most and then leave.
Yeah,
Every single moment of your gaming experience, from seeing the advert to downloading the game to signing up for an account to logging in for the first time, needs to be smooth, because every single road bump along that way will lose you players. It is remarkably hard to give Final Fantasy XIV money. And we've explained before that FF14 are losing players because of that road bump in the process.
So
if you log into a game and you can't go and meet your friends straight away, that is a small minor road bump. It might not affect you, but I guarantee it's going to affect someone. The more road bumps, the more hiccups a player base faces along the way, from purchasing to playing to teaming up and enjoying the content with their friends, the more people you are going to lose. If you want to capture the spirit of exploration, which is what New World is all about.
I'll give you an example, right? So, like, if you ever do... You guys ever seen us, like, do, like, sometimes we do, like, a stream on, like, the Chipotle channel, or we do a stream on, like, the current channel, right? It's, like, sponsored streams. You lose so many people going from one Twitch stream to another. And it doesn't matter who it is or anything like that. It makes no fucking difference. Because even, it doesn't matter if it's a sponsored stream or not. Even if you're going from one stream to another, it's like, have you guys ever had a time that, like, you want to watch a stream and you open it up on mobile and you don't have ad blocker on mobile? Like, I don't have ad blocker on mobile. And you get hit with an ad and you're like, actually, you know what? Fuck it. I do that once a day at least. At least once a day, I say, yeah, fuck it. Like, that's it. And it's only, like, really, it's like 30 seconds of your time. You can just, like, wait for 30 seconds. But why? Why would you wait? You have to get your content now, okay? You're hooked into the Matrix. You've got to get your fix at this exact second. And if it takes more than 5 seconds, you're done.
Make it possible for friends and family to meet up in the game immediately. Let them form parties and form guilds immediately. Let them adventure together from the very first minute of logging in. Because if you do that, people will be much more likely to stick around. Personally, I think New World is going to launch with 2 very different feelings. One of newness and exploration and discovery felt by the casual players picking up the game from seeing the adverts and wanting an adventure, and the other of charted completion and efficiently mapped out gameplay, held by those already reading up on tactics and strategies with a planned out route. I can see both these feelings clashing in the player base, finding it difficult to mix together in the game world. The best way to reconcile this is to have players start with similar players, but the randomized start isn't adding to the fun. It's just keeping friends away from starting together, and it will not go down well with a more casual player base.
Yeah,
but
casual indies will not like that.
Let me know how you feel about New World launching in a post-information age, and whether the randomized start is a good thing.
It's a good
Comment down below. Thank you for watching. Another massive thank you to the Patreon supporters and Twitch subs for keeping the channel going. You can support from only £1 a month. Check the video description for links to the Patreon, Twitch, Twitter, Discord, and my new second channel, Josh Strife Plays, where I'll be replaying classic games voted on by you. And as always,
here's the video right there.
A great day.
Patreon list. Yeah, it's great to see him have that many people, man. That's fucking awesome. I think his videos are great. They're insightful, and I think he talks about, the thing is, like, this guy talks about a lot of the things that I think about. So I like watching his videos a lot. I even watched some of the ones that I haven't seen on stream, off stream. Obviously, like, there is a little bit of a finale here to the Blizzard lawsuit drama. Update: Activision Blizzard has settled with the Equal Opportunity and will create an $18 million fund earmarked for compensating victims of harassment and discrimination. Now, I want to ask you a question. Do you think this is a lot of money for them? Do you think that they... Okay, so let's say you make 50 million and you have to pay $18 million. Would you want to invest $18 million to make $50 million? Would anybody want to make that investment? Yes, okay. So this is what happens, and this is the problem with a lot of these governmental agencies, is that they're fair. They think that they're going to do whatever is fair. They're going to fine them for $18 million, and this is fair. If you want companies to stop doing this, you have to stop being fair. You have to stop playing fair with them. And the reason why you have to stop playing fair is because fairness, it is calculable. Fairness is predictable. Fairness you can plan around and you can manipulate. Unfairness, you never know what's going to happen. And that's what it's risk management. Yes, it's risk management. So the truth is that what this tells me here is that the situation at Activision Blizzard is not going to get better. And the reason for that is because this is a multi-billion-dollar company with average revenues in the billions of dollars. So if it only costs them $18 million a year, let's say, to treat their employees like shit, and then they can also fucking go and turn this around and be like, oh, we're helping victims of harassment and discrimination, this is like a double win for them. Like, not only did they get to fuck over their employees, but they also get to say that they're helping discrimination. So this is like a fucking win-win situation. Yeah, they fuck over their employees and they get virtue signal points. Of course they're gonna do this. Government's a fucking joke. It's pathetic. I'm amazed that this still happens. I really am. Every day I am amazed that there are not riots every fucking day. Like, that people do not immediately fucking march on whatever the government building is and demand an immediate recall of everybody inside. It's disgusting. It's an absolute fucking disgrace. When a company is caught doing something shady, they have to respond with a public statement. Representation. Oh yeah. These companies don't care at all about the causes, all right? And if you want any fucking evidence of that, look at the fact that Henry Ford sent cars to Hitler, all right? I don't want to fucking hear about, oh, well, these companies have a conscience. No, they fucking don't. They're trying to play on the winning side, and that's the only thing that matters. If it was popular to fucking say racist shit, these companies would be promoting white power, and that's what I really fucking believe. I don't think that they care about this shit at all. I don't think that people running the game, these companies, care about this shit at all. And they purely use these things to use legitimate social issues as shields for their disgusting corporate practices. That's what it really is. I understand that they sometimes do positive things, and I think that's nice. But whenever you do one positive thing, it's like, oh, well, okay, well, what we did is we made all of our workers work 100 hours a week, and 3 of them died. But we donated $100,000 to a charity that benefits women. No, that's not good enough. That's not fucking good enough. Stop working people until they die. Yes, we're seeing it right now with Blizzard. And we'll talk about that in just a little bit, okay? Painting of women gets turned into a bowl of fruit, but sidewalk wiener stays. Well, the thing is, like, Blizzard has so many different examples of dicks in their game. I'm just so tired of it. Like, I'm tired of being patronized by a company of weirdos that can't look at a woman and have an attractive woman without thinking that it's like somehow manipulating her or whatever, like, or it's like fucking objectifying her.
it's just so cringe to me, and I'm just so tired of it, man. I'm just so fucking tired of that shit. They aren't doing anything wrong. Your son trained? Absolutely they are. I think that they are. What they are doing is that they are bringing people on that have an agenda, and they want to change the video game to be congruent with their real life worldview. And I don't want that, because I want to play a fantasy game that is not dictated and directed by the sensitivities of people who have an agenda and they want to change a video game to reinforce that worldview. I don't want that. And I don't think anybody else does either. I see this happen with so many different things, and people get pissed off about it every fucking time. It was already like that? No, it was not already like that. That's the thing. Is that the implication there is that having a dick, something, the big love rocket. So this is your implication, right? Is that the big love rocket there is somehow bad. That sex is fundamentally bad, and that's something that I disagree with. And you're right, it's a worldview. What I'm really saying is that I'm saying their worldview is wrong. I'm saying that they have a wrong-headed, a badly, I don't know, like focused worldview, and they are using that worldview and making my games worse. Yes, absolutely. Cringe plus, yeah, they've renamed the Big Love Rocket, and also the twin consorts have been renamed in Throne of Thunder. Thank you, Blizzard. Thank you so much. Sexism is now solved, because everybody knows a dick joke is the same as harassing an employee. Now, you want to know what my opinion is about all this stuff? I think that you can make sex jokes and you can make dick jokes, and it's not sexist at all. I think that women can make them. I think men can make them. I think they're fucking funny. And I think the idea that you can't make these things, you can't say this kind of stuff, just like Final Fantasy. You want to know why it's okay that Final Fantasy can do this stuff? It's because they're not fucking creeps. They're not creeps. Just don't be a fucking creep. Don't be personal with it. Yeah, it's the same as like if you walk around the office and you put your hand on people's shoulders. Yes, this is an invasion of personal privacy or personal space. You should not really be touching people. I never touch people, okay? I never do that. Doesn't matter about COVID or anything. I don't like touching people. And anyway, you see this like in all my pictures. Like I almost always hover hand people. It doesn't matter if it's a hot girl or a fat dude. Doesn't fucking matter. I'm hover handing you either way because I don't want to touch you. So if you're walking around and you're putting your hand on somebody's shoulder, you know, everybody's shoulder at the office, yes, this is bad. But you know what's a lot worse? Is if the only person that you put your hand on their shoulder is the pretty young girl. And you don't put your hand on anybody else's shoulder, just hers. And that's where they're at. That's where they're fucking at. Yeah, sniffing their hair. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's harassment. Yeah, of course it's harassment. It's weird. And I'm not about that at all. Not one bit. I think one thing that's like really off-putting to me as with Diablo. So apparently Diablo changed the way the Amazon looked, and I didn't play the original Diablo, but I think that the language of the reason why they changed it was because that you guys know what I'm talking about. Yeah. So they had changed it because she looked like she had just walked out of a nightclub or something like that. And so this is, again, you know, Blizzard, you know, because they can't sniff girls' chairs after they get up, they obviously can't have attractive women in their games at all, right? It's either one or the other. There's no sense of decorum or you know, medium.
Is that change of because of the sexism, or is it just adding higher detail because they can finally do it? Because, yeah, it's more detailed on the tits, but here on the stomach, yeah, it's just adding more. And yeah, they took away the belly button, that's about it. The detail of the tits is still there.
Here at all. It's just, it's either all or nothing, okay? They're either wearing nothing or they're wearing none outfits.
So, I saw that Blizzard has, they're removing emotes from the game now. There's like more emotes getting removed. I can't help but to feel like I'm the one getting punished. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like I'm getting punished because Blizzard developers, like, can't keep their hands to themselves. We can't use these emotes now because, like, some weirdo at your company has a problem. I think WoW's coming to an end. People have been saying WoW's gonna die for, like, 10 years, but
I do think that it's definitely, like, this is definitely a big turning point for the health of the game. Like, to me, I'm sad about it for sure, but it's not like they're ever gonna shut down the servers. Like, they'll probably always just keep making expansions. I mean, fuck, dude, EverQuest keeps making expansions. So I don't think, like, WoW is gonna, like, just, like, they're gonna shut down all the servers and just say, okay, well, we're never gonna make any WoW content again. It's just that it's not gonna be as big as it used to be, and it's gonna be much more niche, and it's gonna have a much smaller community. Like, I don't want to, like, put all my eggs in one basket with this game anymore. Like, it's so fucking exhausting having to deal with them, and just, like, the attitude of the developers. Like, as I said, I just, like, there's something that's, like, just really off-putting about them changing, like, all the things in the game, to me. And I find it, as I said, I find it personally insulting, because I think that it comes with the implication that the players are somehow at fault, or there's something bad about the players. And I really resent that as a player. I think, honestly, it's a cultural thing, too. I'm gonna be honest, it seems like Western developers just have their fucking head up their ass. Like, it's literally that simple. They have their fucking head up their ass, and they have these gigantic fucking egos, and they have no business having this big of an ego. Like, most of the games that come out are usually derivative of other older games. There are very rarely, like, new, super unique, like, cool ideas. And ironically, the people that usually have the new, super unique, cool ideas never act like the people who don't. It's like, almost, it's like the worse of a developer you are, the bigger your ego is.
Get them. $1,500. What is this? Going end of numbers.
Tess, can you guys hear me?
There's been a leak about, is that 24-inch live? I think it says 20. I don't know. I just went to fucking store and I bought an expensive one. You guys can see I can afford it now, right? You know? The funny thing about me being number 14 is the fact that I didn't even stream for like a whole year. Like, I don't really, like, I've said this before, right? Like, this is the same thing with the Twitch payouts. Like, people are like, I'm sure that there are some streamers that are like really embarrassed by it or whatever. So like, they said I made like $2.6 million between like now and, or 2020 and 2021 and 2019 or something like that. Like, I don't really know, like, because I don't really ever check how much money I have, like, ever. It just goes into, like, accounts, and then that's it. But, I mean, a number is not, this is not a wildly inaccurate number. I will say that. Like, this is not a wildly inaccurate number. I don't really give a fuck that much about people knowing that, because I think that not telling people that is... It's like, I don't want, like, the thing is, I don't really, I live the same life that I think a lot of other people that watch my stream live. I don't really do anything crazy with my money at all. Obviously, like, soon I'm gonna have to do, I'm gonna have to get a caretaker for my mom and everything like that, probably in home nurse or a nurse that'll visit and take care of her regularly. Same with probably a maid service too. That way it just makes it easier for her to clean up around the house, etc. And so this is going to be a lot of money I'm going to need to spend. But in the grand scheme of things, it's something I can afford and whatever. But to me, I always feel better about spending more money on other people than spending it on myself. I'll say that for sure. How is the leak a big deal? The reason the leaks are a big deal, so this is like, I'll talk about it in a number of different directions and a number of different things. This is a more unique thing on Twitch than it is on, let's say, like YouTube, for example.
On YouTube, I think that there's much more of an understanding that the people that are popular on YouTube have very extravagant lifestyles, or at least they have the capacity to have those. But I think that on Twitch, there's like this idea that whenever you have a smaller content creator or something like that, this person is not even smaller, but like just a content creator in general, like people develop a personal connection with this individual. They develop a connection with them emotionally. I think the reason this dovetails into also the reason why I think that women are not as popular on Twitch. It has nothing to do really with the women themselves. I think that it has a lot more to do with the fact that people watch streams for the relatability factor, and a gender barrier there is a barrier to entry in terms of allowing somebody to be able to understand the way another person feels, right? So this is the same reason why women are not popular on Twitch, and I think also to a lesser extent other minority groups are not either. It's because people watch other people that look like them that they can relate to, and this is can be upset about this or whatever, but this is just human behavior. And either way, we can just basically draw a parallel between the way that people are able to relate to a streamer. And so if you have a streamer that has a high relatability, and then you find out this streamer is making $800,000 a year, meanwhile you've been donating to him and you're making $40,000 a year, and you're trying to help out your boy and you're part of the community, you're gonna feel a little bit stupid for that. To me, for streaming, like I don't really. It's funny, right? Because you guys remember whenever Pokimane turned off her donations, and I said that I was concerned about this becoming a trend that then is used as a rationalization to promote hate towards streamers who do not. I think the rationalization people use for why streamers should take off donations is it's just not very strong. I think that a lot of streamers do it as a PR move or something like that. And the truth is, like, the reason why I stopped doing TTS, it's very simple. It's because it was fucking annoying. I don't care. Like, I made, like, I don't know, it was like over $5,000 in one day in TTS. And like every day I would make thousands of dollars in TTS. But it was fucking annoying. And like, I don't want to have, it's fucking annoying. And so I turned it off. That's pretty much about it. May I make a disclaimer on the donation? No, the thing is that a lot of people, everybody has ways that they can, like a mentally ill person or somebody who's a fucking idiot is going to always find a way to, a fool in their money or soon parted. And it doesn't really matter like what happens or like what avenues you give them. They're always going to find a way to waste their money. And I think that if you put that degree of responsibility on the person who's taking the money without really any sort of context behind it, I think that it's just, it's probably just something that's done out of spite and resentment and not necessarily logic. So I don't agree with that at all. This is my perspective on making money and everything like that. And this is something I've talked about before, but I'll go ahead and I'll go over it again. Is I think that it's always a good idea, like if you're a streamer or whatever, you should try to make as much money as you can. It's hard to transition to doing another job after being a streamer. Like imagine somebody Googles Asmongold, like what's going to come up? Probably things that you wouldn't want to hire somebody for. So it's very much it's a dead-end job in a lot of ways. Obviously, some other people are able to turn it into something that it's not a dead-end job for. But with many others, I think that it definitely is. And I know obviously every streamer has like their own different perspective on what they want to do, etc. But for me, like I look at making as much money as, not really as much money as I can, but I make a good amount of money. I don't really try to overreach or underreach. I just do what I do, and whatever happens, happens. And the reason why I think that's important is because obviously you have things that happen that you can expect will happen, and things that happen that you can't expect will happen. Things like, like your parents getting older, and now I have to hire probably a nurse for my mom, etc. This costs money. This is not something that I necessarily need to do within my means, but this is something that people do people don't really think about. I think a lot of times whenever they consider like the amount of money that they have to spend. And also, it's like, imagine like you have a kid and the kid has like a fucking disorder, or there's something wrong with the kid for whatever reason, and you end up having to spend like thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars on making sure this kid is not completely fucked up for his life. Whenever I think about like making money and everything like that, I think about like making it for my family, for my kids' kids potentially, and just it's not really just for me. It's for everybody around me as well, like people I can help out, things I can do, etc. So I don't have a kid, but like what I'm saying is if I ever did or something like that, then I'd be able to take care of them too. And it's generational wealth. I think that's the idea. And I don't really hold that against anybody. I think that's probably what everybody, I think that's a good thing in a way, is to try to make money to provide for your family and for people you care about. Like that's what it's all about, in my opinion. So if there's any people that are upset about that, it's going to be a fundamental disagreement here. Everyone aspires for that? Yeah, everybody aspires for that. So until people become boring and grown up? Yeah, I think that's true. Like, having all the money to pay for your bills is boring, but having to fucking call up the City of Austin Utilities and get them to give you a 30-day extension, having to go down to the food stamp office and apply for food stamps again, sit in a fucking line for 3 hours. Yeah, you're right. It's more interesting, but it's not as fun. I'll tell you that, man. It's a fucking pain in the dick. But yeah, I wish I was bored. Yeah, exactly, man. Either way, I'm not gonna get into that too much more. But I think that there are a lot of streamers out there who do really play into, and this is something that I've always tried to be very outspoken about, the parasocial relationship. And I think this is the idea of that. I think this is much more an issue, like with my stream and like with my viewers. I think that this is not as big of an issue because a lot of you guys are fucking boomers. Like, let's just be honest. You can be honest with me. Tell me the truth. You're fucking boomers. I know it. You know it. Everybody knows it. So anyway, because you're all boomers, you don't really have that same, like, I think younger people that are, by the nature of them being younger, more naive, are going to be much more susceptible to being pulled into a parasocial relationship with a live streamer. Whether this is a love interest relationship or a friendly relationship or whatever. A lot of my audience, by the way, guys, like I would say like the median age of my audience is somewhere, I said 28 yesterday, but like probably between like 26 and 30. Like, if I had to say like how many people are in that range, I think that would be probably the highest range. Either way, like what I'm saying is that there's a lot of people who are, they're viewers of streams and everything like that, and they're a lot younger, and so they see some guy who does basically the same stuff that they do, and except for this person is getting, let's say, 10,000, 20,000 viewers, and they think, wow, this guy is just like me. This guy is like my friend. Like, this is like another version of me. And I think people, viewers, take this and they expand it so much. Yeah, he's just like me, exactly, my streamer, something like that. And in the process of doing that, they develop a connection, and that connection is based off of congruency. It's based off of similarities in lifestyle and similarities between themselves and that streamer. And I think people that have those similarities are more likely to donate money to streamers. They're more likely to give streamers more money and be more supportive of them and watch them more and everything like that. So whenever you find out that this streamer who you thought you had a lot of common with and everything like that, whenever you find out that that streamer actually makes, I don't know, like $50,000 a month, $800,000 a year, whatever number you want to throw out there, that really kind of throws a wrench in the gears that are fucking turning in this guy's head that make him think that he has some connection with the top 50 streamer. So this is why a lot of streamers might not be comfortable talking about this, and might be a reason why a lot of streamers don't really like talking about this, etc. It's because in the process of doing so, it in a way alienates them from their audience, because these are people that have a tremendous position of, I think privilege in a way has a connotation of being unearned, and of course everybody does to some degree earn their success on Twitch, so I'm hesitant to use that word, but you see what I'm kind of saying, right? These are people that have, they are immensely, what's the word? Fuck, what was the word? Like, fortunate, they're fortunate, thank you so much. I don't know why sometimes I draw a blank on these words. Yeah, extremely fortunate people, and because of that, obviously, have you ever had like a friend, and this is a good question for you guys, you ever had a friend whenever you're growing up maybe, who always had like, he always had the new thing, you always had, you still had the Nintendo 64, but he got the GameCube, you're still sitting there playing Halo 2, but he's got the Halo 3 on Xbox 360, and that caused a little bit of resentment between you and that friend, and maybe it's people at school instead, or something like that. Have you guys ever had that? A lot, actually, yeah. Many people have had that, and this is a very common thing, and that resentment is something that a lot of streamers don't want to ferment in their own audience for obvious reasons. So it makes sense that they would try to not necessarily talk about these kinds of things that much. I consider myself very lucky and very fortunate myself, personally, in a unique way that a lot of my audience is boomers that usually watch from YouTube. Like, whenever I tell a joke, I get as many LMAOs as I get as little W's. Like, I get more views on YouTube than I do on Twitch, to be honest with you. So, obviously, like, it's bad. Like, Twitch really fucked up with this. I'll definitely say that. Like, this is fucking... this is a pretty big mistake for Twitch, and it definitely makes them look bad. And I think that, really, like, you can be like, oh, YouTube's so much better, but YouTube has stupid shit happen all the time. Like, the fact is, like, whenever you run a tech company or anything like this is just going to happen. And it's actually good. No, it's not good at all. Having people's personal information leaked and spread out to the public is not good. I can't really see that as a good thing at all. There are people that always want to know more about a streamer or a content creator's life. So even if that information is obtained through a violation of that person's privacy, they consider that good because they view their relationship with a content creator as holistic. This is a merging, like a marriage between you and them. So anything more that you know is fundamentally good about them. Which is, yeah, this is, in another word, like, I'm fucking intellectualizing this. I think I can make a much better word for this. They're fucking weirdos. They're weirdos. They're entitled weirdos. So, yeah, definitely not something I'm a fan of. What's your take on streamers acting in need? I mean, I think that, so, this is going to be a problem, and this is another bad thing that's going to happen, and this is what I think will happen, is that streamers that are smaller content creators, people will see these leaks and they will assume that the smaller content creators, because they're just not, a lot of people don't really think about this a lot, they will assume that a lot of people on Twitch make this kind of money because the top people make this kind of money. It's the same reason why a lot of people want to start playing basketball in middle school, because they think they're going to go to the NBA. So these are the kinds of things that happen, and this will give people a reason not to donate and not to support even mid-tier streamers and small-tier streamers as well. I think this will be a net negative. It will also create a lot of discontent and resentment in the community, because a lot of viewers will be once again reminded of the fact that the people that they look up to and think that they relate to make multiples more of what they're ever going to make. Just a sec. Another fucking error. How are there this many of them? I want to go ahead and address, I think, probably an elephant in the treehouse here. Why I haven't been on my main channel. I originally was going to make a video about it yesterday, and I was going to do a video about it today, but I'm not really ready to do the video. So all I'm going to say is that after I make the video, even my most entitled of viewers, I think, are going to understand why I haven't been on. Okay? Let me just say that. But I just wanted to make sure you guys know that, because obviously it's been a number of days. There's just been a whole lot. I've only told, like, maybe 6 people. Made $2 million this month. Worst month of my life. $2 million this month. I wish. I wish I could just spend money and fucking undo shit, but sometimes that's just not how it works, man. That's not how it works. Money can solve a lot of problems, but it can't solve every single one of them. Either way, guys, thanks a lot for watching. I really appreciate it. Thank you, guys. I wanted to make sure I talk about all this stuff and get into it. Thank you all very much for watching. I'll see y'all later. I'm probably going to get some food. Peace. But yeah, the thing with WoW is like, so WoW is they're bringing out this season of mastery, and I didn't really get the chance to talk about this a whole lot. Basically what that's going to be is Blizzard has decided that they want a new season of Classic WoW, fresh Classic WoW. In my opinion, I think that they just want fresh subs. The opportunity to start fresh is coming to WoW Classic. Greetings, adventurers. The WoW Classic Season of Mastery is coming, giving all players a chance to start fresh and level with a level playing field. This time around, we are planning #slightly more changes. We will launch new Classic WoW realms for a Season of Mastery. These realms invite new and current Classic players to begin fresh at level 1 for a complete reset of Classic's content, starting again at the very beginning of the Warcraft Saga. So basically, they're just resetting Classic servers from Phase 6 down to Phase 1, right? That's effectively what's happening. And so what's different? As the first release of WoW Classic, we're planning 6 content release patches. In WoW Classic Season of Mastery, however, phase unlocks will happen faster. We're planning for a 12-month cadence, with phases unlocking roughly every couple months. Here's the current outline for the 6 phases. So this is going to be Phase 1. So this is like whenever the game comes out. It's going to have Molten Core, it's going to have Onyxia, it's going to have Maraudon, and it's going to have the PvP and the Battleground, like the honor system. Phase 2 is going to be Dire Maul, Azergos, and Kha'Zix. I think that's pretty much to be expected. Phase 3 is going to be Darkmoon Faire and Blackwing Lair. So, okay. Phase 4 is going to be ZG and the Green Dragons, so that's like Lethon, Emerus, Terriar, and Ysandra. You know, those are the world bosses too. Phase 5 is going to be, they're resetting Classic? Yeah. It's going to be the AQ War Effort, and also just like the AQ Raid, and Phase 6 is going to be next, right? Same as it was. So I think the content cadence is good, especially for it being a 1-year thing. Are they re-releasing your game? Is this Bethesda? Yeah, it's going to be called World of Warcraft Classic Skyrim. Anyway, they are also updating the raid bosses, and they're changing things with the raid bosses. The original release of WoW Classic was made to recreate the difficulty and challenge of patch point 112 in the original Warcraft release. While we strive to bring a faithful recreation of that release, many raid encounters turned out to be easier than the first time around, and players were simply more experienced and prepared, and patch updates greatly increased player power. With that in mind, we're planning a few changes to make those early raid bosses pack a bit more of a punch, and attempt to recapture the original, basically make the bosses as hard as people remembered them, effectively, right? So what they're doing to make that happen is they're disabling world buffs and raids, which is a big deal. This is something a lot of people have wanted, and some people have not wanted. We'll talk about that. And they're going to be also restoring mechanics that were removed early on in some raid bosses, and they're going to be removing the boss debuff limit. And I think this is a very good thing, especially for classes like Shadow Priests and classes like Affliction Warlocks, where it became much more of a frustrating thing to have a debuff limit on the boss. And also they're going to just increase the amount of health on the bosses to offset player buffs. I think an example of a classic WoW mechanic that was removed that I think should not exist is the mechanic where whenever you were fighting Ragnaros, your weapons would lose durability faster. I think this is not a good mechanic. It's badly designed. And I think another example of this from TBC is whenever Lady Vashj would mind control the main tank. I think this is just basically like a mechanic, and the way that a mechanic occurs, the RNG can either be this is like a raid wipe problem, or this is not an issue at all. Like, I don't think that a mechanic should have that level of variance in RNG of its impact in the raid. Makes you want to bring engineers for repair bot? No, it just makes me not want to play the game. The thing is, like, there are a lot of examples of things that create more of an RPG feel but are not fun to play. And I think that there are many cases like that where there are many games and things like this that focus on realism or focus on an idealized version of the way that players will consume content rather than a realistic perspective on like how people approach video games. And I think that most people would probably agree with me. And I think that a lot of people that might not, you would probably watch them do Molten Core 2 or 3 times and then they would just stop doing it because it's annoying to them. They might not even know why it's annoying to them, but I can guarantee you that's a factor. Like, these are not, like, this is not fun. Like, I don't find this fun. This is not like a test of skill for me. This is just an added level of complexity that just creates annoyance. Like, let's compare 2 different things. Let's look at a PoE season and let's look at a new season of Classic WoW. New PoE season, you're going to have rebalancing, like massive rebalancing. You're having new content that's added into the game that's completely different than what existed previously. You're changing the content, you're changing the balance, you're changing acquisition methods, you're changing spells, you're changing all this stuff, right? And this is all happening in every PoE league, which is why people continue playing each PoE league, is because the experience that you have in each one is different. I think that fundamentally the experience that you're going to have in Classic WoW, the Season of Mastery, is going to be effectively about the same experience that you were going to have in the original Classic WoW. It's still going to be a best idea to play a warrior if you want to tank. It's still going to be a good idea to play a warrior if you want a DPS. It's still going to be a bad idea to play a paladin if you want a DPS. It's still going to be a bad idea to play a moonkin if you want a DPS, etc. So a lot of the previous imbalances and previous problems with the game, while they were exacerbated and made worse by world buffs, of course, because like warriors scale multiplicatively with world buffs in a way that other classes don't, like a rep paladin, they will still beat the top damage. Like warriors will still be top damage. It doesn't really matter. You're going to see a lot of the same comps. You're going to see a lot of the same content, etc. It's like I don't really want to go and play Classic WoW and have Nax take 3 hours instead of 2. This is just not a compelling thing for me. WoW, it's going to take us longer to kill the boss. It has one mechanic because it has a lot of health. Okay, cool. Now it's dead. Now let's go do the trash mobs. Oh, well, taunt got resisted. Trash mob killed somebody. Now we've got to res them. Okay. It just takes fucking forever to do any of this shit, man. Like, in my opinion, I put out that list of, like, all the Classic changes that I wanted and all the things that I wanted Blizzard to add in Classic. And until they add all of those things, or at least some of those things, I'm not really going to be that excited about the game. Sounds lazy and desperate for subs. Spoiled by Final Fantasy XIV. I think that it is lazy and desperate, number one. I think that number two, I have been spoiled by Final Fantasy. To play Final Fantasy and to progress on a boss and not have my time wasted arbitrarily for no reason at all in between pulls, and then be able to go and play Burning Crusade and lose 20 minutes in between every pull, 10 minutes between every pull, for no reason other than game design decisions, this is not fun for me. I don't like wasting time. I hate wasting time, and I feel like this is weird because I play video games all day, but whenever I feel like I'm wasting time on a video game, my enthusiasm of that game goes like this. It just immediately goes down. I don't care about it anymore at all. You should be punished for failing? That's fine, but like, I don't want to play cock and ball torture as a video game. I don't want to be punished in a video game. I just want to play a video game and enjoy it. I don't play 50 Shades of Grey, the MMO. This is not what I want to do. This is like, if I'm being punished and I'm losing time, I am now having less fun playing the game. Like, in my opinion, the game is about mastery. It's not about time. So the goal with the game and with an encounter in my mind is to master the encounter and master the mechanics of the encounter. So any time that you spend not doing that in the time frame that you're trying to complete the boss is just a waste of time. Why would I waste my time playing a game that punishes me for trying to learn how to play the game? Yeah, it's just weird, man. Like, there are some people that play like these old MMOs and these like so-called real gamers, which by the way are probably some of the worst players that you've ever encountered. They're always fucking garbage. And they have this romanticized views behind wasting their time in a video game. It's insane. And like, what's funny is that people think that I did backpedal. I said whenever Classic was going to come out, I said that I had expected that the game would be popular for a couple of months and then I would go back to retail WoW. And I made this statement before Classic WoW even released. And a lot of people got really mad at me, and I got like shit talked. I was like, "Oh, you're like a fake Classic player, etc." And it just like exactly what I said was going to happen happened, and people think that I changed my opinion. Like, no, everybody else did. I was the only person who didn't. I thought this was going to happen. You know how many streamers are pushing for Classic servers to it? Oh, I think the Classic servers are great. I think that they're a really good thing, and I'm very glad Classic WoW happened. I think Classic WoW is great for Blizzard. And it's good for the game as a whole. Just because I don't want to play it ad nauseum on repeat for the next 10 years of my life doesn't mean that I didn't think the experience was good. And I also said that people were going to clear the raids in like the first day, and there weren't even going to be any wipes on most bosses, and that was true too. And people got mad at me for it. It was just funny to see that happen. And then whenever I said that about Molten Core, people said wait till BWL. Whenever I said that about BWL, people said wait till AQ. Whenever I said it about AQ, they said wait till Nax. And it was just, the whole thing was easy. Just like I said, I think Classic WoW was great for what it was. It was exactly what I had kind of hoped that it would be. And that's about it, right? Like, I'm happy. Like, that's all I need to see. Sometimes I think about getting back onto WoW and playing WoW again. But as I said, I don't want to play a game where, like, I'm getting patronized by, like, I don't want to play a fantasy game that I know is just a reflection of the developers' worldviews. I find it like it like kind of takes the fantasy away from me. It's like I'm no longer in a fantasy game anymore. It's almost like I feel like I'm being used. So yeah, I don't like. It's like the immersion is kind of gone because you have these things, and obviously, like these people, they believe that all fantasy worlds are fundamentally political in a way, or fundamentally make statements because of the nature that they either make a statement against the status quo by not making a statement, or against the status quo by making a statement, or they make it a statement for the status quo by not making a statement. I find this just to be a rationalization to inject their own personal opinions into the content, and I do not think this is true. I don't think this is true at all. I think this is just this is a way to create parody, which allows them to justify their behavior, which is just not true. WoW removed, /fart, etc. Yeah, it's a lot of stuff in our fantasies were escape for real life. Exactly. Yeah, I just don't like it. I can actually use my video game. Yeah, I don't want people that take a video game and then they use it as like a vehicle to promote whatever personal agenda they have. It's not enjoyable for me, especially, I think also, like, this is a big factor, is whenever they do that to something that exists initially versus they create something of their own. So I think that most people are completely fine with somebody who wants to make any political statement in any game or anything like that, and they make their own IP and they make their own content, etc. And they do that by themselves. But I think what a lot of us, this is maybe just me talking, but I think a lot of people agree with me. I think what a lot of people really take issue with is whenever you have somebody that takes an existing franchise or an existing IP and then they change and mold that IP to have a different message or to include their message that they're trying to use this content or this world, this fantasy, to be a vehicle to deliver. And I think that's what a lot of people don't like. That's the main thing. It's not necessarily doing it in itself. It's co-opting spaces where it was not initially there and then changing it to where it is. So yeah, that's pretty much what it is.
So this just got announced a little bit earlier today. I didn't get a chance to watch it because I am an idiot. Today is the day of reckoning. Today is the day of truth. And today is the day of justice. Today, I will be doing my official New World review. I want to take you through the adventures and the story of a man who's played this game. A man who's played this game for over 500 hours. A man who's leveled to 63 times. A man who's leveled professions up to 200, crafting 17,000 linen gloves. I'd like to talk about all of those things today. I'd like to talk about the highs, the lows, the goods, the bads, and also I'd also like to not talk about the things that I don't know. I haven't really done a lot of PvP in this game, so I want to preface this entire thing by saying that this is going to be primarily a gathering, world building, PvE, dungeons, in-game character grind centric video. I'm not going to talk a whole lot about PvP because I don't fucking understand it that well. I don't play it that well, so what the fuck do I know? And I want to say a couple of things to preface this. I think that New World is a game that is in a terrible state but has a great foundation. And I think that the New World developers throughout the course of the month or so that the game's been live have actually improved a massive amount of things that the player base has wanted to see. Now, the New World team, I think, in the past month has communicated more with its player base than every other MMO put together has communicated with its player base in like a year. Now, I want to say with Final Fantasy hasn't needed to do that because there haven't been bugs in its game every fucking day. However, I do think that the New World team has done their absolute best to try and meet the players' expectations. That has been the downfall in some ways to what their goals have been. The development of New World has effectively been 3 different games. Originally, it was a survival-based action RPG with MMO elements, and this was back in the alpha of the game. Then after that got released and they did testing and they got feedback, they changed the way the game was supposed to be made. And they made the game much more of an MMO that's PvP centric. And as I think, honestly, my opinion of this is that after they saw what happened in Phase 2 in Classic WoW, they changed it to have a lot more of a PvE focus. And that brings us to the last year of development. So a lot of the PvE content that you're going to see is going to be content that was created really in the past year. And I want to put all of that into context so you can understand the amount of time and effort that has gone into that and the amount of progress that has been made. For all of the people that are huge fans of New World, I am among you. Nobody plays 500 hours of a game that they hate, and I would just like to enjoy it a little bit more whenever I'm actually playing the mechanics. And today, that's what I want to talk about. I want to talk about all of the positives, all of the negatives of the game. I want to go through examples of those things, and I want to show you all what the game really has to offer. This is my character, as you guys can see. I got 60 on my old server. I was the second person to hit level 60 on the server. I transferred over to this server recently. Turned out to be a huge fucking mistake because the entire thing's owned by purple and I'm green, but that's the way it goes. All right, let's start off really. Let's talk about the end game progression loops. Now, end game progression loops in New World are the worst in any real game that I've ever played before. So the reason why every single player is standing in this particular corner right here behind this tree is that by standing behind this tree, it causes the level 64 elite spawn to occur and spawn more frequently. And I want to explain why everybody here is actually in this position, why they're doing this. It's very simple. It's for something called the high watermark system. And the high watermark system is something that I hope the New World developers were high whenever they thought of. Basically, the way that it works is once you hit level 60, oh wait, the NPC finally spawned. So now we're going to go over here, and this is the combat loop to progression in New World. So I left-clicked this NPC multiple times while he runs around like a crackhead. He's actually not like a crackhead. He went into a T-pose because he got stunned in a position that he wasn't programmed into being stunned inside of. And after we killed the boss, I didn't get any loot or any sort of reward whatsoever because too many other people hit it and I got nothing.
So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna move back behind the tree, and that way we can get another 200, another 2-minute respawn, I mean to say. Now the high watermark system is, in my opinion, one of the worst in-game progression systems that's ever been conceived in an MMO before. At level 60, you begin with your watermark system at level 500. And then as time goes on, you will loot pieces of gear, and as you loot a new piece of gear, it has a chance to watermark your prospective gear that you will loot in the future. So you are looting 500 pieces of gear until you loot a 200 piece of gear, a 502 piece of gear, and then you have a chance of looting a 504 piece of gear or a 503 piece of gear. So you have to do all of this up to 600, and I've done all of this up to 600. I have farmed my high watermark system all the way up to 600. So if anybody is going to say that this system is a cock in the ass, take it from the one who's been dealing with it for a fucking month. What you're stuck with, what you're doing here is you're just repeating the exact same content over and over. So the end game progression loop for people that are farming high watermark is to find a rare spawn that is not actively camped by too many players, and then to repeatedly kill that rare spawn ad nauseum. You just keep killing it for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and days and weeks and months, and eventually you'll finally get a legendary item, and then you'll be able to create these legendary items more often because your high watermark level will be higher. And this high watermark level is not just something that appeals or applies as a general number. This is something that applies for each individual slot. So if you have a high watermark level for your helmets, for your gloves, for your legs, for your chest piece. So you have to progress each and every single one of these up to level 600 and just higher and higher so you can get better rewards. Now, if you thought that was bad, it wasn't, because you have to do the exact same thing with weapons. And each individual weapon has its own unique watermark that you have to progress up to level 600. So not only do you have to loot a bunch of great axes or a bunch of weapons, but you have to loot a bunch of great axes. And you don't just have to loot a bunch of great axes, you have to loot a bunch of weapons that are great axes that happen to be high watermark upgrades, and then also hope that you'll get another high watermark upgrade after you loot those prospective axes. This system is probably the most repetitive and unfun in-game progression system that I've ever dealt with. And I don't really know why it's in the game. And I would like to say that I find it very funny that all of the complaints that I've had in this game were originally dismissed as me being a hater because everybody else that was complaining about me was level 25. If you make excuses for bad game design, what you get is a bad game. And a good example of that is the fact that we just killed this NPC again and we got nothing. And it's okay, you know, you're not always gonna get a good one. Oh, look at this. Right, body blocking. So New World has had the genius idea of adding body blocking into all areas in the game. And so anyway, if you have a weapon out, you cannot have another player pass through you unless you're in a town. I can run towards you, and this is done for the sake of immersion. And I think that the most immersive thing in the world is for me to be able to put away my weapon and then be able to transcend the mortal realm and walk right through people like a ghost. So you can actually avoid this body blocking, but you have to do it with your weapon put away. So I think that any argument for immersion in this case, in this case, is just completely out the fucking window whenever that's on the table. I think that body blocking has an absolute place in the game in PvP situations. But I believe that in every single PvE situation that this game presents, body blocking makes the game worse. It makes it less fun to play. It creates friction by trying to play with other people. And it makes players' participation in content actively work against other players' participation in the same content. The point is, and I'm going to take you guys through a few of the end game progression loops in the game, and I'll explain pretty much how these things work. So like this is one of the examples of farming for in-game items, and I just finished doing this, so I'm just going to leave this area, right? You guys have pretty much got the idea. You sit there in the corner and you kill this NPC forever, and then at some point you decide that you have something better to do with your time. Are there any positives? You seem to only be talking about negatives. Yes, that's because I'm in the in-game zones. So as a general rule, I think somebody used a picture. Maybe my editors can overlay the meme on top of the screen. Never would put this on YouTube, but somebody put a picture of it was a horse, and the back half of the horse was perfectly drawn. It looked like it was drawn by, Salvador Dali, right? And then the first half of the horse, they were drawn by a 5-year-old. And then the head, I guess, was the end game, and that was drawn by a preschooler. And these people here are waiting, and this is very common in New World. They're queuing up effectively in this area, looking to go into this mine and farm out the chests. Because basically one of the main in-game progression loops inside of New World is looting chests. So the way this works is a chest spawns, and it's an elite chest. Usually they're guarded by elites. And in the process of this, you will loot these chests, and then they go on cooldown for 24 hours. And after the 24 hours are up, you loot the chest again. And that's the whole game. Now that we've begun the chest run, I'm going to go ahead and explain kind of how this works. So effectively what you do is you just kill these NPCs, or you run around them. There's a lot of ways. Yeah, I'll explain it like this. The smartest AI in this game is the buffalo. The buffaloes in this game are smarter than any other AI in the entire game. And I'm not kidding. The last boss in Genesis can spawn boulders that fall on the ground. And the last boss can also spawn the boulders on herself, and she can kill herself with her own boulders just by the nature of the way that the mechanic works. That's the last boss in the game, and arguably the hardest dungeon inside of the game. So we're going to go ahead and go to our first elite chest here. We've got these big boys here, and basically, every single NPC in this game is repeated about 50 times. So if you look at the Scorchbane Taskmaster, if you've ever done the level 25 corruption portals, you'd be very familiar with him. He's the exact same. He's the same thing. The level 25 NPCs are the exact same as the level 65 NPCs. And the same NPCs that you fight in the tutorial, you will be fighting at level 61 or level 60 out there in the open world. The peacocks, yes. So there are people that have been, we'll use this word, they've been bamboozled by Amazon into believing that Exile's Reach, or excuse me, not Exile's Reach, I thought about another bamboozle, to believe that Ebonscale Reach is a new zone with unique NPCs. The Chinese guards that are the musketeers are the exact same as the corrupted guards that are the musketeers here. The large samurai warriors that are using a two-handed sword are the exact same as the large NPC that we just killed inside of that cave. The tigers are the exact same as the wolves and the other cats in the game, like the lynxes. The peacocks that look very cool are just turkeys. And how do you know that they're just turkeys? Because they have the exact same loot table. They drop poultry and feathers just like turkeys do. So now we're going to go over here and fight this guy here. This is a Scorchbane Overlord. These NPCs are just like the ogres in the corrupted zones, and they're just like the brutes. So they're really stupid. They're really, really stupid. So like as soon as you aggro him, he runs away. And obviously if you look at the way that this NPC moves, you'll see that the coding and the way that it's designed is very lacking. Playing New World is like riding a bike, and you only really need to learn how to ride 5 or 6 bikes, and each of the different bikes is an NPC type. And after you do that, you're never going to have to worry about anything again. Oh, I'll also show you how smart these NPCs are. So this is obviously kind of problematic, right? I mean, this guy's right here. I've got 2 NPCs on me. It's not good. He attacked me twice. Like, I've got to watch out for him because he's guarding this chest with his life. All right. So, let's go. Oh, let's go with this one too. And we'll get this one as well. Yeah, I'm smarter than the computer. And this is pretty much how the game works. So now we have the main boss. Now this boss right here is called the Leviathan of the Deep. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to fight him. And I want to show you exactly how this works as a melee weapon too. Whenever I want to actually hit him, and I want you to look to see how many actually attacks that I'm able to do. So I'm not able to hit this NPC with most of my attacks. And the reason for that is because the NPC's collision box is larger than its hitbox because of the scaling. See, right here, as you can see, I'm facing onto him. I can't move forward anymore, but I'm not able to hit the NPC. And the way this happens is because the scaling for these NPCs is the same, and by increasing the scale and the size of the NPCs, it also increased the collision box accordingly, and by doing that, it caused this problem. And this is one of the end game outdoor bosses here. And yeah, I think I want to emphasize this again. Now that there's not really quite as many NPCs around, how big of a problem it is that the collision box for the bosses is, or some of these larger NPCs, is larger than their hitbox. So you have to, sometimes if you face your character looking up in melee, and you look up into their asshole and you swing at them, it will cause your attacks to hit. And the only thing that costs you is your own sanity. Now, another one of the end game activities is corruption portals. Now, the way corruption portals work are very simple. This is a low level one. Is you just go over here and you have to kill some NPCs in the area. And then after a while, the portal closes. I'm going to just go ahead and do it myself. I think also, like, the one thing that I would like to see added into the game is for them to add a feature that allows you to turn off combat music. Because I'm sure that you guys have probably had the same experience that I have, and you're listening to the nice, calming, soothing track, and you, oh, this is, look at this. This is the same type of NPC that we fought at level 65, and let's see what he's going to do. He does an attack, and then he does another attack. Okay. 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 So this is the same boss, or same elite NPC that was there at the level 65 area. He does have a lot of health. There we go. All right, so he's dead. And now we just wait right here, and I can use this. Usually these portals take longer than anything else, too. Everything else is much faster. The other types of portals, I mean to say. And so there are the smaller ones like this one, then the larger ones. The larger ones give obviously better rewards, and they require more people. So it's pretty simple, you know, what you can expect to do with that. So an example of the combat music here is like right here. Every time that you aggro these ancient NPCs, please just give us an option and just have a toggle enable combat music, and just take the toggle and allow people to turn it off. We're going to do Garden of Genesis. This is one of the harder dungeons in the game. It's one of the end game dungeons, and I want to take you guys through Garden of Genesis and just kind of explain to you pretty much how it plays. So this is Garden of Genesis. I can obtain legendaries from this based off of my watermark. So we'll see what we get. So this NPC here is the exact same as the level 30 NPC. So you can see right there, he'll cast a couple of different abilities. This NPC, many of the mini bosses in the game, and by many I mean every single one of them, is actually nothing unique or nothing special. It's just one of the, I don't know why I moved out of my buff there, probably because I'm just talking. It is just higher health versions of existing mobs. There's nothing special about any of these. Looks pretty boring, to be honest. And I think that's really what the issue is that a lot of these dungeons, like if you look at the dungeons from a visual perspective, they are incredible. These dungeons, if you just look at the worlds that they've made, this is amazing. But the problem is the fact that it's like you have a brand new, like beautiful, like $1 million home, And inside of the home, you have a bunch of stuff that you got from off the side of the road. Combat feels so generic and boring. Yeah, like, so he does a grip, he'll like pull you in, and sometimes he'll also pull out the spear and he'll throw it at somebody at range. Pretty easy to avoid. I wasn't paying attention at the beginning and I got hit by it like an idiot. But as you can see here, he pretty much just like gets a stamina bar depleted, and then you just wait for him to do that again. So based off of the color of the bag, you could get a legendary if it's orange like it is there. If it's green, it's a green item. So we'll see if we got a legendary here. I got blight seeds, so unfortunately not. So another little fun fact with the chests is that the chests inside of the dungeons do not scale with your watermark. So even though this is an expedition chest, the items that I'm going to receive from this chest will be item level 500, 502, 505, 509, 504. It's bugged, yeah, and it's been bugged like this for the entire time. But yeah, doing big dick damage in this game does definitely feel good. Okay, all right, here we go, here we fucking go. Nice. See, this is so fucking fun to me. Like, getting these mobs grouped up and like knowing I'm doing max fucking damage to them is awesome. This guy's trying to fucking kill me though. I'll just avoid him. And this game does function the same as like iframes in Dark Souls. Where like basically the if you're in the dodge animation, your character is effectively immune to damage. I don't have any oh, you cannot trade items inside of expeditions. So if you want to trade like your friend like a coating or like a potion or something like that, you can't do that because you can't trade items inside of expeditions. So this is the last boss. This place looks sick. Yeah, this looks awesome, right? And like again, like the Lazarus looks even better. I think Lazarus is an even more cool looking area. So this boss, she'll occasionally she'll channel something onto somebody. It puts like a void zone under them, a poison zone that they have to run out of. She also does like an attack, and she'll do a slam. It's like a triple attack. The slam's the last part of the attack. Another slam right there. You can just move right out of it. She also does like a frontal cone like scream thing that can like one-shot cast her, so you don't want to stand in front of her. Besides that, yeah, there's the scream. There's a lot of damage. Then also besides that, she spawns these like little balls. I don't really know what the balls do, honestly. Doesn't really matter. Sometimes she'll target a random range player. Oh, here we go. So she casts that on somebody, and then it puts like poison on the ground. And it didn't cast because we pushed her into a transition. She'll turn into this little thing and teleport around. You just have to roll out. And she spawns 2 ads, you have to kill 2. And the impact of her coming back up does a lot of damage. If you die twice in a boss fight, oh, you have to roll out of those. So she spawns blocks too. I'm gonna move out of this, so watch what happens. So like as this is happening, I run and I roll out of it to immune to damage. So what we have to do here is just make sure that we get behind the rocks whenever she does the big AoE. It's pretty simple. Here's the big one, and so you just get right behind this, and it's a pretty simple line of sight mechanic. There we go. And again, like all these mechanics are very, very simple. Like you can fuck them up and they do a lot of damage, but they're not really like, they're not hard. There we go. All right. Oh, also sometimes she can spawn the poison underneath her, and this victory animation here that locks your character in can kill you.
Scripted? I swear it was not scripted. Usually it's a poison.
Okay. Alright. You guys ready to see the loot? Alright, let's see what we get. I'm not seeing any orange items. Great. So pretty much what we just did there is we wasted about an hour. So we basically just got fucked in the ass. Yeah, anyway, let's go back over. We're going to go to Windsward, and we're going to talk about some of the other stuff in the game. So the towns and the way that the towns progress and the way that they put up, you know, they put up like this little thing for like the guild that's able, I think it's called like Lena or something. The guild that completes or takes over the area. I think this is really cool. Each of the different towns that you go to have these different areas that you can craft things in. Like you go over to the forge, and based off of the tier of the forge, you're able to level up, and you're able to level these up as a town together. And through doing that, you unlock other items that you can craft with. I think this is cool. I like this. Overall, I think that the way that the towns are designed to progress over time and for the different work areas to become a higher level based off of how many people are using them, I think this is really cool. And I like this a lot. The towns and being in the towns is really nice. One of the negatives about the towns is the fact that a lot of them, they're very similar. Almost all of the towns look the same. They have the same general layout. They're using the same different buildings. It's very, very much the same. So let's go ahead and take a mental picture of this town right here. And credit to Josh Strife Hayes for finding this. This is like in Algebra 2, whenever you copy your friend's work and both of you end up failing because it's so obvious that he cheated. Yeah, it's been slightly rotated. So the towns in general, I really like the music in the towns. I like the feel in the towns. Just in general, I enjoy the towns. I think that they're very, very cool. Like, my house is pretty much a shithole, but overall, it's nice. I wish that there were more reasons to go and visit these other houses in the game. There's not really a whole lot of them. You get to do little small things like milking the cow. You can go pick up the honey. And I love this. This is great. Like, you get to do this little thing, and it's just adds a little bit of flavor to the game, and it makes you feel like you're actually interacting with the world. So leveling in the game, although it is extremely repetitive, is in general for me nice. You level up in the game. Basically, the best way to level up for anybody who's not 60 yet is to do these missions here on the town board. You just turn in these different resources, and I think that New World does a really great job of actually giving people who are crafters a meaningful way of leveling up. You can level up in New World to 60 and do almost no combat whatsoever. All you do is you just craft and you gather. And the fact that New World has a system for doing that is incredible. And I do think that the town project boards do get very repetitive. And the questing in general. Let me explain what the questing is, right? So there are 3 quests in the game. There is a quest where you have to kill a certain amount of NPCs. There's a quest where you have to loot a certain amount of boxes. And there's also a quest where you have to loot a certain item off of an NPC. And then, to be fair, let's just go to number 4. There's also quests where you have to kill one singular NPC. Inside of that right there that I just explained, I have just explained 85% of all of the quests in the entire game. That's it. The questing in the game is the most abysmal thing about it. And if I were to say what one of the most important things for them to do is, the most important things, oh, here we go. Here's 2 more quests that I just randomly picked up. Search for 3 chests and defeat 5 pirates. Well, we've never seen that before, have we? In my opinion, questing would actually be much more enjoyable if the player did not have to run all the way back to the quest gate. If all you had to do was go out into the world and complete the quests, and then the quest would progress on its own, it would actually be okay. I feel like a lot of the frustration occurs because you have to spend 10 minutes running to an area, and then you have to spend 10 minutes running back. And there is already coding in the game that allows you to automatically complete quests once the criteria is met. The way that you know that is that if you ever did any of the 580 weapon quest lines, they automatically complete and automatically reward you whenever you complete the objectives. I don't care about immersion. I don't care about any of this stuff if the immersion comes at the cost of gameplay. Like, for example, I find this incredibly immersive. I look out at this view, and I think this is fucking beautiful. I think that the way this game looks, the rocks, and just looking out over the vastness of the game, I think this is fucking amazing. And I love just being in this world. And to me, that is immersive enough. I don't need to have to return the items to the quests.
I need to just be inside of a world that makes me feel like I'm in a different place than my room. And then also, like, you have the sounds in the game. Like, you know, it feels good to do things like this, to mine these things. You have like the echoing of the like the mining, like all of these very small things that are just game feel things. New World has done such an incredible job of being able to just completely nail. The atmosphere of the game is incredible. The problem is that there's not more of it. Just in general, the areas in the game. I think also another thing that New World does a very good job at, and this is like something that's like very small that a lot of people might not really notice, but one thing that New World does a very good job at is it does a very good job at cock teasing you. So one example of cock teasing is the fact that this is a low level zone, but there are level 100 trees in this area. So whenever you're first leveling and you're first playing the game, you get to see those higher level resources that you're not anywhere near being able to cut down, but you can see them, and it creates a goal in your mind for you to work towards. And I think also the way that the trade skills are done, I would like to see another version of trees. Yeah, special trees, like creating more of these different things in the game that you can progress with. The 1 to 100 grind with a lot of professions I think is okay, but one of the big things that's missing out is that usually from 100 you don't get anything until you get up to 175. And what this really creates is a devaluation of the tier 2 resources, because so many people are injecting them into the economy by having to farm them through leveling their professions, that it injects so many of them that it devalues the resource so much that nobody really wants to sell it. So I'd like to talk to you guys a little bit about professions in New World and how they work. So let's go back over here. Okay, Forge Tier 2. Crafting in this game is really good until you get to level about 100 or so. And I think after you get to level 100, that's whenever crafting turns into being a massive grind. And I want to go ahead and show you guys what that grind looks like. Is probably one of the worst designed progression systems in the history of a system. So let's go ahead and look at what the best way to level armoring is. So in order to create the gloves and get up to level 200, and there are other strategies for this as well, but they are all relatively the same. So you need to craft 17,000 gloves to go from level 50 to level 200. It's just more effective to grind out the lower tier ones because you don't have to use the reagents. So for linen gloves, if you want to level all the way up, you need to get 277,000 fibers, 277,000 rawhide, and 69,000 iron ore. For an individual achievement, this is astronomically high, and it sucks. And I think that on a fundamental level, the way in my mind crafting should work is as you get higher level, you want to craft better items. The fundamental problem with crafting lower level items and not actually crafting higher level items is bad. Like whenever you're level 189, or 85 I mean to say here, I think that you should be trying to craft the fur-lined or recalcum breastplate. That should be the goal that you have. You should not be spamming linen gloves just to get higher levels. And you go into the more valuable rewards. Let's look at a few of these, right? We'll look at Whisper of the Wood. So Etched Handguard. Where does Etched Handguard drop from? Has anybody received an Etched Handguard? It doesn't drop. Yes. That was a rhetorical question. I already knew the answer to it. Comments. Has anyone seen this in game? Where to find this? Nobody has gotten this item. So you have things like this Whisper of the Wood that literally are uncraftable. You can't make this item because the item that you need isn't in the game. And the game has been out for an entire month. That is incredible. How is this not immediately solved? What's sad is the fact that more people don't see this for what it is. You know what it fucking is? It's artificial gating. I think that it was all fucking intentional, and I think they did it on purpose in order to make people play the game longer. And I think that's why they didn't put these in the game too, is because they want to artificially extend the gameplay by not adding features into the game. And yes, this is a conspiracy theory. And yes, I believe it. So we talk about gloves. Let's also talk about some of the other crafting, some of the other resources in the game, and how basically the bottom-up approach, the pyramid approach that they have to crafting, refining reagents. Sorry, not refining reagents, but refining materials causes this. So Ironhide, let's look at Ironhide. This is a great example. Ironhide and Weirdwood are worth less than Rawhide. And the way that crafting works, I'm going to go ahead and just explain how crafting works. So basically, in order to craft one Ironhide, you need to have a number of thick hides, right? Let's say you need like 3 or 4 thick hides. And then in order to craft the thick hides, you need a bunch of raw hides. What happens here is that the T1 resource have infinitely more value than the higher level resources, because the higher level resources are being injected into the economy at an equivalent rate at the lower level resources are. So the idea of how this is supposed to work and the way this economy is supposed to work is that the tier 3 resources will be injected into the economy at a much lower rate, which will make their value higher. And then as you get down into the lower level resources, they will be less valuable because of how frequently you're able to obtain them. Do you want to know why? Let's look at the player base graph. This is what the player base graph probably looks like right now. So which one do you think is going to be worth more money? Organic player behavior injects more Ironhide into the economy, and it injects more Rawhide into the economy than Thickhide. And because of the organic player behavior, it drives down the price of Ironhide, it drives down the price of Rawhide, and it drives up the price of Thickhide. And Ironhide actually has the same problem that Orichalcum does. And I'm going to explain what that problem is. So this is the highest and the highest level ore in the game. Right there. That's the highest level ore in the game. Let's see. I've got a dime. No, what is this? I got a nickel and I got a quarter. So I've got, I can buy I buy 5 or 6 of these. So a system like this only really works whenever you have a distribution that works kind of like whenever the population graph is like this, right? We're like level 1 and level 60, then it works. But whenever the population graph is like this, then it doesn't work. Thoughts on spread storage. So spreading your storage. Let's talk about that. Spreading your storage is a great idea in theory. And I want to show you how much it costs in order to move things over. So in order to move the solvent, 261 solvent from First Light over to Morningdale, it will cost me 535 gold. In order to move 196 Ironhide over, it will cost me 401 gold. It is cheaper for me to buy the Ironhide than for me to transfer it from the storage shed. I have a word for systems like this. Dog shit ass garbage. And you know it, I know it, everybody knows it. The storage sheds not being shared inside of the different towns and not being able to move things to different storage sheds. This is a DOA idea. It's a dead on arrival idea. This is a great idea, and the moment that it actually goes from being an idea into an actual thing, that's whenever it falls apart. And I think we should just probably talk about exploiting now and how New World Amazon Game Studios have handled exploiting and how that handling of exploiting will cause or create further exploiting in the future. I think that it's been no surprise and it's no secret that exploiting in New World has been a massive problem that has made the game worse for a lot of serious players. The reason why exploiting is bad is because it devalues legitimate accomplishments that players have inside of the game.
So, for example, I can feel good about farming out a lot of this gear. Now, some people in my company did help me a little bit with this, absolutely. But a lot of it, I was spending right fucking here farming out hemp for hours and hours and hours a day in order to get my armoring up to 200. And I spent a long time, I'd say probably 50, 70 hours farming out resources for my void bent gear and farming out chests to sell different furnishing recipes, etc. For being able to afford the Tolvium and the Void Ore, etc. I spent a long time doing this, and if I knew that everybody else that had the armor did not go through the same things that I did in order to get them, then that would devalue my accomplishment. Because I think that in MMOs, you have to look at the accomplishments that a player makes in the scope of the game as a whole. A lot of people want to be able to show off, and they want to be able to differentiate themselves from other people. And whenever exploits and other things in the game, like buying gold, devalue the integrity of the game, those accomplishments don't mean as much. And what ends up happening is that it creates a cycle of apathy and a cycle of resentment, not only towards the players that are cheating, but more so to the people who are developing the game. And also, one of the biggest issues is the fact that it encourages more players to do it next time. And there is always this was a phrase or a little adage, I don't know if this is something that was in all games, but I know for sure it was in World of Warcraft: exploit early, exploit often. If New World does not take, and they have taken, by the way, but if New World does not continue to take, I think this is a better way of saying it, if New World does not continue to take an extremely hardline stance against exploiters, against cheaters, against anybody who is abusing the game to harm other players, the only thing that they're doing is they're ensuring that more people are going to do it next time. And that's what happens. That's the worst thing about exploiting and the worst thing about cheating, is that if you don't punish people for doing it, more people start doing it. And people will view the integrity of New World as being damaged even a year from now because of the duping features that in many ways Amazon has probably already solved. Anyway, so being out in the world, and I think just the open world exploration of New World is the best thing about the game. I would say that the open world exploration, the entry level, the first 30 levels of New World is probably the most fun that you're going to have. And I'd also like to show you guys one of the better looking zones in the game, Ebonscale Reach. So Ebonscale Reach is one of the big reasons why I do actually have hope for the game gaining a larger amount of diversity in terms of design. Ebonscale Reach is clearly designed by like ancient China, or like kind of more of the like imperial Asian times, and I think it's very, very well done. By the way, again, all of this was created within 1 year. That's whenever they really did like a pivot towards like making more PvE content and making more types of unique stuff. Like this right here, the little towers, everything here, it looks nice. Like, look at that. There are few games out there that create vistas and landscapes like this that are this cool. Yeah, this is not just a 2D image like in Torghast. You can go on top of this tower there, right where the tip of my my staff is. There's like an NPC there that's just like the last boss in Dynasty Shipyard, actually. It's just a reskin. But you can go up there. And Ebonscale Reach is one of the reasons why I have hope for the games. Oh, there's the peacocks. Yeah, these are basically turtles here. Or sorry, not turtles, turkeys. So we're going to kill this peacock right here. There we go. And we'll loot it. And it's going to give poultry and feathers, just like a turkey. And like the NPCs here, I think look really cool too. They function the exact same way as a lot of the other NPCs in the game. So it's not like they're really unique or special or anything, but they do look cool. And like this part's really the coolest part. You go in through here, and you've got the two dragons.
Damn.
And everything, dude. It's so fucking badass. It's so fucking cool, dude. Yeah. I think one of the main problems that this game has is the fact that there's not enough content, period. There's not enough mob variety. There's not enough weapons. There's not enough types of weapons. there's not enough types of achievements, etc. I think that the game is good, but people, I think, in many cases want more of it. It's an enjoyable gathering, crafting game where you're just able to sit back and relax and play. And I think the more seriously you play New World, the less you're probably going to enjoy it. The more that you take the game seriously, the more the cracks and the flaws and the problems with the game are going to become more evident. And the more that you are just a casual, craft beer drinking bearded dad that just hangs out and plays on Friday night whenever his wife's out, you're going to enjoy the game. It's going to be great. But the more seriously you take the game, the less enjoyable it's probably going to be. What I think New World needs desperately is a roadmap. They need the developers to come on, and on this stream even, I am willing to give the developers my platform and talk to them about New World and where the game is going to go. I will make a video with them. I will do whatever that they want. And I just want to have some degree of a roadmap, some degree of a direction for the game. Because right now, they're making a lot of great changes. They're making things that directly deal with problems that players have, like mob variety, things like that, the trading post not being connected. And I think what a lot of us want is we want a what's going to happen in 1 year. Are we ever going to see ships like naval combat? Are we ever going to see, when is the desert zone going to come out? When are these other zones going to happen? When is Isabella's Lair going to be released? Which is the dungeon that's in Shattered Mountains. It's not available yet. I think that it would be great for us to just sit down with the developers, or for the developers to sit down with us, more so, and just explain it. Like, what is the philosophy behind the development of the game? And I really want that. So I guess for everybody who's watched this on YouTube, who's been part of the journey, the New World journey, I appreciate you all. Thank you. And thanks a lot for watching. It's been quite an adventure. And as I said, I think it's worth the $40. But don't expect something that's groundbreaking. Don't expect the next generation of MMORPG. I think New World has the potential. It has a great foundation to be a great game, but it's got a lot to go.
So a lot of the same problems that Genshin Impact has.
All right, so let's talk a little bit
As
about.
promised, but
let's talk about our
nothing
favorite
to do.
person. Let's talk about everybody's favorite CEO, the most gracious, the most selfless, and the most kind person that you would ever meet, Bobby Kotick. Now, the way you know that is because that's what he tells you.
There's an article today that paints an inaccurate and misleading view of our company, of me personally, and my leadership. Anyone who doubts my conviction to be the most welcoming and inclusive workplace doesn't really appreciate how important this is to me.
Recently, today, there's been a number of articles that have been released, and I'm going to go ahead and pull this up. So, Bobby Kotick, as no surprise, was actually quite aware of the fact that there was sexual harassment in the company. And how could he not be aware? Because he was one of the people that did it. Oh, wow. I could have never expected this. And you know why this is so obvious? Is because, surprise, surprise, of course this fucking happened. Bobby being implicated in his own sexual harassment stuff, this already went out to the public whenever all the controversy broke. It's just that there was so much more focus around the people that were like way worse than Bobby that no one even talked about him because he was like fucking the last boss.
Is that his fault? Not even live. Did I spell that right? Yeah, I did. It's not even live. Oh, okay. Just editing airlines. that's a lot better. Should have done that earlier, so. How's the person here? Finally done with the task. Healing XP or energy. I am 1000% going for energy. A million healing XP would take forever. Well, what's it called? Freshness would take forever. But the energy would take. I'm gonna go get ability and divination. Garkin seems to be getting the usual common loot, but nothing grandiose. Chat on the screen or no? Oh, there's a chat. There we go. Ashley got something. Damn. Will they equip it? Nope. Inventory.
The eternal wonders of space.
It's funny how one of the probably most common rare is half the price of a second item. Just because it's used in the Bustin slot. Hilarious.
きた？
Man, that must suck to get those ripples. It's a good job, but you said they see those surfer kits with like a fraction of the soul kits, even though they're used for the same thing. It's about to happen at this point. 50 bill? Damn. No, not 70. I guess I was board hopping. Circled up. Explains a lot. That's good. That's good opening. Finally finished my whole divination task. Get my honor.
Boss, and people are still trying to clear trash mobs and mini bosses. So people fucking forgot about Bobby, but Bobby didn't fucking forget about apparently did forget about his fucking employees, and some of them he remembered a little bit too fucking well. But Bobby Kotick was accused of threatening to have somebody killed. So this isn't like some kind of like, oh well, you know, he touched a girl's butt in 2006 and she's never been the same since. No. This is like actual real bad shit. Yeah, this is a Monka-esque situation. Let me go ahead. I'm going to pull it up right now. I want to make sure that I give you guys the right information about this. Bobby Kotick, longtime chief executive of Video Game Giant, received a troubling email in 2018. And this is somebody, a lawyer, former employee, alleged in an email that her client had been raped in 2016-2017 by her male supervisor after she had been pressured to consume too much alcohol in office and work environments. Female employee reported the incidents, Sledgehammer's Human Resources Department and other supervisors, but nothing happened, according to the email, which threatened a lawsuit against the company. Yeah, big surprised that nothing happened. Within months of receiving the email, said people familiar with the situation, Activision reached an out-of-court settlement with the woman, which also had reported one of the incidents to the police. Mr. Kotick didn't inform the company's board of directors about the alleged rapes or the settlement, said people with knowledge on the board. Well, that seems like, I don't know, that seems a little bit deceptive. Yeah, that's oh man, I forgot. Jesus, man. I was going to tell you that, but I was just so busy telling you guys about how much money we were making. I forgot to bring up this situation that happened. Activision has been thrown in turmoil in recent months by multiple regulatory investigations. Mr. Kotick has told directors and other executives that he wasn't aware of many of the allegations of misconduct. And these are the terms and this is the language of a person whose voice is filtered through a legal team. Because you're right. So you're right. He probably was not aware of many of the allegations. He probably wasn't. But he was aware that they were happening. So there were probably, think about this, right? There were probably 1,000 allegations. Bobby probably knew about 50 of them. So many of them he did not know about. This is how you tell the truth and simultaneously lie. Those documents, which include memos, emails, regulatory requests, and interviews with former employees and others familiar with the company, however, cast Mr. Kotick's response in a different light. They show that he knew everything. He knew about the allegations of the employee misconduct in many parts of the company. He did not inform the board of directors about everything he knew. The interviews and the documents show even after regulators began investigating the incidents in 2018. So he kept this behind closed doors as long as he could, so he could pump up the price of the company as much as possible, and that way he could guarantee himself $100 million fucking dollar bonus. And I want to just kind of, is a person, just to understand what kind of person is Bobby Kotick. In Jeffrey Epstein's Black Book, whose name do you think is in the Black Book? Let's actually look at it. So, Bobby Kotick has been involved in a number of things that are a little bit more interesting. Yeah. So this is some things people don't know about. Bobby Kotick was in Jeffrey Epstein's Black Book. Okay, like this is what I was saying about a duck, right? We're hearing a whole lot of quacking, aren't we? There's a whole lot of quacking. It just might be a duck. So let's see here. Let's talk about this. Bobby Kotick has been subpoenaed by Securities Exchange Commission investigation how company had handled reports of misconduct and disclosed them to the public. And we talked about this in September. Oh yeah, we went through all of this. We talked about all of this before. Board of Directors was blindsided by the California lawsuit's allegations, including that an Activision employee killed herself after a photo of her vagina allegedly was circulated around a company party, according to people familiar with the board. Just, good old-fashioned fun, right? It's just fucking ridiculous. Like, this is what I'm saying, right? It's like, I guys drinking on the job, like, I don't really give a fuck about that. Like, who cares? But this is not just frat boy behavior. This is psychopath behavior. Allegedly, yeah.
There are, but like, isn't it weird that like everybody is alleging one thing? Again, like the guy that's in Jeffrey Epstein's black book probably didn't threaten to have somebody killed. Like, yeah, 100%. Just because he likes to get pussy doesn't make him a bad guy. There's plenty of people that get pussy all the time. They're not a bad guy, but they have to do it with consent. If Bobby was fucking bitches every day on his yacht and in his helicopter, and those women were either paid, I don't care if he's paying for prostitutes. I don't give a fuck. If they're being paid, if they are being, compensated in some way, or if they just like his personality and they want to fuck him all day. Bobby's bitches. If he wants to go around in a yacht that says Bobby's bitches on the side and fuck them all day long, I got no problem with it. But the moment that if they say they're going to leave, he says that he's gonna kill them or something like that, or they're a little bit too young, maybe. Maybe there's something fucking wrong. You see what I'm saying? Like, so it's not about fucking bitches. It's about the way that you go about it. Our board supports Bobby because his giant servants clause in his contract too expensive to get rid of him. So let's go ahead and we're going to talk a little bit more about that. Bobby Kotick, one of the highest paid chief executives in the U.S. publicly traded company with pay package 2020 valued at $154 million. It's a lot of money. And Bobby Kotick, to a small, like the thing is, stop clock is right twice a day. Bobby Kotick did reduce his amount of compensation to minimum wage, and it seemed like things were getting better. And correct me if I'm wrong, but it seemed like things at Blizzard were finally turning around after this statement was made. Like and I'm saying it seemed, right? Like, I'm not saying it was. In August, Activision named a longtime employee, Jennifer O'Neill, to be Blizzard's co-head, making her the first woman to lead the company's business units. The following month, she sent an email to a member of Activision's legal team in which she professed a lack of faith in Activision's leadership to turn the culture around, saying it was clear that the company would never prioritize our people the right way. Ms. O'Neill said in the email that she had been sexually harassed earlier in her career. Wow, what goes around comes around. Isn't that interesting? It seems like every single fucking person... I've talked to like 5 or 6, probably more than that, female employees at Blizzard. Not a single fucking one of them hasn't had a story of being at least vaguely sexually harassed. It's too many fucking people. O'Neill said in the company she was sexually harassed, and she was paid less than her male counterpart at the helm of Blizzard. That's Mike Ybarra, and wanted to discuss her resignation. Now, her being paid less than Mike Ybarra, I think this is a red herring. It doesn't really matter. There could be a million fucking reasons for that, and some of those could make sense. I don't care about that. That is like a completely separate fucking issue. This here, I have been tokenized, marginalized, and discriminated against, right, wrote Miss O'Neill, who's Asian American and gay. So it was very obvious that whenever Blizzard had Mike Ybarra and Jen O'Neill, they had both of them take the leadership reins of Blizzard. It was obvious to me, and I think everybody, that they had to put a woman in that leadership charge. And I think that she's right. I think that she was put in that position because of that, and she resented that because this is a woman that's had a successful career for decades. And to have that successful career reduced down to her gender is an insult to her accomplishments. So you have to look at it from her perspective. It's that, I've done all of these things for all of this time, and the only reason that I'm being put in this position is because of a chromosome. And it would make anybody in her position feel worthless. She described the party for Activision Development Studio she attended with Mr. Kotick around 2007, which scantily clad women danced around on stripper poles. The same party, DJ encouraged female employees to drink more so men would have a better time. This is like another situation, like I think scantily clad women on stripper poles, like, I don't know, maybe I'm a degenerate, but this doesn't really bother me as much as this does. Like, this is really, really bad. This is just trashy. This is trashy. This, in my opinion, should be borderline illegal. I mean, it's a completely different universe. Mr. Kotick disputed that Activision is unwelcoming to women and said the examples of misconduct identified in the journal are exceptions that don't reflect the company overall. He said he is spending more time on workplace issues. If there are experiences people have in the workplace that make them uncomfortable, much more adept at being able to respond to those. Well, wow, that's crazy. Just in time. Kotick said that he and the board now expect to be kept better informed. Oh, great. So they expect to be kept better informed. So this is a displacement of responsibility. now the responsibility is no longer on the board to inform themselves. It is now on the people to inform the board. Like, this is the kind of things, like these little small words and this little type of language. You see this thing? This little type of language, this weaselly little bullshit that you can read and see what's happening. And it's these little words that just very slowly craft a poisonous narrative in the minds of the people that read it, that are not initiated in the arts of lying and misdirection, which is what this exactly is. What a weaselly little liar. Exactly. Is there any evidence at fucking all the points of that at all, anywhere? Is there any evidence at all? No, I feel like all this is fake. All of the different, everything, the literal hundreds of employees that have come forward about a culture of sexual harassment and abuse, all those are fake. The Jeffrey Epstein thing was photoshopped in by people that wanted to bring Bobby down. It's by his competitors. This is all a gigantic conspiracy to make Bobby Kotick look bad. Like, I'm sorry, but not that many people give a fuck about Bobby Kotick. Bobby knows what's going on. He knows what's happening. I would probably assume Bobby knows a good amount of what's happening even in World of Warcraft. Like, not with the employees, but I bet he has a general idea of what's happening in World of Warcraft. Because he is the CEO, and that is just what CEOs do. Like, he is clearly not incompetent at making money. Like, nobody can debate that Bobby has made the company a lot of fucking money. It's the way that he's done it is the problem. Bobby, to some degree, and this is my take on it, is that if you want to claim ownership of the profits and successes that Blizzard has had, Activision Blizzard has had over the past 10 years, then you also have to take equal ownership of all of the failures. So Bobby can't say that, oh, well, I came in there and I caused all this good stuff to happen, but all the good stuff that happened is because of me, and all the bad stuff that happened is because of somebody else. I think J. Allen Brack is a good example of this. I think J. Allen Brack, and it's the same thing with Mike Morhaime, right, to a lesser extent. J. Allen Brack is just a good old boy who got put in way fucking over his head, had no idea what he was doing, couldn't solve any of the problems he was put in front of. The guy fucking gets put in as president of Blizzard Entertainment, and then, like, 2 or 3 months later, fucking California begins a full-scale investigation on him. In a year and a half, all this dude's hair is gray. Like, that job was killing him. And it's probably the best thing that probably ever happened to fucking J. Allen Brack is the fact that he left Blizzard. Like, for his own health. I can almost guarantee you that. But it's still his responsibility. It's still his fucking fault. And this is what happens. I'll give you a really good example with OTK. So in OTK, we had our 1-year big anniversary event. And that anniversary event was a cock in the ass. It was complete fucking garbage because we hired a production team that was incompetent. But you know what? It's our responsibility to make sure that it goes right. So we can blame the production team, and it was their fault, but it's our responsibility, and at the end of the day, the buck stops with us because we own the fucking company. And it's the exact same thing in this situation. If you want to own the successes, you have to own the failures. You can't have one or the other. So anyway, speaking of Bobby making the company a whole lot of money, the board of directors issued a statement about old Bobby. And this is what, after this has happened, this is what the board of directors has said about Bobby himself. We are disappointed in the Wall Street Journal's report, which presents an inaccurate and misleading view of Activision Blizzard and our CEO. Instances of sexual misconduct that were brought to his attention were acted upon. Wall Street Journal ignores important changes underway. So this is like, again, this is misleading language because acted upon does not mean that they were acted upon correctly or adequately or in any sort of a satisfactory manner. Yes, the action in one of these was that he saved the guy's job. So again, the language tells the truth, but the message lies. Constant Desire fails to account for the efforts of thousands of employees who work hard every day to live up to their and our values. The constant desire to be better has always set this company apart, which is why, at Mr. Kodik's direction, we have made significant improvements, including a zero-tolerance policy for inappropriate conduct, and which is why, moving forward with unwavering focus, speed, and resources, we will continue increasing diversity across our company and industry and ensure that every employee comes to work feeling valued, safe, respected, and inspired. Well, that certainly doesn't seem to be happening. This is a disaster. It's just another fucking disaster. And I said this right on Twitter, fuck Bobby Kotick. This is the only thing that I think we can really say. Fuck Bobby Kotick. This guy has caused so much fucking trouble. He has created so much fucking drama for this company. Everything that you hear outside of Bobby Kotick's, own words are negative about him. This person just makes the entire company look bad, but he makes them a lot of money. And I think we're going to see very soon in the next couple of days whether making them that much amount of money is going to make the difference.
Don't think it will, but we'll see later where we go back to watching more Asmongold. But until for now, I need to eat something because I've been streaming for 6 hours, so I'll be back in a bit. I also need to use the bathroom, so you guys enjoy the music when I'm gone. When I come back, we'll be playing more Genshin Impact.
With all
Alright, I'm back. I hope you guys enjoy this video. Bites to some food.
Hey, yo, what up, YouTube? So another person won a giveaway for me to do summons, which happens all the time over at twitch.tv/Techno. We are like 4 or 5 hours from the Asia server before Ito drops, but this dude, Shango, for some reason, wants me to get him an Albedo instead of Ito, which is like, fine, because I guess you want both if you want, but I don't know, bro. Ito kind of boring. But first, a word from today's sponsor, Surfshark VPN. If you're not familiar with what a VPN is, don't worry, your boy Techie's gotcha. A VPN stands for Virtual Private Network. It keeps your online identity safe by encrypting all of the information sent between your devices and the internet, which is extremely important for a content creator like me. Surfshark doesn't only keep your identity safe, but it masks your IP address, which allows you to change your virtual location. Yes, that means you can get early access to games by switching time zones, you get that day one advantage. You can unblock content libraries that aren't available in your country, and best of all, stop ISPs from throttling your data. They analyze your data and limit your bandwidth whenever you're engaged in intense activities, such as playing online games. Stop them with Surfshark and enjoy the speed you deserve. As a bonus, Surfshark offers to give their users total privacy and protection online by giving you real-time alerts, check for potential breaches, and a kick-ass antivirus, and lets you browse without a trace. Start protecting yourself by using the link in my pinned comment in my description. If you use code TECHTONE, you get 83% off and 4 months free. Surfshark even offers a 30-day money-back guarantee, which is, by the way, ridiculous. There is no risk to try it out. So why not try it out today? And thank you, Surfshark VPN, for sponsoring today's video. But I can. The only thing that sucks is that I gave this dude $150 to summon with, and he's already a whale. So to get the double bonus, this feels terrible. So if you're free to play and you want to give away, can you just follow my Twitch? It's like literally way better, and it's more fun for me to summon for free to live viewers anyways, and it's supposed to do a counter use, but let's see what this filthy degenerate has. Eula, Wolf's Gravestone. Get no Stalker Broken Pines. Get obliterated. Primordial Jade Cutter on Kaza. Pretty good, not the rest. What constellation? C0, cringe. C0, cringe. C0, cringe. What weapon? You bitch. You bitch. You just have it all, don't you? Skyward Blade. I hold a lot of power right now. And it comes down to ask myself, do I want to ruin someone's day or not? To be honest, I'm considering it. Because I thought you were free to play when I originally came on this account. Shango, let me ask you a question right now over here in chat. Do you think I'm a good guy? Do you think, oh, you're gasping, huh? Do you think I'm a good guy, Shango? Do you think, oh, he's a streamer? He would never. His reputation's on the line, Shango. You know, you gotta ask yourself, was this summon session worth it? I wonder. Shall I? Shall I not? We'll see. If you don't get an albedo on this summon session, I'm C6ing them. I don't care what you say. You better not have a homo. Wow, that's gross. I will say, that is the most weedy thing I've ever seen in my life. Fucking Chocolate with the Favonius lens. That's cringe. Oh my God. You know what? Maybe you aren't that pay to win as I thought. Oh my God. This hurts to say. This actually sucks. What do you have? Oh, congratulations, dude. Congratulations. Okay, all right. Staff a homo on your hoot-out. Okay. Maybe things don't all have a grim end. Are you building your characters appropriately? Let's see. What do you want? Fucking shut up. Good God, man. How many times? Who are you? Are you some prostitute? Is this your e-boyfriend that you baited? That you baited for 20 Robux? And a $30 Fortnite code? What the fuck is Aminoma Kaguchi? Never even seen this shit before. The hell is that? It looks hella clean. The fuck? That is so clean. God damn. All right. Oh, that's pretty good. Atlas, pretty good. Fingers mode, nice. Building a Diona. I respect that. Fish, stringless. Oh, what? Windbloom Ode. What the fuck? People who use this shit? What the fuck? All right. Serpent Spine, respectable. R3, okay. A little bit of a whale, Master Greatsword. Level 80 with a Master Greatsword, dude. Fog. Nice sack sword, okay. The catch. I can't be bothered to get this shit, dude. I cannot be bothered to get this shit. That's all right, though. Livonia sword. Stringless. Looking pretty good. Aloy, what do you got? Did you actually use this bitch? R5? No, it's R1. That's pretty good. Oh my God, you actually building QC? Don't you dare tell me you have the fucking new set on her. Yeah, good. Good. That's the respect she deserves. Kazuha, stats. 136 elemental mastery. The fuck are you doing? Bro, you understand. You understand that Kazuha can't crit, right? His swirl can't crit? You get that Kazuha's swirl can't crit, right? Do you get that or no? So your Kazuha has 136 elemental mastery. You should not build him this way. And it would actually just be better. Do you have any other weapons? Yeah, this Kazuha just sucks balls, bro. You want to swap him onto an elemental mastery build. I promise you. Is your Zhao okay? You need to fix your Zhao. I'm not here to fix your account. I'm here to do summons. Okay? We don't got to worry about any of that shit. Covering his stats with the fucking sub count don't matter. We'll see people bitching about it in the YouTube video anyways. We're here to get you an albedo. I'm telling you this right now, Shango. If you fuck up and you don't get your albedo with the $150 I gave you, I will be C6ing your Bennett. I'm gonna just let you know that. I'm gonna C6 your Bennett if you don't get an albedo. Okay? Because you crossed the line and you broke my trust. I thought you were free to play and you weren't. So Shango, it's time for you to pay the price. You better pray to God. You better pray to God that you get a 5-star. You better pray to God. You better pray to God that you... That's almost albedo. That's almost albedo. That is almost albedo. But is it? What is it? You got a lot to gain here, little Shango. A lot to gain and also a lot to lose. On one hand, you could get albedo, your dream unit. You told me the other day, I eat, sleep, shit, and come to albedo hentai every single day. But Is today the day you bring back the big boy friend?
Yes.
Guess what?
Get the big boy.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, chef.
Eggy, yes, chef. Yes, Chef Gordon Ramsay will be rolling over in his grave if you do not get this shit. If you pull some dinky ass fucking unit like Chi-Chi and we go to Hard Pity, you ain't getting them. You ain't getting them. And better, let me tell you, bro, I hope you like Pyro Infusion. I hope you like Pyro Infusion because you're about to get it. You about to get it. So hope you enjoy. I hope you don't get albedo. I hope you don't because you lied to me. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? First 10 pull, what is this bullshit? It's not even a 10-minute video. What am I supposed to do? Huh? Fuck, Shango, what do you want to do with the rest of your money? Are you just gonna keep it? Oh, don't fucking Eggy cool at me, dude. What do you want? Do you want to just keep it, or what do you want, Shango? Add me in chat. What do you want? What the fuck are you saying? Ito? Oh my god. Now you're gonna make me save the rest for fucking Ito? Oh my god, you're such a bitch. I summon for you. I don't even get a video because it's not even 10 minutes, so I can't upload it. Yeah, here, I'm gonna waste 4,000 of your EXP. Yeah, I'm gonna send this shit too. I'm gonna send this fucking bitch. Because you need to think about what you fucking did. Yeah, I'm gonna take all your fucking money. Yeah, it doesn't feel good, does it? Oh, I bet you were sent for Ito. Too bad. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, go farm your fucking rocks. Fuck you, Shango. Good luck on your fucking Ito. I hope it goes well. And this can't even go on YouTube. Unless it is. In which case, make sure to like, comment, subscribe. Love you guys. Catch the next one. Peace.
That was good. Good video. Funny that it is 10 minutes. I think it was only 10 minutes because of the ad. Could be. Oh, I forgot I was in 1300, but 1024. I do the daily check on them. Yes, I did. See if I can full screen this without it bugging out. Good lord, I hope it doesn't. Day 16. Oh, 60 left, I guess. Alright, oh, I forgot the audio.
Add Astra.
Really again? 15 resin is what?
This realm.
It's a long ass time, I know for sure.
If you ever had...
If I remember correctly, I was still working on Towns Cook, but I don't remember if I got them on the 9 or not. I can have how many we're done. Nope. Still need more budget on it. Oh, I forgot to turn that up. How's it been here?
You're stuck now! Vengeance will be mine! I condemn you!
Shield popped right as the ult was going down. Good lord. That was kind of close.
More speed.
I don't think I've done the mountains on.
More speed.
Oh, I just got both. Bug. Oh, that was impressive. Thank you. Sorry. Could run those logs, but I don't know. High rail.
More speed.
I was not supposed to break them. Oh, I remember that for next time, I guess. Oh. It's a little dumb, but alright.
You want to learn some Favonius blade work? Alright then, I'll teach you. Oh yes, I'll teach you alright. Mark my words. Thanks for mercy. This is a new one. Barbados. More speed.
And there's trouble again. And if you went just like 100 meters that way, you would have gotten the sword. Yeah. I actually missed one. A little punch. Oh, come on. Damn you, Mario. Damn you.
Crush. Freeze to the core. Rack and ruin.
that I'm doing like 400 in terms of damage, but I can do 17,000 animal. Just because of the weapon.
This'll pack a punch. You're stuck now. Shudder. Blood of frost. I condemn you. More speed. More speed.
Okay, I do the demo higher allows us to go past 60 FPS. Hit with solve. Not going to lie. Damn, limiter is on 60. For some reason giving 120 to frickin' mobile.
More speed.
Like, why?
Beg for mercy. Got something for ya. Vengeance will be mine. Eye for an eye. More speed. Shudder. Freeze to the core. I condemn you.
Last second charge. The thorn. That was 180. How did they not
More
hit?
speed. More speed. Crush. be mine. Rack and ruin.
Juggle and Abyss Mage when they jump out of their bubble. Best content in the game. One ley line from mining all of Kokunu's talents. Back to where it all began. Sora. The reason why I started playing Genshin. Ring a bell.
Crush! Vengeance will be mine! Well met.
Yeah.
Got something for ya. The hunt is on!
But yeah, I was watching a streamer called Silvervale and they were playing Genshin and I decided to try it. No! Damn butterfly. This damn statue. of lore on discovering Genshin.
Missile Packer Punch. This is a new one. Freeze to the core. I condemn you.
Welcome to the nut. Alright. I just need to get her to 90, but I won't worry about that for now. What should I worry about? I should probably 90. I think I'll work on Edo next. Maybe Goro. Can I work on Goro? No, I've been going. What is Edo? I have 300. What the slow progression is 300 beetles enough? A 168 seems like enough. How many hearts do I have? I have 9. He uses tusks anyways. Better than Yan's online. I don't have any of them. Yan might be a good idea. Do I even have Shinyan? Probably do. Shinyan, although 163. I don't have to farm any treasure hunters, so it's a good start. Thank you for the follow, jumping all over. I think we'll work on Jenny next. But completed all of this. No, that's not. So I can play it, whatever. Let's go see what this challenge is. Guess you can do it from anywhere.
There is no escape.
You're open. You're open. You're
Illusion shattered. Inazuma shines eternal. Shine down. Back off. To ashes.
brace yourself. This is gonna hurt. Shouldn't let your guard down.
We can do it. Power that ends hot shot. There is no escape. Now you shall perish. Illusion shattered.
Yeah, bring it on. You can run, but you can't hide.
Shine down.
How's the constellations go? Oh, they do. Okay. Thought I had constellation with what's this face? Protaglia. Well, at least I thought I did.
I'll protect us.
Jab cross.
Eyes on me.
Brace yourself. This is gonna hurt.
Out of my sight. Inazuma shines eternal. to oblivion. Insolent. Let's dance.
Brace yourself. This is gonna hurt.
Yeah, the red beam shows where the last one is, but I want to find the other ones also.
Illusion shattered. Back off. Eyes on me. There is no escape. Now you shall perish. I'll protect you. Hachi.
Shouldn't let your guard down.
How come I do that before? Oh.
Power that ended high. Let's dance. Ready, steady. Illusion shattered. Inazuma shines eternal. There is no escape. To ashes. Come on, we can do it. Torn to oblivion.
Maybe those challenges I was supposed to read, but didn't. Oh, I did. Sweet. Trigger frozen. Gonna be a lot of switching, which I don't like.
Delved into destiny. Swirling snow.
Mind disorder will be stronger. So I have C1 as go.
Let me scry. Take flight. Kami-san out. Sometsu.
Yes.
This one will be frozen in time.
Rolling snow. Embrace the ice. Take flight. Look at you. Put it down.
Too late to get frostbite.
Does that mean? Oh, it's only on one. Man. Thought it would have gotten there if I'd be a higher ranking, I guess.
Written in the stars. Sailed into destiny. Take flight.
To get frostbite.
Rolling snow.
Even is the land disorder? That's one thing I'm confused about. Yeah, doesn't give me enough. Oh, here we go.
Let me scry.
Oh, hell no.
Look at you, Boo down. Embrace the ice. Decided by destiny.
Oh, so sorry.
Take flight.
I don't even see her but being.
Sailed into destiny. Fate is upon you. My apologies. Southwest swirl. Whirling snow. Let me amuse myself a little. Written in the stars. Think you can bully me? Take flight.
Revived and start on the there it is.
Decided by destiny. My apologies. Over here. Fate is upon you.
Dodge this. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Whirling snow. Let me amuse myself a little. Oh, now you've got me work. Take flight. Think you can bully me? Can't handle your drink. Huh. Let me scry.
This was well done.
Decided by destiny.
An unfortunate fault.
My apologies. Time for a swirl.
Oh my god, how many of the same song am I listening to? That locked. It's broken. Burger. Closed on YouTube. And I'm gone. Took a good few minutes out of run.
Whirling snow. Look at you. Take flight. Embrace the ice.
This one will be frozen.
Whirling snow. My apologies. Shaking and stirring. Handling your dreams. Shaking and stirring. Whirling snow. Fate is upon you.
Peace be with you.
Suffer a swirl. My apologies.
Acclamation.
Shakespeare!
The power.
Look at you, Boondale!
Revelation. Hear ye the words of joy. The truth shall set you free.
Selection! Decided by destiny!
Grace be upon you.
Freeze! I'm so sorry.
My apologies!
That wasn't particularly difficult at all. But I guess if you looked at the enemies, it would have been a lot easier. But 155. I took a lot more damage in Thundershock than the Freezer. I thought. 5 hours, 2 days. Well, that was pretty fun. Not gonna lie. Was quite fun. It's interesting that it let me do that just anywhere, to be honest. I guess if you had more constellations than other people, I guess it would change how you feel about it.
More speed.
One could say that the more constellations you have, the easier it is for the game.
More speed.
Got something for ya. The hunt is on. Shut up.
Wait, hear me. Beg for mercy.
books does Jinyan need? Yeah, gotta get the 40 first. It'll be interesting if a character ever needs trees.
Ever seen one of these? You're stuck now.
That'll be the day.
Flood of frost. Rack and ruin.
They were both diving under? The first? I'll try to make it faster. And just run away.
More speed. This'll pack a punch. This is a new one.
I'm almost a 9 in with Halo and Sayo. Fog. No. I think that'll be the end for Genshin today. Yaramara for level up Kokomi's talents to 9. We started with Jinyan and is now level 30. Need to get to 40 so I know what talent books to use. I guess I could just fuck on, but oh well. I think we'll jump back to let's get for the rest of the map. Try to finish the yak track. Resources, don't want to do that. I need anything else? Nothing I could upgrade. I don't have because it's a rare item. So that's not going to happen.
Okay, so here we are. We have this little buff where it says when there is a geo construct near your active character, your charged attack deals 30% more damage and the stamina they consume is decreased by 50%. You might think this is good for Itto, but no, this is good for Noelle. And you probably thought this was gonna be a Itto showcase, but no, I'm gonna use Noelle. We can use them both, okay? So first half, we're gonna use Noelle. Second half, we're gonna use Itto. So you can see the difference, okay? C6 Itto versus C6 Noelle. It's one hit. Oh, oh. Let me out. All right. Eh? Yo. Fuck. The enemy has to be stationary in order for us to maximize Itto's DPS potential. I mean, it's same for everyone, but that is the bad thing about Itto. Elemental Mastery, yes, let's go! Huh? Yes, let's go, full Geo team! I would say in this kind of situation, Noelle is better. Fight me. Noelle is better in this situation. Two more monsters. But as you can see, when he enters his charge attack, right, he does this little dash. No, it's too strong now. Oh, this might be good. This might be good. Fuck! Why did they spawn on the other side of the map? It's okay. Use ult again. Fucking low floors. Last one. Where is it? Oh. Elemental burst damage 20%. Okay, it's not gonna benefit our beloved Noelle though. Thank you, Goro. Okay, now that damage feels right. I was talking about the charge attack damage. I kept on doing like 30k, 20k. And of course, when I was attacking Geo Lavatro, I wasn't expecting 30k. 20k was fine with that. Because whenever I talk about something like this, there will be that idiot who will be like, yo, did you not know that the Geo Lavatro has Geo resistance, you dumb fuck? I'm like, dude, I wasn't talking about that. Alright, we get more into burst damage, okay? I like that. I can't see anything. I'm just gonna spin like this, okay? Use Q. Oh, okay. Fairly quick. This is gonna be good. Watch. Where's he going? Where are you going? As you can see, Ito's ICD is non-existent when he uses Q. Kinda like Raiden Shogun's Q. Defense 30%, what the fuck? Boom. Boom. Oh shit, one hit, they're all dead. If it crits, they're dead. Ah, please crit. Oh, he is on the thing. Can you get off? They're all spread out again. I hate this. Nice. Okay. Chamber 2. Please spawn near me. Ah, stop the elevator. Somebody. Oh, 90 90k! Oh, I knew that would be good. Oh shit. They're almost dead, so I don't think I want to use any skills here. Wait, this is a chamber 3! Use all the skills! Oh. Nerf Noel. Now, floor 12. Why does the floor 12 look the same? Maybe it's just my feeling. Maybe I'm wrong. It's the same? Okay, alright. Boring. I hate those Inazuma monsters in Spare Abyss. They're so freaking annoying. I think this music fits into Ito's showcase, right? Move it! Move your ass! I want the elevator now. Elevator. Ah, fuck! Get out of my way! Oh my god. I wanted to finish the floor by plunge attack. Last showcase. We're gonna make more videos about Ito. Where are you going, Wolf? Oh no, I don't think we can charge attack. So, as we can all see, in this showcase video, we were able to find out that, by any chance, if you have money to give Noel R5 Red Horny, Noel is also pretty good. It seems like when the enemies are not gathered together, Ito is losing a lot of the DPS. So, although when I was doing a showcase for C6 Ito, it doesn't feel as good as when I'm using C6 Noel with the R5 Red Horny. I guess it all kind of comes down to what kind of monsters we are attacking, right? So versus 1v1, I would say Ito is going to be very, very great, especially when the opponent is stationary. When the opponent is mobile as fuck, then it's going to be a little no-no, you know? So, before we go, I would like to show you something else with my Ito. We're gonna go ahead and try to kill that Geodugo with Ito. So against this Geodugo, he gives us the little DPS window. And if he can kill this wolf within that DPS window, then I can say this character is good, right?
How many more slashes did I do after I killed that doggo? That was pretty good. I've been talking with a lot of VOs, and they all are happy with C6 Ito. I am also happy with my C6 Ito. Now that we are done with the basic showcases, I would probably go ahead and level up his talents. It's still at 699. In order for me to do a constellation comparison video, it is very important for us to keep the talent level at 6, because when we do get a constellation, there will be a big jump in the skill levels, just because I think the character scales a little bit more with the skill levels. Imagine that I made my skill levels to be 699 before the constellation, and after constellation I will say, oh, Ito was broken before and now it's more broken. It will be biased, right? It wouldn't align with any of the previous videos that I have made before. That's the reason why I keep my talent levels at 666. Even if you're a small spender, you kind of keep your characters at talent level 888, right? Unless you really like that character and want to main that character. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Don't forget to leave a like and subscribe to my channel, and I'll see you guys next time. Adios.
YouTube frogs, welcome back to another complete guide, this time covering the newest 5-star, the one and only Arataki Ito. We'll be taking a look at any potential 4-star, 5-star weapon choices, talents and how his playstyle rotates, constellations and their values, artifact choices like the Husk set, team compositions, and showcasing him in the Abyss. If you are new here, first off, welcome to the channel and appreciate you dropping by. I also stream most nights on Twitch. Feel free to check out my community over there and their chaotic, chill vibes. Link in the description. Alright, let's begin. Timestamps are provided for your convenience. Now, here's what my Ito looks like so far. A base investment of level 80 out of 80, constellation 0, with level 6 talents across the board. I'll be running my best 4-piece Husk set during the weapon test to demonstrate his best in slot, higher end damage output given from this artifact set. His main stats are running a standard defense scaling DPS build with a defense percent timepiece, a geo damage gauntlet, and a crit rate crit damage mask. Here's what his artifacts look like and his general stats at level 80. You see this piece, no crit damage on it, but that's okay. These are current stats with White Blind and level 80 R1. Higher crit rate with lower crit damage, but we're doing this to compensate for when the Red Horn gives an insane amount of crit damage. Moving on to talents. So before we get into the nitty gritty, here's an overview of what to expect for Ito. He's a defense conversion scaling, greedy on-field, stack-based, charge DPS character. Yeah, that's a mouthful, but let me explain. So defense conversion scaling. This means that even though we prioritize defense as the stat to scale, his kit converts this defense to attack, which is the source of his damage. Think like Hu Tao's kit, who converts HP to attack. This means that units like Bennett can still buff Ito just fine. He's greedy on-field, meaning he needs to be kept on the field during his main rotation. Swapping out cuts his rotation short, so he prioritizes supports that have full value off-field. Stack-based charge DPS. This is his superlative strength, or SS for short is what I'll be calling it, stacks, and allows him to fully combo his charge attack. He can hold at max 5 stacks. Now, with that overview, we can talk about his skills. Normal attack. For most other characters, their normal attack is nothing special, but not the case for Chad Ito. The underlying mechanics behind his normal attack are very important. Without his burst active, his N2 and N4 grant him SS stacks. N2 grants him 1 stack. N4 grants him 2 stacks, for a total of 3 out of 5 per an entire 4-hit sequence. If he has SS stacks, his charge attacks become swift slashes called Arataki Kesagiri, and they consume no stamina. These normal slashes are the combo slash multipliers, which are nearly equivalent to his N3 in terms of multiplier damage. The last stack in his hold rotation will cause a final slash multiplier and ends his charge sequence. The multiplier is over double the combo slash that you can see here, and if he only has 1 SS, holding the charge attack will immediately do this final slash. And then, if he has no SS stacks, his charge attack will be one big Saichi Monchi slash swing and consumes stamina. It's like a normal Claymore charge attack end swing. This is a great time to bring in both of his passives. So his Ascension 1 passive. When he does consecutive Arataki Kesagiri, which is the whole charge attack, each slash grants stacking 10% attack speed up to 3 times for 30% attack speed. It also grants him resistance to interruption, allows you to keep spamming his charge attack. Ascension 4. Arataki Kesagiri damage is increased by 35% of his defense. So this applies to both his combo and his final slash damage. To more easily visualize this, you can imagine the multipliers, this 132% and the 277.5%, are just plus 35% defense. So depending on how much attack versus defense your Ito has post-burst, determines how much his passive gives. Remember that these multipliers are all attack-based multipliers, and they're like this because of the conversion from his burst. So with this plus 35% defense from his A4, you you can expect about 20 to 25% of the total damage from his Arataki Kesugiri is from this A4 passive, which is pretty significant. Also, both A1 and A4 passives relate to his Arataki Kesugiri's combos, which incentivize you to do SS stacking gameplay. So his burst. He basically enters the Oni King state, he converts his normal charge and plunging attacks to geo damage, and a percent of his defense to attack. This cannot be reinfused, meaning that C6 Bennett won't make him Pyro. Sucks, I know some of you guys wanted to try Pyro Ito. This also grants 10% attack speed bonus, which stacks on top of his A1 for up to 40%, and also his N1 and N3 now each grant 1 stack of SS. So combined with his N2 and N4 from the original stuff, his entire sequence of N1 to N4 within his burst grants 5 out of 5 SS stacks. This also sacrifices 20% of his own physical and elemental resist, and the state is lost upon swapping out. So important for clarification here, Ito's burst is not like Raiden Shogun's, and does not scale off of elemental burst damage like M1 4-piece and Noblesse 2-piece. Ito's burst is like Noelle and Xiao's burst, it's just a conversion, so all the scaling is in normal charge plunging damage. Means that normal attack leveling is very important, in contrast to Raiden, where hers can be left at level 1. His burst state lasts for 11 seconds with an 18-second duration and 70 energy cost. We'll go into exactly how his attack sequence can be maximized during this rotation in the playstyle section. Elemental skill. So this summons Ushi, the bull mascot, for 6 seconds with a 10-second cooldown, which acts as a taunt and an SS generator. Ushi is summoned with 100% of Ito's HP pool and does not increase per talent level. When you increase the talent, it only increases the skill damage. So it's possible to gain 5 SS stacks from Ushi alone. 1 from the initial throw hitting enemies, 3 from Ushi taking damage max once every 2 seconds with a 6-second duration, and once when Ushi or the skill duration ends. In practical situations, it's not consistent to maximize stacks from Ushi taking damage. So you'll usually get only 2 to 3 stacks versus the 5 stacks. Summoning Ushi also grants 3 to 4 energy orbs, and the stacks can be generated even if Ito is off field. Meaning during burst cooldown, Ushi can passively set up Ito for a head start on his SS before his burst. Now the elemental skill has really solid scaling. It's 430% at level 6 on a 10-second cooldown. Within the burst rotation, it's incentivized to use immediately after burst to gain the defense to attack conversion for maximized damage and energy refund. So this changes slightly with C6 though, where Ushi first then burst is slightly better because only at C6 can you charge attack for the full 11 seconds and you don't do specific rotations. This is due to the RNG factor of C6 not consuming SS stacks. Otherwise, Ushi after the burst for massive damage increase. It's responsible for about 20% of his burst rotation. It's pretty high. So talent priority wise, I recommend priority investment in his normal attack and burst, then elemental skill as needed. I'd honestly recommend all level 6 or higher though. Elemental skill, despite being the least prioritized, does really crack the damage for a low cooldown. If you're planning to go beyond level 8, I prioritize normal attack first before his burst, as the burst conversion encounters heavy diminishing turns with so much attack conversion. With talents done, let's discuss how to play Ito. So due to his normal attack string having a small grace period to continue dashing or throwing Ushi, in my opinion he feels really fluid to play. We'll be focusing on his on-field burst rotation, since that's where most of his value comes from. This is for my C0 Ito gamers, which is what my current Ito is. I'll mention any changes to higher constellation up to C6. So, for C0, burst rotation would look something like this. 4 to 5 stacks pre-prepped, activate burst, throw Ushi, charge 5, which is your entire charge sequence with all 5 stacks, dash cancel, N4, which is your entire auto sequence for 5 stacks during his burst, dash cancel, P5 again, which is the entire charge spam using all 5 stacks, and then throw Ushi at the end. Setups from Goro, Albedo, and Zhongli will typically happen before he bursts here. Here's what that looks like with a 1-star weapon. Couple things to note during this rotation. The emblem that's on his back that counts as SS stacks will flash when he has 5 stacks. As long as you are somewhat paying attention, you'll notice it and you can start charge spamming right after. The background also slightly dims when he is in Oni King state. So you can see I was able to throw a second Ushi out right before the state expired and the background went back to normal. Also, the numbers on Ito's body, counting up to 4, are the husk stacks. So this is just a demonstration, but typically you'll have 4 husk already from him being off field for a while before activating burst to get the full value. His burst does snapshot the conversion from defense to attack. So if you gain any defense during his burst, this will not be converted to his attack. So setting up Goro and 4 husk before activating his burst is recommended. It's generally pretty easy to do this, just make sure Ito is in Goro's field before activating. This rotation allows you to get off 2 charge 5 combos at C0 and throw 2 Uchis out while his attack is converted for maximum nuke damage. Second Uchi will also generate stacks for Ito after his burst is over, and even if he swaps out to prep for the next rotation. Also good for his energy. This is pretty stable for C0, improvise as you need to in actual combat. I would say try to prioritize the 2 Ushis to rotate the cooldown optimally and assist with his energy. Constellation 1 and Constellation 6 are mentioned more in detail in the Constellation section, but quick tidbits here. Constellation 1 allows the first C5 to be extended to a C8, and for Itto to start with 2 to 3 stacks of SS instead of 4 to 5, since activating his burst grants him 2 immediately. C2 allows for 80% burst uptime, assuming energy and triple Geo. And then C6 allows you to spam the charge attack with good RNG for his entire 11-second burst. In the C6 case, I would actually recommend you throw Ushi first before you activate the burst, since you'll want that extra second for more charge attack spam. So it'll look like Ushi first, then burst, and then charge 10 to 20 depending on your RNG at C6, throw Ushi at the end, and then the burst ends. More details on the specifics of his constellations in that section. This playstyle section was recorded the day after he was released, so be on the lookout for more specific combinations. There might be some more difficult rotations to squeeze out a bit for more DPS. I would say that Itto's playstyle is easy to pick up for casuals, but can also be as challenging as you want to min-max him. This is taken from my own Twitter post. On to weapons for Itto. So, what's available for him? As a defense scaling DPS, his weapon arsenal is very similar to Noel's. For my F2B budget frogs, 4-star White Blind makes a reappearance to provide an easy, craftable option that synergizes perfectly well with his kit. Will likely be the go-to for newer frogs interested in an Itto Unga Bunga comp. The White Blind then eliminates a lot of other weapon choices that would usually be suitable for attack-based DPS. None of the 3-star weapon options that we have are really valuable here. The Debate Club and White Iron Greatsword have the most relevant stats, but still don't quite hold up. So here's what we have on the roster then to test. White Blind craftable, Black Cliff, the Star Glitter crit damage weapon, Serpent Spine, the Battle Pass crit rate weapon, and for 5-star weapons we have the Unforged, Wolf's Gravestone, Skyward Pride, and Redhorn Stone Thresher as his best in slot. For these tests, I'll be running my best 4-piece Husk set. These are what you can expect from damage numbers completely unbuffed and 0 team synergy. 4-piece Husk will be completely active for all these tests to showcase his expected rotational DPS. I'll be running a high crit rate build by default, so my crit damage is going to be lower than expected for certain weapons. Along with Itto's crit rate ascension stat, it's going to be sitting around 80% for most of these tests. This is so that the Redhorn's massive crit damage spike can be easily seen and compared against, since it's designed to be the big spike for him. For the Serpent Spine in particular, I'll be using a crit damage mass to offset the crit rate that this weapon gives. And friendly reminder as always, crit rate food will be used to speed up the testing. It does not increase or decrease the damage numbers shown in the final tally. Let's begin with the 4-star weapons. So, White Blind first. This is what I would consider baseline Itto damage. Passive will be max stacked before activating the burst. Alright, Black Cliff Sword next. The only crit damage 4-star claimer we have, demoed at 0 stacks. For Itto, the stacks actually don't improve his damage by that much. It's about 3% per the 12% attack per stack. And lastly, Serpent Spine. This is the only crit rate claymore we have out of the entire roster. For this weapon, I'll be switching to a crit damage mass to balance that ratio. We'll be having max passive stacks as well. So, those are the 4-star weapons. They are all actually super close. If we look at total burst rotation damage, they all hover in the 150 to 170k damage range. White Blind is a super solid staple. Serpent Spine is about a 6% over White Blind at equal level and refinement. Black Cliff is just shy at 5% weaker. With maximum passive stacks, it will probably be somewhere in the middle between these two. In general though, whatever you have invested in should work perfectly fine. Serpent Spine is gated by $5, but packs a slightly larger punch. Luckily, weekly drop gamers who somehow have R5 White Blind and even more than that will definitely be a super strong choice and the easiest and most cost efficient choice. Okay, on to 5-star weapons now. Wolf's Gravestone and the Unforged first. These weapons are generic attack percent stat sticks, which will perform less optimally than the other choices, but still worth mentioning and comparing. Wolf's Gravestone passive will not be procced because it's generally situational. Unforged will be procced because it's easy to maintain, and I'll be including Diona to shield him. For these 5-star weapons, I'll be using the R180 versions. Next, Skyward Pride. Now this weapon may surprise some of you. Though this makes Ito's damage personally weaker at the expense of increased recharge, the passive should not go unnoticed. We'll see at the end how well it does and why it shouldn't go unnoticed. And finally, Red Horn. No special commentary here, this weapon wipes the competition. Okay, for these 5-star weapons, Wolf's Gravestone, Unforged, and Pride are all in the 150 to 160k range, on par or slightly weaker than the 4-star options. Wolf's Gravestone and Unforged are nothing special, they're just stat sticks. Skyward Pride is able to match the damage output, including its passive, which is the Vacuum Blades here, along with 8% all damage increase, but it also grants 33% more recharge than the other weapons, making its effective DPS output essentially higher. More burst uptime equals easier to rotate, which equals easier to play. I would say that don't sleep on the Skyward Pride. It's super solid on Ito, and it scales very well with refinements. And of course, Red Horn Stone Thresher. Blasting through 200,000 damage, this weapon is a solid 25% or more increase in DPS across the board. Most of the damage increase is actually in the normal and charge spam, which is about 30 to 40% from this portion of the passive. As you can see, Ushi only gained 10% damage. For all these weapons, in general, I would say 4-star weapons are cost efficient and solid to invest in. Prioritize, I would say White Blind and Serpent Spine over the Black Cliff. Don't sleep on the Skyward Pride. Super solid synergistic weapon and has recharge built into the weapon. Wolf's Gravestone and Unforged are okay as just generic stat sticks, and Red Horn is best in slot. On to artifacts. We know that 4-piece Husk is best in slot for Ito. If you're working on that, good luck on the RNG. 54% defense and 24% Geo is a massive stat stick for Ito and very easy to stack for him. Other viable options if you want to playtest him: 4-piece Bolide set, 35% shield strength and 40% normal charge damage. My Geo mains out there who have previously farmed a 4-piece Bolide set can likely use that here. Probably need to swap for a defense timepiece though. Need to remind you guys, do not use 4-piece Gladiator set. If you guys don't know, 4-piece Gladiator only buffs normal attack, not charge attacks. Ito is built all around his SS stacks and spamming his charge attack. Gladiator will not assist this damage, so don't be fooled. Same reminder to not use 4-piece Emblem set. His burst is a conversion and not a source of damage. Same goes with 2-piece Noblesse. These are dead bonuses for him. For the 2-piece options, I think the standard of 2-piece Petra and 2-piece Husk will not change. You get the 30% defense and the 15% Geo damage bonus. But you can honestly interchange anything with 2-piece Husk or 2-piece Petra. The substats will carry harder after prioritizing 2-piece Husk for the 30% defense. 2-piece Husk should be easy to maintain as a stepping stone if you are heavy grinding for a 4-piece Husk set. Newer players not at the AR-45 stage yet can consider using Defender's Will 2-piece and Berserker 2-piece for a crit and defense combo. Alright, so for main stats, timepiece. I would always recommend the defense percent here, even when stacking 4-piece Husk and White Blind or Stone Thresher. Grab as much ER as you naturally can from substats. His teammates are most likely going to be built around natural battery style if you're running lots of Geo characters to suffice for energy. We want Ito to maximize DPS during his on-field time because his rotational DPS is pretty high. Geo Goblet priority. Defense Goblet is okay in the middle ground until you get a solid Geo, but really prioritize Geo Damage Goblet because his Ascension stat is not Geo, which means that this is only able to be gained from the Goblet and also from 4-piece Husk set. Mask. So Ito has a crit rate Ascension stat, meaning that it is possible for a lot of players to skip directly to a crit damage circlet here, especially for my Serpent Spine Ito gamers. Otherwise though, crit rate or crit damage mask honestly works, whichever gets you closer to a nice 1-to-2 crit ratio. Red Horn gamers, pick your poison honestly. Crit rate mask is more consistent and will be the choice 90% of the time, but crit damage is if you want to show off your 250 plus crit damage Ito. Alright, time for constellations. MiHoYo's recent trend has been to front-load constellation power for their 5-star units to tempt C1 and C2 rollers, and Ito again falls into this category. At Constellation 0, he honestly performs perfectly fine. His attack rotation is fluid, and his burst rotation needs a little space to be able to rack up enough SS stacks. But with more constellations improving his SS rotation and cooldown decrease, the core aspect of his playstyle doesn't change but feels easier to rotate. Stack management still exists and only basically disappears at C6 when spamming. So Constellation 1. after popping his burst, he immediately gains 2 SS stacks, and after 1 second, gains 1 stack per 0.5 seconds 3 times. So after 2.5 seconds, this constellation grants 5 total stacks. This allows you to start his burst off with 2 to 3 stacks, gain 2 on popping burst and 1 optionally for summoning Ushi for 5 stacks, and immediately start charge spamming and refresh 3 stacks over 1.5 seconds for an 8 stack combo. Combined with Ushi potentially generating additional stacks in between and when duration is over, this can be extended to a 9 to 11 stack combo on 40% attack speed. Regarding during burst playstyle modifications, summoning Ushi twice, once at the beginning and before burst ends, is still crucial for maximum nuke DPS, so the first rotation can be extended and the second is shortened. I don't currently have C1 activated, but I would estimate instead of charged 5 twice to end with Ushi, it might look like charged 8 and then charged 2 and then Ushi. However, very unlikely that you'll get perfect rotations every single time, so play improv based on how the first charge sequence goes. Constellation 2. This is both a cooldown decrease and an energy decrease, improving the rotations of his burst. Ito himself counts as 1 Geo member, so by default, this makes his burst cooldown 16.5 seconds and 64 energy cost. With 2 additional Geo members, like Goron Albedo, his burst becomes a 13-second cooldown and a 52 cost. So in practice, the energy is really the most valuable thing. You'll still need to swap to party members to replace their skills, so the cooldown won't be perfectly maximized, but the energy cost is really effective at managing constant Ito rotational DPS. So both C1 and C2 are pretty hard to calculate the exact DPS increase, but they are pretty significant. I would estimate at least 15% from C1 and 25% from C2, so I would say about 40% from both, on top of making him feel smoother to execute rotations. The energy refund and cooldown from C2 effectively makes his burst up to 25% cheaper and faster uptime. Constellation 3. Ushi gains 3 levels. It's more yeet power. C4. 20% defense and attack team buff including himself. Along with C2, he can buff his own subsequent burst rotations after the first one, so this becomes a significant self and team buff, around a 10% self DPS increase. Constellation 5. Standard burst plus 3 levels. More defense conversion for this. And then finally, Constellation 6. So this is a plus 70% crit damage to his charge stack, and it's an RNG 50-50 to not use an SS stack whenever he charge stacks. So this constellation unlocks the potential for a full 10 to 11 second burst duration charge attack string. Combined with his other constellations like C1 and C2, and good RNG, his charge attack swing can technically reach upwards of 20 swings in a row. So this is where, for his playstyle, it may be more beneficial to use Ushi first before activating burst. It still maintains the energy collection particles from Ushi. This is to maximize his burst time with all charge attacks. Maybe you can finish by yeeting Ushi right before the burst ends for that additional nuke DPS. This also maximizes the 40% attack speed gain for all those charge attacks within his burst from his passive talent. I would say that C6 for Ito adds at least 50% to maybe 100% DPS increase for his burst. The crit damage plus attack speed maintained is a very strong first burst rotation, making it not only huge numbers every single swing, but also sustained huge numbers. So, if you are a C6 Ito gamer, all I can say is, have fun. For team building, Ito is a greedy main DPS who scales primarily off of defense, but also makes use of attack boosts. His team comps are generally pretty restrictive, nearly requiring double Geo resonance and really making use of Goro's buffs. The first up is the most obvious. Mono Geo or triple Geo centered around Ito and Goro. As a defense-focused composition, third Geo could be Albedo, who was just recently rerun in the previous banners. This core team focuses on defense scaling, and Goro maximizes buff value with 3 total Geo members, funneling into Ito as the main DPS. With Albedo and Goro supporting Ito, this team does lack dedicated shielding and healing for survivability. Although Crystallize can work, it's generally low reliability. C4 Goro fixes healing slightly, but shielding is still lacking. Fourth slot would then come in as Zhongli, Ningguang, or GeoMC for Mono Geo, Diana for shielding and emergency healing, and a non-Geo element to crystallize with. Toma for shielding, though there are energy issues here, and C4 Yanfei Shieldbot, which also has energy issues. Typically, I would never really consider Toma and Tengfei, but I mentioned them because they could technically work. I would stick with Diana, Zhongli, Ningguang, and GeoMC. Ningguang, especially with Constellations, is a great standalone with low rotation burst and solid Geo battery. GeoMC follows the same role. On the topic of Mono Geo, you may be wondering, how does Noelle add to the picture? So a Noelle unfortunately does not provide battery well, and also needs to be on field for most of her damage / healing value. She may be a last resort shielder if not running Zhongli or Diana, but I generally would not recommend her in this comp. She could, however, in a different situation, be a main DPS with Goro buffing. Otherwise, some other compositions that can work that include other elements. Bennett as a 4th slot on top of Triple Geo. This is focused on maximizing Ito's damage, providing a raw 1k average attack buff from Bennett to Ito, who usually hovers at 3 to 4k attack post burst. So Bennett is still able to provide a 25 to 33% DPS boost for Ito. Mona 4th slot also works, using her burst as an omen damage amplification for Ito. And on this topic, Elemental Catalyst characters can work as Thrilling Tales holders for that attack transfer. So there's also turret-based characters for off-field damage and elemental application that work like so. Raiden's skill for off-field damage and element application, and then her burst for energy refund for the team. Vigil's Oz also is a turret. Kokomi's Jellyfish is a turret and also acts as healing. And then the Beidou, Xingqiu, Xiangling, Kaya, Rosaria burst combo, which are all off-field DPS, and even Rosaria has a crit buff. So, if you only have a second Geo party member, say for example it's Goro or Albedo or Zhongli, but really want to use Ito, you may need to forego a Bennett Xiangling from a Vaporize team and use them here for double Geo, double Pyro. Honestly, these two are self-sufficient as they are, and these two could be other paired DPS that work here. But the comp that I just mentioned, so this sounds strange and reactionless, which it is, since it's mostly just raw damage from Xiangling NATO and Ito's burst, both benefiting from Bennett's attack buff. But because both of these two DPS characters have naturally high multipliers, the team can technically work. In general though, I would say that Ito's team compositions are minimally restrictive to Goro support. They are definitely best buddies that like to stick together. Everything after those two can fill in the team comps mentioned previously, or any other double pair DPS. Alright, let's showcase some comps using the White Blind and a Red Thorn Stone Thresher. These comps are triple Geo or higher with Goro, since that is most often where he will be used. Cue the music, Mr. Cope.
Rapala saves me a bunch of time, a lot of time. I think.
And with the showcase complete, that about wraps up the core of this guide. With a satisfying playstyle that caters to both casuals and min-maxers, Itto excels at outputting some of the highest and most consistent single or AoE Geo DPS in the current roster. In my opinion, he's a character that breathes life into the game, both through his dorky personality and forgivable combo rotations. If this guide helped you understand Itto a little better, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. It's free and really helps the video get recommended and reach a broader audience. Thanks for watching, and I wish that everyone still trying to pull Itto and Goro the best of luck. We'll see you on the next one. Take care.
Hey everyone, MTash here, and I'm just looking over some of the footage from when I was testing Arataki Itto, and I've given my thoughts on Arataki Itto and if he's good and all that, but the thing I wanted to talk about was taking one content creator or one person's opinion and not forming your own opinion, and how big of a mistake that can be, and even not adjusting your opinion depending on the information that's out there. I said, I want to skip Arataki Itto. I looked at Arataki Itto, I said, he looks boring. But once you play him, it's a very different feeling for some people. Or it could be the other way around. Maybe you play a character and they're not as fun as you expected, right? They make the trailers, they look amazing. They always look amazing. Kazuha, he looked fine. But once I saw his kit, I was like, oh damn, this is actually stronger than I thought. And then you get a chance to play him and it's like, oh my god, this character is so fun. And I said, back in the day, like, I don't know, will Kazuha be as good as Venti? I'm not sure. And that's one of my biggest regrets. And so, whether it's me or another content creator, you need to look at different opinions, but you also need to form your own. Because even myself, I was pretty adamant about saying, Arataki Itto looks boring, don't think I would ever want him. And while I might not get him on free-to-play God, there's no denying that he's a good character. He's Geo, he's universal, you can throw him in a bunch of different teams, he'll do his job, and he's more fun to play than I expected. So if you see a video from me saying, he looks boring, and that sways you, obviously, I mean, that kind of sucks that maybe I made you miss out on a fun character, but also, there's other people out there that have great opinions, and there's other people that bring a very different viewpoint in Genshin Impact. Now, I'm about to hype up some other content creators, but first, this video is sponsored by Order or Origin, Time Warrior. This is a brand new free-to-play game that you can enjoy right now with the link down below. With unique characters, 2D graphics, and a magical world to explore, you can build a powerful team of heroes with an abundant amount of resources thrown your way. And you don't have to be on your phone 24/7 to do it. Time Warrior has fully automatic battles, so you can keep your hands and your mind free with the idle gameplay. Recruit and train legendary heroes, learn their unique characteristics and skills, and form the perfect team to take on Order or Origin's varied game modes, such as the dungeon, or maybe a boss fight here or there. Order or Origin is very generous with the in-game bonuses, and you can even get yourself a 10 pull right when you start the game. And if you use code ORDER for fun, you can give yourself a head start with free loot. Right now is the perfect time to play, so download the game using my link because it really helps out the channel. The link is in the comment section or the description.
Damn, shit.
Or the description of this video, and thank you so much for sponsoring this video. An example of this would be Ziox or I Win to Lose Gaming. If you don't know who they are a lot more math focused than myself. I have a hard time keeping track of all the multipliers and which weapons and how many refinements, all this stuff. And those guys have like spreadsheets of data, and they do the math. They will tell you if this character does more damage than that character. And with my content, I'm not gonna lie to you and pretend like I crunch the numbers on every character. I go by the feeling, I go by how the character looks, and then I do tests like this and I get a feel like, is this character good, right? But those guys have the math, and so I'm going to shout them out. I Win to Lose, Ziox. I'm sure there's many more math content creators that really crunch the numbers, but you have to take my content as entertainment. I'm a goofy guy. I give my hot takes. I say, I think Xiao is ugly, and people get mad at me, but you have to remember that I am more about the feel of the characters, and if I can see in their kit, they've got crazy passives. If I can see in their kit, they've got crazy, passives that are boosting up the team or supporting or getting bonus damage, it's very obvious to tell how good a character is, or you can see the utility, right? you can see what a character does, what a character is bringing to the table. And I think that even with me and my initial thoughts, people call me wishy-washy. And I get that. I say, I'm going to skip Arataki Ito, and then I make a video saying, he's kind of hype, he's kind of cool, he's really fun. I change my opinions based on the information that I have. I give my initial thoughts, and then I jump on the character and use it, and I go, wow, there's something here. And then I watch one of those other content creators and see some of the math, and it's like, whoa, holy cow, that's really surprising. You've got to be able to adapt in Genshin Impact, and that is why almost every single banner I go, warning, don't wish on this on day one until you have that math, until you see multiple reviews, because Primo Gems are a tough resource to get. It is a resource that is not easy to replenish, or you have to spend a bunch of money. And so it's important to treat those resources as a valuable commodity and not waste it until you have the best information out there. And I'm not going to be the guy on day one when the character doesn't even exist, and I say, I don't know, he seems boring. If you're trusting that on that very moment and just completely skipping or going all in on a character, I think that's a mistake. I'm not going to pretend to be the god of Genshin. Am I the free-to-play god of luck? Maybe. Okay, maybe I'm the free-to-play luck Archon. But there are a lot of complexities in this game. And there's a lot of factors that go into if a character's good. You know? If you look at Arataki Ito here, yes, he's got washboard abs. But as a Claymore user, he's got some pretty damn good AoE just when he's doing his normal attacks that you need to consider. And how that could speed up your Spiral Abyss. And you need to look at someone like a Venti. Venti might not do as much damage as some other units might, but the fact that he can suck everything into a vortex is super cool and valuable. And, there's not much more to say on this topic. This game is going to keep evolving. We're going to get power creep characters. We're going to get a lot of, new artifact sets and stuff. And even characters that, maybe you love now. Maybe they get power crept. Maybe their artifact sets change. And I'm going to give you a great example of that. Chi-Chi. People are saying Chi-Chi is good now because of her healing with the new set and the damage she provides as extra utility.
She's always been good.
Who in their right mind would say Chi-Chi's good? In the past, everyone roasts her constantly. And now, maybe she has a spot on your team. But I mean, that's pretty much it. There's not much more to say. I still don't think I'm going to get Arataki Ito on Free-to-Play God or anything like that. And I kind of want to use him on the new account just because I have Albedo and everything. But I was pleasantly surprised with Arataki Ito, and I hope that happens. I hope that they come out with lots of cool characters like this that perform really well as well. No one wants a weak character, and I think when Zhongli came out and he was a little bit underwhelming and they had to buff him, they probably aren't going to have that happen ever again. Maybe they will. Kokomi was kind of meh, in my opinion. But again, that's just one juicy little opinion. Thank you so much for watching. Hopefully you enjoyed, and I'll see you soon. Bye-bye. Also, really quickly, I wanted to know your thoughts on if I should do a $100 top-up on the new account to get the Mono Geo team going with Albedo, Arataki Ito, and Goro. I could also go for the Claymore, but this would make my account pretty strong. Now, the new account isn't about being weak or being free-to-play. It already has the Battle Pass, and it already has the Welkin Moon. But do you want me to go and get a bunch of different characters, or do you want it to be kind of a slow roll? We get characters gradually and the account kind of sucks, but they're different characters as well. I don't care either way. I'm just curious if you want to see me using Arataki Ito and stuff and guaranteeing it, or if you want it to be a struggle. Let me know. It's all up to you. Thanks so much. See you soon. Bye-bye.
Okay, so I mean that sounds. Blizzard last year put in their first ever transmog item. Not first ever, if you count them as the Pandaria items.
the helmets. But they actually added a tab onto the store for transmog. And I was actually watching my video, and I'd actually really like to just go back, and we're gonna see what I said here, because this means what do you think? You think they added the tab because they're only gonna add one into the game? What happens if they add a cool transmog set that looks cooler and more interesting than what we have in the games? You feel there are things that I'm right about and things that I'm not right about yet. I watched this and I was like, yep, I fucking knew it. I knew this shit was gonna happen, and there it is. The reward structure in the game entirely. This is just something that makes the game worse. That's all. You guys that are fucking telling me to not talk about this, to shut up about it, don't complain about it, just don't buy it, just don't buy it. You guys are the same fucking morons that enable Blizzard to make these consumer unfriendly practices because you can't see how it's going to infect you in the future. I watched the stream, watching your own content. Well, I mean, we need to have some quality in here, okay? 700 people disliked this. That's crazy. Well, here we are. Do you remember what my argumentation for why I don't like store items and especially store transmog put in the game? So the reason why it's bad is that the sets in the game will end up not looking as good as the sets that are put in the store. And I think that you can make an argument that, well, I like this set more than I like this set. But you know what you can't make an argument for is that this set was not more well designed, and this set was not more unique, and that this set did not have more effort put into it. And I can prove you that because of the fact that it has a glow that moves around your fucking character. Every object on this set is 3D, and it has unique assets used on it. All three of these things are objective fucking facts. And this does not have. These shoulders right here were used in the game back in, I believe, Hellfire Citadel for mages. This is just a fucking reskin. Look at these shoulders here. These shoulders are exactly like the Druid shoulders back in Tier 3. These are the Dreamwalker shoulders. This is the same exact bullshit. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't think these sets are fucking terrible. But you know what I do think is that this set looks a whole lot fucking better. And what you get as the player is a bunch of copy-pasted gear that looks more like the patch 7.3 Argus leveling gear than any sort of tier set than we've ever seen, and the store receives an item that has way more effort put into it than all of those sets put together. And this is what happens, and this is why I was against adding these things into the game, because it gives Blizzard a profit incentive to lock the best and the most well-designed items behind a paywall. Because guess what? If you put this, imagine if you put this piece of shit set, or that piece of shit set right there on the store, next to this one right here, which one would sell for more fucking money? Which one would you sell more of? I would bet $1 million that it would be this one right here. So guess which one goes in the game, and guess which one goes in the store. And that's the way it works, is you just created a profit incentive to deliver the worst content to the game and paywall people for the best objects in the game. Do you see what I'm saying? I've paid them for the fucking game. I'm paying a subscription. I pay for the expansions. And now you're gonna make me pay again. And you know what? Final Fantasy does this, and I think it's stupid too. I think it's stupid that you have to pay for shit there too. You buy expansions, and you also buy a sub. But here's the fucking difference. Number one, the Mog Station isn't in the game. Number two, there are good sets in the game. Number three, the CEO isn't fucking trying to kill people. So it's not as bad. It's still bad though. I know there's gonna be a few WoW Andes. Only WoW, I hate Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy's so bad. I hate the game. Fuck Final Fantasy, man. It's not that good. I played it. I don't like it. And they're gonna say, whoa, why is he criticizing Blizzard? Final Fantasy does the same thing. I think it's stupid whenever Final Fantasy does it too. But the difference is that Final Fantasy isn't fucking up in the same way that Blizzard is. It's the same reason that whenever I first complained about a store mount back in 2008, people told me to shut the fuck up. And as the game got worse, more people were like, hey, wait a minute. Because it's bad, but people will deal with it if the game is good. So we have this right here. I feel like they made her boobs bigger just for the picture.
but I can tell that it's actually some like kind of animation here. Yeah, this is great, and yeah, obviously like this thing is really, really cool. I love this, man. And that's what's so shitty about it. I think this is so awesome. I love the little Murlocs. They're so cute. They're so nice. And the fact that like this is a store item is just so disappointing, man. It's just so disappointing. Why couldn't this be something that was in the game? Especially whenever they have like the, you know, the running of the Murlocs. They have it like as an in-game event and everything. This was 100% going to be BlizzCon line item before they canceled it. Oh, you know, that's actually a really good... You know what? You're probably right. That's a really good insight. Yeah, you actually are probably right about that. So, like, look at this set. Can we just be honest and say this set is incredibly cool? I think this is awesome. This is such a really cool looking set. And it's on the store. And, yeah, here's the animation of it, too. Look at that. Wow. The thing is, like, if people want to buy this stuff nowadays, I don't really care. Like, it just doesn't matter anymore. There's, like, so many problems with the game. Like, it's just, who gives a fuck, man? Like, that's the truth. Like, who cares? It's like the players, like, I've already pretty much lost this battle with the player base. Is that I've tried for years to convince the player base that these things are bad for the game. They refuse to listen to me. And now we get things like this, and people will still come up with excuses for it. They'll still come up for reasons that I'm wrong, or that I don't know what I'm talking about, or try to make some sort of rationalization. And I'm sick of trying to convince people of what's in plain sight. I don't care if people buy this anymore. It doesn't matter. I'm not planning on buying it myself. If people want to do it, it's whatever. There are so many WoW players that are completely fine and, in fact, comfortable with eating shit. And today, they got a full course meal. Yeah, this is the new set that's added into the store. This is the new sets that are added into the game. As I said, there are objective facts that make this set more unique and more interesting. The models are more unique. The animations around them are more unique. There are more 3D objects that exist on this set than these. These are objective points of difference. I won't eat shit. Yeah. My mom quit because she didn't want to have to get flying again. Like, she already got flying in WoD. And she got flying again in Legion. And then they took it away from her in BFA, and she said, fuck that. Well, how many times I gotta do this bullshit? When is Frostmourne going to be available? Depends on if they have to pay Bobby Kodak's severance package or not. This is what I said before, is that I don't know if we're ever going to have a world that this does not exist in, but I do think that it's fair to draw the line that these are the endgame items, and these are the store items, and that's not okay. It's not about them having the transmogs in the store. However, I do believe that I think they're bad fundamentally. I don't like them in Final Fantasy. I don't like them in WoW. But the difference in WoW is that WoW is in the shitter. The last thing they need to be thinking about right now is introducing new items for people to spend more money on whenever there's most people that aren't even paying for the game to begin with. Luxation skins aren't even as good as the endgame skins. It's not comparable. You're right. And many of the items in New World are the same thing. Like, they added a new skin today. They added this one right here. It's simple. It's cool. That's about it. There's not this much of a difference in them. And think about whenever you're comparing the greed of Blizzard versus Amazon, and Amazon comes out ahead. We are in capital L territory here. Yeah. Not good. And it doesn't even have a monthly sub. Yeah, it doesn't even have a monthly sub. Yeah, it's like at least Amazon has the courtesy and the chivalry to take you out to dinner before fucking you in the ass. Blizzard just shows up with a bottle of lube and says, let's go. Apparently, literally and metaphorically in some of these cases. Look at the comments. Tomorrow's 6 months mount. Oh my god, that set looks beautiful. This is the worst timings of the last year. Okay, the celestial set interests me. Nearer to God, to thee. Oh my fucking god, I'm so in. So cute, and I love that set. Take my monies! We gotta talk to Elon about how to get over to Mars, man. I don't think the moon is gonna be far enough away from these fucking morons. We're going to kind of like catch up a little bit on the news that's happened recently with Blizzard and also with primarily Bobby Kotick. But what ended up happening was that there was a news article that came out maybe yesterday or so that there were shareholders that came together that were very upset about the fact that Bobby Kotick is Bobby Kotick. They put out a letter basically calling for the resignation of Bobby Kotick wholesale. They're like, we don't want him in the company anymore. Fuck Bobby Kotick. And the problem with that is the fact that those people that put out that letter are 0.6% of the Activision Blizzard stock. This is not even an entire percent. These people are not going to make any sort of an impact unless other people get behind them and other people actually put a little bit more pressure on Blizzard to make changes and do things differently. So today, I'd like to talk about some of the people that have been making those changes and some of the pressure that has been put onto Blizzard recently because of how much they've been fucking up. Let's just be completely honest here. Xbox Chief says he's evaluating relationship with Activision. And this is, of course, Phil Spencer. He's the Xbox guy. And let's go ahead and we'll read this real quick and see what he has to say. Microsoft Corp's head of Xbox says he's evaluating all aspects of our relationship with Activision Blizzard and making ongoing proactive adjustments in light of recent revelations of the video game publisher. I think there are some people that might assume that this is like performative or virtue signaling or something like that. And I think to some degree it could be, absolutely. But there is a lot of just very like sound logic and just business sense that goes into this. It's very clear that Blizzard Activision is unstable. And not only is it unstable, but it's being led by a person that seems to be disliked by a large amount of the people that work directly for the company. Public does not seem to like him. The players of the games do not really seem to like him. The only people that seem to like him are stockholders, and many of them also do not seem to like him. So he's very having a person in that position that is so universally disliked is very destabilizing. So it would make sense that Xbox would not want to have a very close relationship with a company that is so unstable. And also, we've already seen the effects of this earlier this year whenever they had to delay news about Overwatch 2 and also Diablo 4. They made a post about this, Blizzard did, they made a post about this, that because of all the things that have been going on, they're not going to be able to have updates as often. So there's already been a tangible effect of this drama and these lawsuits and all of this bad shit happening in Blizzard that does affect. The thing is that whenever Overwatch 2 gets delayed, whenever Diablo 4 gets delayed, this affects Xbox. It does, because Overwatch 2 will probably be released on Xbox. So it would make sense for Xbox to want to reevaluate their partnership with people like that because they're so embroiled in controversy and they're so unstable. Businesses generally like stability and they like predictability. And the truth is, with something like Bobby Kotick and a company like Activision Blizzard, you don't have that stability. Email seen by Bloomberg News, Phil Spencer said that he and the gaming leadership team are disturbed and deeply troubled by the horrific actions and events at Activision Blizzard. He referred to the Wall Street Journal story earlier this week and said that Bobby Kotick knew of sexual harassment in the company years and mistreated. Oh, that said that. Okay, yeah. So this is the thing that we read before. This type of behavior has no place in our industry.
He joins the swell outcry of employers and employees demanding stronger response to the U.S.'s second biggest gaming publisher. Sony Group, okay, this is the other person. So Sony has also made a comment about this as well, and we're going to read that after I go through the one with Xbox. Spencer went a step further in saying that he would take action. Xbox and PlayStation are among the video game industry's biggest console manufacturers. Activision has a long history with the Xbox, the publisher's largest franchise. Call of Duty became largely successful due to Microsoft's innovative online platform, Xbox Live. I think we've all been in the Modern Warfare 2 lobbies. And unfortunately, it seems like a lot of the people that were in Blizzard still are, which allows players to connect multiplayer matches. Most Activision games are published on Xbox consoles. At least 500 Activision employees have signed a petition to remove coding. And let's say the obvious thing. Talk is cheap. It's very easy for Phil Spencer to send out an email and say that he's going to reevaluate his relationship with Activision Blizzard. But does that really mean that he's going to turn down the next Call of Duty whenever it's super hyped and it could help them sell way more consoles? I don't really know, but I think that there's a pretty good chance that's not going to happen. But I do think there are small things that do damage a relationship, and this is something in business that's very important. You want to have good relationships with these different people that you work with, even if it's not necessarily something that's entirely tangible. So, for example, if we have a relationship with a sponsor, or we have a relationship with somebody who's giving us money for whatever, right? We're playing a game for them or anything like that. Having that good relationship with the people that you're working with is like having your charisma or your luck maxed in an Elder Scrolls game. It's like whenever you go through a dialogue box, you get the best possible option. Whereas whenever you have the relationship that Blizzard is probably going to have with Xbox, it means that you get the worst possible interaction. These people don't give a shit about the fact that he's doing it. They give a shit about the fact that other people give a shit. If Bobby Kotick was doing human sacrifices in his basement and nobody cared and people were still buying Call of Duty, Xbox would be patting him on the back and talking about how great he is. It's the fact that it's fucking making them lose money. And that's what I think. I think that this is a company. All of these companies are the same. You know how they're the same? They are all publicly traded. The moment Phil Spencer causes Xbox to lose money, Phil Spencer isn't an Xbox anymore. The moment that Bobby Kotick causes Activision Blizzard to lose money, he won't be there either. And let's actually keep up with that, and we'll see what that is. And this is whenever the drama at Blizzard, like all of that, I think happens somewhere like right around here in July. And it could have been a little bit later, I don't really know, but it was somewhere around here. So this is pre-drama about the lawsuit from California, and it's doing fine, but it's not though. Like, this is not fine. Like, this is the guy sitting in the burning house saying it's fine. This is not fine, especially whenever the reality is that Bobby Kotick performing human sacrifices is not really why the game is bad. I'm sorry to tell you, but whenever Bobby Kotick is removed, or if he is removed, World of Warcraft will not just improve the next day. And it might not ever improve. Bobby Kotick is not an integral reason why World of Warcraft is bad. Now, I think that there are elements of World of Warcraft that are made worse because of directives that he sends down, right? Like having a faster release cycle, having more microtransactions, absolutely, and we're going to get into that. But to say that Bobby Kotick has a tangible and material effect on the reason why the class tier sets in 9.2 look stupid, Bobby Kotick doesn't know. Bobby Kotick, he probably doesn't know what the tier sets look like. You know what I mean? Like, he probably is not really sure. He doesn't have any idea, but they're still bad. So please try to keep this in context. This is mainly, the strategy and the overall direction of the whole ship of Activision Blizzard, rather than the individual swabbing of the decks of World of Warcraft, or, cooking food is a metaphor for Diablo, right? It's the whole thing together. But if you've got a bad fucking captain and you crash into a goddamn iceberg, then it doesn't matter what the decks look like, and it doesn't matter how much food you have, because everything fucking sucks. Gamer Bobby has $300 million payout, and directors would probably leave with him. Why did the Titans never remove the old gods from Azeroth? It's not that they couldn't. It's that removing them from Azeroth would cause so much damage to it that it could actually destroy Azeroth in the process. Bobby Kotick is an old god.
Bobby Kotick has his tendrils and his tentacles and his little fucking his influence all permeated throughout Activision Blizzard. And by removing him, you're right. There is a $300 million price to remove Bobby Kotick. But I don't know if there's a morality clause against that. I don't know if there's any sort of a profit clause it's associated with that. I have no idea. But that's basically it. Is that Bobby is an old god, and Blizzard Activision Blizzard is Azeroth. So trying to remove the old god from Azeroth is very hard because he's so tightly connected and tightly wound into it. So Xbox was not the only group of people that have said bad stuff about Bobby Kotick, but other people in the industry would be PlayStation. Sony Group Corp's PlayStation chief Jim Ryan admonished Activision Blizzard Incorporated Wednesday for an inadequate response to allegations that Chief Executive Officer Bobby Kotick was aware of sexual misconduct and harassment claims at the game publisher for years and that he had mistreated women. In an email to employees reviewed by Bloomberg, Ryan linked to the Wall Street Journal's report. He wrote that his leadership were disheartened and frankly stunned to read that Activision has not done enough to address deep-seated culture of discrimination and harassment. We outreached Activision immediately after the article was published to express our deep concern and ask how they plan to address the claims made in the article. We do not believe their statements of response properly address the situation. As one of the video game industry's biggest console manufacturers, Sony's had a long, close relationship with Activision. Yeah, this is pretty much copy-pasta from the last one. All right, so we've got Activision Blizzard being criticized by its own employees, by PlayStation, by Xbox, by a lot of people here. And I want to talk a little bit about what the actual people at Blizzard are saying and their feedback and what they're getting into. Today, over 500 current Activision Blizzard King. Those are the three companies that are under the umbrella of Bobby Kotick. Employees and contractors signed a petition calling for the removal of Bobby Kotick as our CEO. Over 4,000 non-employees have signed this petition in solidarity with us. Keep signing and sharing. If it gets to 5,000 signatures, it's more likely to be picked up by local news. So I actually did sign this petition here. And I don't really like to ask people to sign petitions or anything like that because I do think it can be a little bit cringe. However, what I will say is I will link it to you guys. And if you want to sign the petition, I think it's probably one of the better ones to do. Why would you do it? I would do it because I feel that somebody like Bobby Kotick is a destabilizing force in the industry, and he will actively make games worse. What I'm saying here is that removing Bobby Kotick is not going to instantly make World of Warcraft better, but it will have, again, this is like the luck factor and the charisma factor in an Elder Scrolls game. It does not have a tangible impact on the strength, agility, jumping power, or magic that your character can cast. But it still makes playing through the game and interactions in general a lot easier. It is better for a company to have leadership that they enjoy working for and that they feel proud working for than not. Now, I want to explain why Bobby might get removed. This is why. If Bobby loses them a lot of money, they're going to get rid of Bobby. If Bobby does not lose them a lot of money, they're not going to get rid of Bobby. It has nothing to do with women being harassed or being threatening to kill them. The stockholders and investors do not really care about that. They care about that, but not whenever it causes them to lose money. But if Bobby starts losing them money, Bobby's going to be out on his ass. There are so many people that are speaking out about this. Thank God. Will this make a difference? It all depends on this number right here. If this number right here goes under 50, I can pretty much fucking guarantee you that Bobby's going to be gone. But if it doesn't, and if it stays over 60, nothing is probably going to happen to Bobby. Asmon, stop talking badly about Blizzard. Not that I don't agree, but I have a lot of Blizzard stocks, and they go to shit because of you. Was it because of me or Bobby? Who's doing worse? Whose fault is this? Is it my fault or is it Bobby's? Go into Bobby's Twitch chat and complain to him. He's got a Twitter. Go tweet at him. Be like, Bobby, quit trying to kill people. You're making me lose money. It sucks.
Blaming streamers for making stock go worse.
There's very few times where, like, your boy Asmongold can actually get embarrassed or feel awkward talking about something. But unfortunately, we are in even my uncomfortability zone. Alright, let's go. Let's fucking get it out of the way. Alright? In other countries, women get maternity leave. This is America. So they have to breastfeed at work because they have young babies and they have to meet their honor point requirements so Bobby doesn't fire him because he needs to buy his 7th yacht. So we've got a number of situations that have occurred, and I'd like to talk about them and get into it. Number one, the chairs would rock backward and could not be locked in position to properly position oneself to pump. Many mothers were sitting on the floor to pump. Now, I have never breastfed someone myself, so to be honest with you, I don't really know the anatomy of this. Like, I kind of understand the general idea, but I don't really... Guys, how are you capping this? How are you capping... Do you think this feels awkward? Yes, it does. It's not... Stop. Stop capping. I don't know I don't know how this works, but I will take their word for it that it's an issue. The tables, this is the most disgusting thing I've ever heard, and it literally makes me not even want to eat after I finish this video. The tables were made of wood, were porous, which means that, like, things can go down inside of them, and textured so that even though they were cleaned, breast milk built up and caked on the table, discoloring and leaving trapped milk on the... Oh my god. It's so fucking disgusting, man. They refuse to clean up after their own milk? No. That's not how it works, man. Okay, imagine if you get a piece of paper wet. You can never dry that paper out all the way to where it's the exact same before you got it wet, right? So imagine you get it wet 50 times. What's that paper gonna look like? It doesn't matter how hard you clean it. It doesn't matter what you do. If you go to any of these, like, you know, like you go to the bathroom and you see they have like a baby changing station and like a maternity station in a lot of these different bathrooms. Not a single fucking one of them is made out of wood. Not as like a toilet is made from wood. No, it's not made from. It's not. Oh, you don't get it. And also, like, why are you shitting on your toilet seat? You're supposed to do in between. What are you doing? That's not how you do it. I understand that you guys think that somehow these women have just got together and they're like, we're gonna come up with this thing that is embarrassing even to read. We're gonna say all of these things and there's nobody around saying that they're lying, right? Besides a few people of like a Twitter profile of Donald Trump or an anime girl with a hat on or something like that, or maybe an NFT instead nowadays. There's nobody saying that these people are lying that actually work at the company, right? There's no pushback against this narrative at all. So it feels to me like man, come on. Like, nobody's going to go to jail over this. Nobody's going to... This is not actionable information.
Oh, good lord.
This is just more fuel to the fire.
Oh, I don't
it's
want
like
to
more sprinkles on the cupcake, right? You already didn't like the cupcake, but now it puts sprinkles of dog shit on it. And now you really don't like it. Why is there milk on a table? And like if you spill some, you wipe it up. So, okay. So this is a point of contention. All right. Just, all right, let me... Okay. Okay. All right, let's... So here's what we do. I want you guys to, for the next year, anybody who thinks that this would not happen, for the next year, I want you to get a piece of wood and I want you to pour milk on it 3 times a day. Leave it there for 5 minutes and then wipe it off. Do that every single day for an entire year. So collectively over 1,000 times. And then at the end of that year, I want you to look at that piece of wood and tell me that it's not different. Nobody wants to do it because everybody knows what's going to happen. Not a woman, thank God. Why would I? No, you don't have to use your own breast milk. You don't have to induce lactation for the test. I'm just drawing an analogy to show how ridiculous this is. Outlet situation was a fire hazard. There were only 2 plugs per room, 1 plug being used by a lamp with the USB jack for phones, the other outlet for the pump. No outlet for laptops or extra table space to place a laptop. Pumping moms wanted to work or watch a show while pumping, so extension cords were being used. I don't know if extension cords are a fire hazard. I have no idea about that. Insufficient storage space. There were no locked cubbies for moms to keep their pumps safe. Many had to lug them across campus multiple times a day as they didn't want to leave them behind. At this time, women were uncomfortable using B-13s. I thought that was an airplane, so I'm not really, as I said, I'm a 31-year-old single man. I've never had a kid before. So this is kind of outside of my area of expertise. You'll see why it's important to have locked cubbies here in just a second. So anyway, we have that, yeah, they're locking the pump. So now I would assume that carrying your breast pump around the Blizzard offices is embarrassing. And it's not that it's embarrassing. Breastfeeding is natural. It's totally normal. But it's like, imagine if you had to carry around toilet paper with you every single time you had to use the bathroom. It would be kind of awkward to just have it there in your hand. Not really, it's in a bag. Yeah, but like I think people assume that's what it is, and it's the implication of it. Probably wouldn't care. They come on a purse. It's not like it's a big deal. I always bring my own toilet paper. What are you, Batman with a utility belt? What? How does this work? No, you don't. No, you don't, bro. Like, you go to Walmart and you wipe your ass with the 1-ply toilet paper and a giant wad. You clog up the toilet. You walk out of that and you say, it's not my fucking problem. I don't want to hear about how you do things differently and how your world is totally different than everybody else's. It's fucking not. You're lying, and I don't want to hear it. So let's go back over to number 5. Who shits at a Walmart? Honestly, whenever you're at Walmart, you're asking yourself who actually shits in the toilet. If you've gone to the Walmarts that I've been to. So anyway, let's go to number 5. Number 5 is the worst. Some crazy shit at Walmart, okay? Refrigerators. Oh man, I don't even know, like, oh god, I can't even read this. I've already had to read this once. Here we go. Oh god. All right. Let me just get this out. All right, we're just gonna get this out one shot, and I'm never gonna read this ever again in my life. Refrigerators had padlocks that were not consistently locked or could be accessed by other employees. Employees were using the fridges to store their beer in, but the reason there were locks on them in the first place is that women's breast milk would be stolen. Oh god. All right. We got him, guys. We got him. It's so ridiculous. I can't even. I don't want to see it on my screen anymore. Like I can't even see this on my screen anymore. This is so upsetting to me. What kind of workplace allows you to store beer? I don't have a problem with people drinking alcohol. I don't give a fuck about that. It doesn't matter. Like, this is a completely separate issue. Like, this is like yeah, drinking alcohol leads to problems. Should it be in the workplace? Probably not. Yeah. But this is like way worse. And like, what are you even thinking about the alcohol for? This, like, it's way worse. Everyone has beers. Yeah. Oh my god, like the Apple, who gives a shit? Tell me the highest paid CEO could only afford lactation office with a Morton Joe. Yeah, this is nuts, man. There are some individuals that work at this company that makes me uncomfortable. It's hard to do. I can deal with a lot of stuff. I've had people grab my dick at conventions. I've had people do it randomly in like in clubs and stuff back whenever we used to go down to 6th Street and stuff. And it just happens, right? It never made me uncomfortable. I was just like, okay, you know, it is what it, because it wasn't on purpose, right? Like most of the time at least, it wasn't on purpose. So it was like, you know what? You thought it was like your boyfriend, and no, I'm sorry, it's not. You can tell because I'm a little bit bigger. But the fact is that this is 1,000 times worse. And I can't even, and it's like not even happening to me, but just saying it is so upsetting to me. Oh my God, it's so upsetting. Recap on what happened. No, you're not going to get a recap on what happened. You're going to have to watch the video because I'm not saying it twice. No. This is too much. You're going to have to watch the video. So I find that this is not really an isolated incident at Blizzard. It's not this like weird Blizzard perversion that only happens there. It's happened it's common. You mean common for the fetish? Maybe next time they do the national census, they'll put that on page 4. Okay, I don't know how common this is, but I have no idea. But what I'm saying is that it's common enough. Why are we talking about this? Does it matter? It's happening, and it's happened before. Okay, look up popular categories of porn. Okay. This is getting weird. It's not getting weird, okay? It started off weird, and it's getting worse. First time chatter. Hello, I'd like to come inside you. Apparently it's a displaced Blizzard employee. So, you know what? I'm not HR, so I'm done tiptoeing around these issues to be sensitive. Men stole them. And if they want to keep that hush-hush, maybe they should circle back to me whenever I report these things and share some of my transparency on how they, 1, plan to respond, and 2, how to mitigate these issues instead of blanket statements like, we took care of them. It's my job to protect employees. I'm not here to handhold or make people comfortable. I'm here to provide facts and testimony of my investigations. As one of the few women in security, I'm quite frankly tired of seeing HR not follow through on things that should be followed up on. This proves that the U.S. is the biggest shithole. Yeah, the weird thing is that there are no people that do this outside of the U.S. This is a completely U.S. only thing that happens. So the moment that you cross the border, I don't even think, do women even lactate in other parts of the country or other parts of the world? Or does that just stop whenever you cross the American border as well? Yeah, it just stops. Yeah, that's what I thought too. Okay, good. I'm glad that we cleared that up. To add, women are expected to return to office. How are women supposed to feel safe working at Blizzard? Yes, this would not make me feel safe. This makes me feel unsafe, and I don't even work there, and I'm not even a woman. So breastfeeding mothers aren't forced to work in other parts of the world to get by Kekona. Yeah, well, welcome to America. HR protects the company, not the employees. So this is the thing, right? What are the odds that men stole them and drank them? I would say it's not 100%, but I'd say it's probably close. Like knowing guys, like I'm a guy. I grew up with guys. I went to a shitty high school. I went to college. Can I imagine guys doing this? Yeah. I could imagine. It's not something they'd be proud of. It's not something that I fucking hope not. But yeah, I could see this happening 100%. 100% I could see this happening. Absolutely. Okay, what would I do if I were in that situation? I'd get a security camera, point it at the refrigerator, and then put a lock on it. Problem pretty much solved, I would assume. But kill helmet. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so that's probably what. Don't hire women. Yeah, okay. Great. Holy fuck. So like that's what I would probably do to solve the problem. And
No, the truth is though, this would probably solve it. And Blizzard, how much would that really cost though? Like, ask yourself this question: how much would it really cost for Blizzard to have bought better chairs, to have better tables, to have better outlets, to be able to, like, have people work while they're doing it, and to have a security camera and buy a lock? I would say total would be like 10 grand. $10,000 to solve. It's like, that's so cheap to solve such a perversion. It's so cheap. It's like you just spend the money, it's done, it's gone, you don't have to think about it anymore. That's so fucking cheap to do, man. 10K would be enough for company-wide. Yeah, because everybody probably uses the same 2 or 3 rooms. It's quality of life for the employee. So really, I think this is kind of, like, obviously this is a manifestation of this, but it happens all over. I think that the stories with, like, women and minorities getting mistreated by Blizzard, they're more salacious, but they're fucking everybody over. Okay, like, there's nobody, it's not like if you're a white dude, you go there and everything's perfect. No, you're still getting overworked. You're still stressed out about your job constantly. You're still being underpaid. You're still being fucked around in dozens of different ways. Maybe your boss is still touching you in a weird way because, like, it's a girl or it's a guy that's gay or bisexual or something. That could happen too. So it's not like sexual harassment and this kind of stuff only happens to women. So I don't want to make this a women-only issue. This happens to everybody, although it probably happens to women more. It's important to keep that in mind too. I have been very outspoken about many of these issues. I've been very outspoken about the Amazon issues, about the anti-unionization by Amazon, and now also Blizzard. We're going to talk about that pretty soon too. And I've also been very outspoken about the stuff that happened at Riot. It was like 2 years ago where the executives were farting on people. No, I'm not kidding. Look it up. I've been very outspoken about that. I've been outspoken about, remember, I think it was Foxconn over in the Malaysia. They would lock people in. Remember how they had like that big fire and everybody died in the warehouse? Well, the reason why they died is because the doors locked from the outside because they locked the employees in overnight so they couldn't escape. Oh, they would put nets across each different floor so the people that were working there wouldn't jump down and kill themselves. So I've been very outspoken about all of these issues, and I will continue to be outspoken about them. I've said negative things about China, about things like this. I've been very outspoken, and I will continue to be. That's all there is to it. Amazon treats employees way worse than Blizzard, and you play New World. The truth is that yes, Amazon does treat the employees pretty bad. That's definitely true, and this is what I said before, is that I'm supporting the New World developers whenever I'm playing the game. And here's the thing, you are supporting Twitch right now on Amazon by typing that message. You understand? Like, there's nobody who's innocent here. Nobody is getting away with this. Nobody is okay, and they're like, oh, well, I don't do that. Everybody does this. Yeah, everybody does this. No, I support you, fucker. Yeah, and where am I? Oh, well, I don't support New World. I don't support Amazon. I support New World. The New World's owned by Amazon. So you can't say that. This is what I'm saying. It's impossible to do this without completely removing yourself from society. Which I've done a pretty fucking good job of, okay? We're going to use this one guy as content. Then after that, we're going to move on. We have to talk about the unionizing stuff, and we're gonna move on past this. But we want to find one chatter. His name is Bobby Kotick. Sorry, not Bobby Kotick. I'd rather work minimum wage than be a millionaire doing this. No shot. Most depressing channel on Twitch. Wish I didn't listen just for the tranquility. Low IQ take. All the shit from a work fridge gets taken. Such a sheltered view from someone who has never worked. Dude probably saw milk and drank it. Mostly because you're sheltered fuck. Amaras ASMR has better substance than this trash. It's not real, you dub fuck. You right, brah. Looks fucked up on cam. Making money doesn't mean you're successful dickhead. Yeah, so quit. I am. I'm quitting Twitch tomorrow. Go ahead and quit as well. All right, everybody, let's get his name. From now on, if anybody ever sees Twitch Chatter 0849 in any Twitch channel, let it be known that he is a liar. This is your last day. You're not getting banned, because just in case you say it again, we're gonna keep track of you. We're keeping good track of you. Yeah, he just randomly saw milk in a milk bottle with a pacifier on it, and he thought, oh wow, this must be for me. Here, I've got a picture of the guy that did that too. That's my lucky day. Shut the fuck up. If they type anything else when I call them out, track me. I don't care. I have actually. Why are you typing? Okay. So listen. Let's go back. We're just gonna we're gonna try to move on, but it's pretty hard. I feel like this is pretty much the end of the saga here. This pretty much sums up the way that I felt about it. I saw Bellier made a tweet about this, and I feel like this pretty much summarizes the way that I feel. This is just really weird, man. It's just really weird, man. Locking the fridge doesn't stop people from drinking the breast milk. Ban anybody who disagrees. If you can believe it, there's more. So, this is yet another, once again, another situation where degeneracy. This is why the Bible had the Old Testament. It's because of things, like basically, you take Sodom and Gomorrah, and you put them together, and you get Blizzard Entertainment. Yeah. Like, this is why, things like this is why there's the Old Testament. Oh my God. Let's go ahead and let's talk about the next one here. A lot of people at Blizzard, if you can believe this, after seeing these situations, have wanted to become part of a union. So Blizzard is, what they're doing is they're trying to convince the people not to become part of a union. Here's an interesting question. If the union was not advantageous for the employees, why would the management not want them to do it? Think about it. So let's go ahead. We're going to read this, and we're going to see what's going on here. I want to say, before we have a lot of stupid conversations in chat, sometimes unions are meet the new boss, same as the old boss. You're absolutely right. There are many unions that are corrupt. They're bureaucratic. They're useless. And the only thing they do is siphon more money away from the workers. This can absolutely happen. But to say that this is intrinsic to unions is disingenuous. And I think that they can be good, and I think that not having them leads to this problem. It's an instance of too much of any extreme leads to problems. So I'm just going to get that out of the way. This is not necessarily a, I think that collective bargaining, whether you want to call it unionization, whether you want to call it an alliance, whether you want to call it a board, whether you want to call it, an interest group, I don't really care about what you call it. I think that collective bargaining is a very strong tool. It's effectively what all governments and all countries are, is just groups of people that are collectively bargaining. This is not a bad thing fundamentally. Yeah, most unions benefit the workers. They can. And I think that Activision Blizzard probably needs a union. I'm not sure. I don't work there. I'm not an expert in this. But I think the fact that the management is telling them not to have a union implies maybe they should. So let's go ahead and read what they say. At Activision Blizzard, we're working hard to create a more inclusive, supportive, and rewarding environment. Thanks to your input, we're making progress. In the past few months, we've announced that we're converting nearly 500 temporary workers to full-time employees at Activision Publishing Studios. We increased wages for a large portion of temporary workers, and added paid time off benefits. I remember reading about this. These are actually changes. No, these are not caps. This is good. Like, you have to give them credit where credit is due, or your complaints don't matter because they're not based on reality. Blizzard has done these things, and these are good things. Yeah, these are just good things. Like, there's no but or there's no anything. Like, these are just good things, and that's all there is to it. I'm just making jokes. I just want to make that clear because there are going to be some people that are going to bring that up. We introduced a zero-tolerance harassment policy and waived required arbitration of sexual harassment and discrimination claims. We made significant commitments to increase gender diversity and are dedicating $250 million to accelerate opportunities for diverse talent across the industry. We have more to do, and we believe that a direct dialogue between management and employees is essential to the success of Activision Blizzard. As you've seen yesterday, there was a communication supported by Communication Workers of America. So I'm assuming this is a union. I'm pretty sure this is a union. Yeah, they use diversity as a buzzword to act as a shield to allow themselves to continue doing bad things to everyday employees that are not on the spectrum of gender or sexual orientation. But they use these they use these things as tools to shield themselves from criticism. It's not because they care about them. It's not because it really matters to them. It's just something they pay lip service to in the same way that Republicans used to pay lip service to Jesus and then go out and smoke crack off a hooker's ass. This is the exact same thing. So let's go back over. We're going to read the rest of this. Used to do, by the way, they still do it. Everybody still does it. But it's especially fucking hypocritical whenever it comes from somebody who's religious. So let's go over here. Communication Workers of America that asked employees to sign and submit union authorization cards. I want to be clear about this. Now, guys, we have to understand that he's being clear because this is in boldface. All right? The leadership of Activision Blizzard supports your right under the National Labor Relations Act to make your own decision about whether or not to join a union. So let me translate that. We cannot legally break your legs to prevent you from joining unions anymore. Period. Yeah, they can't do that. Because back in the day, you send out the Pinkertons, and you just you solve the problem, and that's what they used to do. Is people would have unions, and then they shoot them or they beat the shit out of the people in charge, and no more union. Back in the good days, used to work all day for a quarter. Will they threaten their families mainly? Well, yeah, of course. It's cleaner and easier, and there's less confrontation. Unions are like condoms. If someone's trying to convince you that you don't need one, you need one. I like that. That's really good. I've never heard that before. As you make this decision for your future, we ask only that you take your time to consider the consequences of your signature on the binding legal document presented to you by CWA. Once you send a document, you've signed over CWA to exclusive right to represent you for the purposes of collective bargaining concerning all terms and conditions of employment. That means that your ability to negotiate all of your working conditions will be turned over to CWA, just as the document says. Achieving our workplace culture. I don't know about that. I have no idea what the details on this is. I'm not sure. Achieving workplace culture aspirations will best occur throughout active, transparent dialogue between leaders and employees that we can act upon quickly. This is a better path than simply signing an electronic form offered to you by CWA or awaiting the outcome of a legally mandated and regulated bargaining process sometime in the future. Achieving our workplace culture aspirations will best occur through active, transparent dialogue between employees and leaders. So the thing is, you're right. What he's saying is true. It would be much easier if they just came down and they're like, listen, we got to figure out, how we're going to make this work. And then they sit down with the workers and they figure out how they make it work. Because there are, this is what happens in a lot of, this is what happened back in the day, right? It's okay, me and the boys, we're tired of working all fucking day and not getting paid any money. So we're thinking about maybe if you want to help us, pay us some more money, or we're gonna kill you and burn down the factory. That's the way it used to work. They didn't need a union. It just happened. Yeah. So this is just what used to happen. So like the idea that, oh, before unions this wasn't an issue, no, they just did it on a more local level. If we fail to achieve workplace goals we've set forth, what do you mean if? If we fail to do the things we've committed to doing, then of course you will always have the right to engage with and vote for CWA. But we are confident that you will make progress. We've previously pledged to create a workplace that you can be proud of. As always, we welcome outreach with concerns or ideas to help make improvements, and there are multiple avenues internally for dialogue, both direct and anonymous. Yes, and those avenues for dialogue are intentional dead ends to prevent these people from happening, right? Because if you can get the aggrieved or you can get the disgruntled person into the never-ending series of tubes of the internal management process of HR, you know that they're never going to leave. You don't like, and that's where you get them to sign things where they don't talk to the not cops, but they don't talk to the reporters and stuff like that. Yes, the dialogue is supposed to identify troublemakers, exactly. And then what they do, and like there are laws against this, but there are laws against a lot of things and people still do them. The fact is, like, if you know who the people who are causing trouble are, you know those are the people that you want to isolate in other ways and then slowly make them feel like they're not part of the company, wait for them to fuck up, then fire them for something that's legitimate. So this is just how it works. Yeah, it's illegal to rob people. That still happens. These days people think arson's illegal and killing your boss is murder. Oh, no, it still was back then, too. Yeah, absolutely. I'm pretty sure management is not legally allowed to discourage workers from unionizing directly or indirectly. Yeah, I remember
Oh, I thought I actually did something.
We got the same talk in, what was it called? Sam's Club. They were like, oh, well, Walmart doesn't need a union. And I look at the, on the orientation room, and it literally says that it's illegal for them not to say that. And I'm like, okay, cool. Oh, this is actually information. I don't really care about the other information beyond this. All I care about is what's being said by Blizzard. That's the only thing that really matters. Managers, I know that many of you are getting tricky questions from employees about union-related issues, and knowing how to respond can be tricky. To that end, we will be holding several manager training sessions a week to provide you guidance on how to address these questions, and ask that you attend one of them. Please look for invitations that will go out before the end of the week. In the meantime, we'll be preparing short Q&As. So, very tricky. Here, I'll give them a little bit of advice. This is something I've learned before over time. I can tell you what they're going to do because it works. You tell them you're going to do everything that you want them to do, and then you take the first step towards doing that, and you never take another step again. Because as soon as you kill the momentum of something, it's dead. So all you need to do is let people relinquish just a little bit, and then you just move on. It's the same as like most problems in my guild. The way that I would deal with most problems in my guild is somebody would message me and they would be like, man, I really can't get along with Billy. And I said, what the fuck did he do? And he explains what Billy did. And I say, that's awful. That's terrible. How could he do that? How could he say that your DPS could be better? How could he say that you should have interrupted the ad? He called you out for your transmog. Okay, well, I can see why you're upset. We'll probably have to talk to Billy. That person leaves. I never talk to Billy. And the problem is 9 times out of 10 solved. So I can guarantee you this is what Blizzard is going to do. It's like you think about like an HR worker. Do you think they want to do their job? No. They were playing Candy Crush before you came in. You ruined their game. Now they're going to have to go all the way back up to where they were at because you came in with your stupid fucking problem that they don't have. They don't have your problem, and they're pissed off because you're making their day worse by making them have to do their own job. So whatever is going to get you out of their office as fast as possible is what will happen. Shareholders control Activision Blizzard as long as Bobby and his slave drivers make them more money. They don't care if they're eating babies, not drinking their milk. You're right. And this is what I said before, is that if Bobby keeps making the money, it doesn't matter if Bobby is doing human sacrifices right outside of that orc with the statue in the middle. Like, he could do sacrifice, doesn't really make a difference, because the investors, and why does this matter? Because the investors are not emotionally invested in this. They are financially invested in this. And they see number go up. You know, my dad actually showed me on an article, my dad is he's from the Stone Age. So he gets this thing, I don't know if you guys have ever heard of it before. It's like a sheet of paper, but there's like a lot of them. And it tells you what you would usually read on like Twitter. It's called a newspaper. And he will tell me things in the newspaper that I heard about last month. He'll be like, so, you hear about this whole NFT thing, huh? I got an article for you. I want you to read about it. You want to make sure you're caught up on this. He makes me read an article, and it literally says in the article to invest in Activision Blizzard because they're on basically a buy the dip type of thing. We'll invest in them now because they're embroiled in controversy, and eventually, these things, like, the truth is that any controversy, no, I'm serious. I didn't take a picture of it. I was going to, though. I promise you it's real, though. You can trust me. I'm a Twitch streamer. So the truth is, like, a lot of people are thinking, oh, wow, I'm going to make a lot of money investing in Blizzard. Activision, Blizzard, Stork. So you see what happens here, right? Is as soon as the pressure comes off, the stock just goes back up. We are in capital L territory, and I think that it will continue to go down until these scandals stop happening. Because the truth is, and I've said this before, I have a very nihilistic, negative view of humans, of people. In my opinion, I don't think that the investors would care if Bobby Kotick was sacrificing people regularly and everybody knew about it, as long as they were making money. The truth is, Bobby can do whatever the fuck he wants to do, but the moment that he touches their money, old Bobby the ashtray salesman is gonna be out on his ass. I'm glad I sold my position at 92-ish. Oh, I know why. This was the day that I announced I was gonna play Final Fantasy. So this guy probably sold his stock. He was like, man, Asmon's going to play Final Fantasy. This company is going to go into the shitter. He's going to go into the absolute shitter. Good call, man. So we will temporarily suspend new registrations for the free trial. So that's insane. Today, I just wanted to make a little quick video, talk about something that just came out, I believe last night, about a few hours ago. And it's the morning now, and so I'm still awake, obviously, and I wanted to talk about it. Today, Final Fantasy Yoshida has put out a press release or some form of announcement talking about the direction that Endwalker is going in, and just in general what the state of the game is. Now, for anybody who doesn't know, doesn't play Final Fantasy, Endwalker has had massive queues ever since the expansion came out. It's caused a lot of frustration with players. The reason for the queues, there's obviously a lot of different reasons. One of the big reasons is a lack of the chips, and it makes it harder for them to be able to adapt to that because of COVID. And it seems like it's hampered their ability to do that quite a lot. So that's pretty much what's happened to them, and that's the situation. And this has continued to be a situation and a problem because of how many people the game still has playing it. Because I think really this is what happens, is that usually whenever an expansion comes out, it will be really popular, and then it will just slowly go down. But the going down part of Endwalker seems like it is either not going down as much or going down slower. So you have a lot of people that are still sticking around, still playing the game, and because of that, the servers are still congested and you're still in queue. So that's pretty much what it is. Anyway, let's go back over here, and we're going to look at the article itself. So let's go back down here, and I'm just going to zoom all the way in, and I'll move this over here just so you guys can read it along with me. Hello, this is Naoki Yoshida, producer and director of Final Fantasy XIV. We apologize for the ongoing congestion that has been occurring since early access and the official launch of Endwalker. It's been nearly 2 weeks since the start of early access, and players are still experiencing substantial congestion when logging into the game. As we have the new content set to release in upcoming patches, I'd like to provide you with several updates on our plans to address these issues. So this is what they're going to be doing to deal with congestion. Additional game time compensation. This is something that I said would probably happen last time that I talked about this. Turns out it is. We are aware that long waiting times logging into the game are preventing players from playing, and thus we sincerely apologize. In response to this, we granted 7 days of game time, but now we will be also granting 14 additional days of game time. So that's 2 entire weeks, 3 weeks total, 21 days of free game time because of the problems that Endwalker has had. Which really, whenever you put it into context, Endwalker came out on the early access started on the 3rd or something like that. So you're getting even more time than the amount of time that Endwalker has even been out. So it's been quite a lot. So you're getting free game time. And let's go back. We're going to read the rest of this. This will apply to all players, including those with multiple accounts who own the full version of the game and have active subscription as of December 21st, which is probably whenever the last game time is over. I'm not sure. Anyway, let's go back and look at this at 12 a.m. when the scheduled release is for patch 6.0.1. That's probably a bug patch and just kind of a fix patch, what I would assume. Suspending delivery of package versions and temporary suspension of digital version sales. Players are currently experiencing extremely long wait times due to the dense concentration of play hours far exceed our server capacity, especially during the peak times. So we have decided to temporarily suspend the sale and delivery of the Final Fantasy XIV Starter Edition and Complete Edition. Additionally, although those with an active subscription are prioritized to log in, free trial players are unable to log in outside of late night and early morning hours. So we will temporarily suspend new registrations for the free trial. So that's insane. Like that there's that many people and they have to do it. I think this is it's a good solution to have it to where you can log in but only on certain hours. And I think this is really kind of fair. Because they're not paying any fucking money, and their responsibility is to people that are paying them the fucking money, right? So it makes sense for them to do this, in my opinion. I feel like we haven't really had a situation where it's been this bad with another game before. I think New World was this bad, but there were really only a few servers that were these massive shitholes. And then everywhere else was pretty much fine. You wait in queue for a half hour or something, and then it goes away. So yeah, the fall off happened with New World really fast. So we didn't really have this happen. So Diablo 3 launch? Diablo 3 launch was not that bad. It was bad for a week. And then after that, it wasn't the servers that were bad, it was the game that was bad. The game was fucking bad. The game, the rubber banding, the desyncing, the invisible mobs, the getting hit through a wall, all of these, they're like accidentally just like DCing at random points in the game, like the auction house being broken. Yeah, all this stuff. So there were a lot of problems with Diablo 3. However, those were not problems with the servers of Diablo 3, except for maybe the disconnecting. They were problems with the game coding, which is a little bit different. Everything you listed are server issues, though. No. Like, for example, like the Act 2 mobs, the wasps that would shoot the little stingers at you, and then the stingers would disappear. That's coding. That's coding. That's coding, man. It doesn't matter what server the game runs on, it would do it anyway. One-shotted by wasps. Usually it's two-shotted, because you're like, wait, what took my health? And then you get hit by a second one, you're dead. These temporary suspensions we plan to phase in over the next couple of days as we work with our retail partners. We will be coordinating with them as swiftly as possible, but please bear in mind that this will be a gradual process. We will also be suspending all new advertisements. However, it will not be possible to suspend some of the advertisements due to the nature of just contracts, basically. Now, we appreciate your patience and understanding regarding this matter. Expansion packs and collector's edition digital upgrades will continue to be available for existing players. That's what makes sense. To all those who have been invited by their friends and family who are considering joining, as well as our retail partners, we sincerely apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. We ask your understanding and cooperation in order to reduce congestion. We will continue to monitor the situation as we consider timing around returning sales. Now, in regards to Error 2002 that occurs during login queues outside of the causes related to unstable connections, we have confirmed a bug. Bug was a login-related problem created back in Final Fantasy 1.0, and thanks to the reports and tests carried out by many of our players, we were able to identify the cause of the problem. So that's pretty much solved. Yeah, that's good, and so that bug is just not going to happen. Yeah, for sure. Okay, let's see here. Although the code is fixing this bug, the code for fixing this bug is already prepared. Applying the fix will require patching the game client. Yeah, this is the fix. That's what I was assuming. On Tuesday, December 21st. That's in 5 days. We apologize for any inconvenience and ask for your patience a bit longer. Upcoming patch cycle. Pandemonium comes out on January 4th. We understand that there are concerns about World First races and First Week progression, but patch 6.05 will add a number of new elements, such as the addition of the Allagan Tombstone, a new treasure hunt dungeon, and the Excitatron 6000. Oh, that's interesting. I wonder what that is. It sounds like a dildo, but that's okay. Let's see here. Many players are looking forward to content outside of high-end duties, and furthermore, considering the balance of the rewards from item levels from said content, we cannot withhold only Pandemonium, and rebalancing these would delay the patch and beyond. We regret to say this in the midst of major congestion, but as we mentioned earlier, unless there are major issues, we plan to release the patch as scheduled. Yeah, that's fine. It's just kind of what makes sense. It's the name of the treasure dungeon? Oh, that's the treasure dungeon. Okay. Alright, good. Updates regarding the addition of new logical data center and worlds. Since July 2021, in order to accommodate a significant increase in the new number of players. That's whenever I started playing. Holy shit. Yeah, because I started in, I think it was like a July 3rd, because somebody told me that. God damn. I've been working towards building a new logical data center and adding new worlds. However, due to the effects of COVID-19 pandemic, we have not been able to make any of the additions due to suspension of semiconductor production at manufacturing factories, decrease in production qualities, as well as shortage of raw materials. Although we are investing much more money than usual, our attempts to alleviate the ongoing congestion situation are being delayed due to the physical shortage of server equipment. So we're starting to see some progress in line with this. The server and infrastructure teams are working out together to plan for new additions, and we hope to be able to provide some sort of roadmap by the end of January. We're considering adding servers to each region, and especially plans for large scale in addition to North America and Europe. Well, how about that? And we'll be looking at a number of servers, infrastructure, construction time, power issues, server rack situation, if we should do this sequentially or in one big push. Okay, so they're probably going to make more servers in general. Inquiries about errors triggered by specific payments. Since the release of Endwalker, we've released a large number of inquiries from players who have been unable to play the game due to errors which occurred during payment or code registration. Okay, that's just kind of like whatever. Okay, here we go. As a reminder, we ask you to refrain from using such suspicious services for your own good, and we will continue to strive to provide our utmost support so that everyone around the world can play comfortably. We sincerely apologize for the inconveniences caused by the ongoing server congestion. We appreciate your understanding and cooperation. Yeah, so, yeah, people are buying dodgy keys. Yeah, that's pretty much... And the codes get blocked. It's just like, yeah, buy the actual key from the website. Don't buy it from some random website that has, you know, letters on it from 5 different languages at the top of it. And it's just, for some reason, half as much money. Like, come on. So anyway, working on IT, you know, chip shortage is a real thing. Well, it's affecting the auto industry a lot, too. It's harder to get new cars. So, like, this isn't something that's, like, exclusively affecting Final Fantasy XIV, because, like, yeah, I think people would have, like, some degree of credibility whenever they say, well, how is it only Final Fantasy XIV that has this chip problem? But, like, GPUs are a problem, printers are a problem, medical industry, it's a problem, the car industry, it's a problem. Apparently, there's cars that are just sitting on the lot, brand new cars that are sitting on the lot, and they can't sell them because they can't get the chip for the car. So this is a problem. PS5, yep, that's another one. So, because, like, you know, PS4 didn't have the artificial scarcity. Like, the Wii, they had terrible fucking supply chain with the Wii for, like, 2 years. But I don't think that's what Sony was trying to do. And overall, this has been an issue for a lot of different places, and Final Fantasy is just one of them. I think one of the big reasons why you don't see this problem occurring as much with World of Warcraft or with New World, I think the reason why it doesn't happen as much with WoW is that the WoW developers are probably much more used to this issue because they've had really big booms in population before. So they have servers that are built for this kind of thing. But I think that, like, for example, if the WoW population just overnight doubled because, I don't know, like a bunch of, like, really famous people start playing WoW and talking about it all the time, a bunch of people start playing WoW again, I think that you would see the similar problems occurring in World of Warcraft as well. And I think also with New World, you guys remember back, like, the first week of the game, it was pretty much unplayable for some people on certain servers because of how long the queues were. Now, you would get into the game, you'd be able to play the game, and it'd be fine. But before then, you'd have to sit in the queue for a really, really long time. But, of course, New World didn't have that problem ongoing because the game kind of fell off in a lot of ways due to content, but also because those problems were isolated to just a small group of servers. There were not a lot of servers that had this problem. It was just a small handful of servers that had the problem. And then also New World alleviated that by offering free server transfers off of those servers, which solved the problem even more. New World had more hype and didn't have it like this. I think New World, well, yeah, in the first day or so, first few days with New World, where it did have all this hype, the game was also unplayable in a lot of ways. The difference is the fact that whenever New World had all these problems and everything, it wasn't, it didn't last because, yeah, and also, like, Amazon Web Services, true. Like, Amazon is just so much of a bigger company than Square Enix is. Like, they have the biggest, like, their own company has the biggest web servers
that moment when you log into
in the whole world, basically, besides maybe, like, them and Google. Like, it's massive. Not that much bigger. Well, I think that I think Amazon is, I would assume Amazon is much larger than Square Enix in terms of a company. Yeah, Blizzard servers are on Amazon. Yeah, exactly. Amazon is like 1/3 of the internet. And it's not even close. Yeah, I would assume that it's not even close as well. I think Amazon would probably be, if I had to guess, like 10 times bigger than Square Enix, at least. Amazon is, I mean, Jeff Bezos is the richest guy in the world. Like, I mean, that's because the company's really fucking big. Okay. More like 100x? Yeah, that could be it. I really don't know, because I don't know how many other subsidiaries Square Enix has, but we're getting off on a tangent. Elon is? Yeah, it depends like what day of the week. I hear a different thing for that every day. Amazon literally killed the internet a few days ago whenever Amazon services went down. Did you see Texas is building a few semiconductor plants to combat the issue? America is about to become the leading retailer of chips, semiconductors, because if China and Taiwan get control of semiconductor and chip manufacturing, the rest of the world is fucked. Well, I think it's important to have manufacturing and things like that here, but I don't want to have it here if it's just if it's like the, you know, oh, we're gonna bring back the coal mines or something like that. But of course, like, you know, like forward-thinking innovation and manufacturing, of course that's good. Yeah, 100%. So anyway, if you don't understand, all the mining company were shut down during COVID. Yeah, and I'm sure also like a lot of the like Bitcoin and things like that, like, and this has been ongoing for years now, but it's still an issue. You guys remember back whenever like crypto first kind of got a boom, and this was like a few years ago, like I'm talking like 5 or 6 years ago, whenever people really started talking about it a lot, and the prices for graphics cards just shot up. Like, yeah, it was like 2017, because I remember I was trying to buy a 1080 Ti or something like that, and I went to buy it, and it was like $1,000, and then I couldn't find it for like, I didn't buy it for like 6 months or a year. I come back, and people were trying to sell it for $2,000. It was massive, man. Went from 400 to 2,000. Yeah, it was insane. Net worth of Amazon, Square Enix. Amazon is 200 times bigger than Square Enix. Yeah, so it would make sense that Amazon would just have more resources than Square Enix, and that's just what happens. It's the same thing with a game like Valheim, for example. Like, if Valheim was developed by EA Games, well, for one, you'd have a battle pass, but two, it'd be the Valhalla battle pass. So you have to use that and pay $20, or your ship breaks and you can't get your stuff back. But either way, what I'm saying is like the amount of content that Valheim produces and the rate at which it produces content would be completely unacceptable for EA. Absolutely unacceptable. But because Valheim is made by such a small studio, everybody's okay with it because they know it's like, well, you can't make content that fast if you only have less than a dozen employees. So I think that this is kind of a larger scale of that, where obviously like Blizzard and Amazon, Activision Blizzard and Amazon are very large companies, especially Amazon, so they just have so much more resources. And I think also, like, to be completely honest, I think that the amount of people that started playing Final Fantasy in July this year completely caught them with their pants down. That's my opinion. I think it completely, they did not expect to see this many people coming and playing the game. I think they totally got caught off guard by this, and because of that, it's caused a lot of problems for the game and development. So I think that's what happened. It's not just me. The thing is, like, there were a lot of other people that were playing the game. You look like Annie Fuchsia, Bellular, Josh Strife-Hayes were talking about it a lot then. There were a lot of people that Zeppla had already been playing Final Fantasy. I'm talking about people that came into the game. Summit, yeah, that's another one. Preach, for sure. Rich, yeah, Cold Carnage, there you go. VTubers, exactly. So, yeah, I was one of the first people. S-Fan tried it out. So you had a lot of people that just all kind of like at once go into your game. And a lot of times, like, you can't expect something like that to happen. It's a really good thing. Yeah, Quinn started playing it too. And you can't expect something like that to happen and predict for it and really be able to control for something like that. So anyway, that's the point, is that there were just so many people in like the exodus, like from WoW over to Final Fantasy XIV, that it would make a lot of sense for this to happen. And I don't think that it's entirely their fault to not be able to predict that, because it's just really at the whim of a handful of losers that are sitting in front of their computer to direct a lot of the traffic, because obviously that works. That's why companies pay streamers a bunch of money. Is it because of me? No, of course it's not. It's because of a lot of people, and it's because the game's good. I probably shouldn't say this. Twitch might not like this, but hey, fuck them. And if everybody did that, Twitch couldn't do anything. By the way, this is your main channel nowadays. No, only until I have a more regular schedule, and then I'm going to go back to my main channel. I've not really felt like mentally ready to go on stream and just like be on all day. Like it's a confluence of events. It's like 4 or 5 things together that kind of just make me not want to go live on my main channel. You stream more hours on your alt though? To be honest with you, I stream a lot on this channel because I just want to distract myself from my life. It's probably in some ways a negative coping mechanism, but I've just tried to do as much as I can to kind of keep myself distracted, and like I'm always doing something with somebody, distracting myself, playing a game, doing something. I don't want to monetize the channel. I don't want to do anything like that. The truth is, like, I don't like talking about money. I think it's like usually kind of cringe whenever streamers talk about money unless it's like a meme. But I'm a multi-millionaire. I've made so much money off of streaming, and I will continue to make more money off of streaming. I own a company, and let's see. I also now, unfortunately, I own a house, and so I'm good, guys. Like I don't need your money. I appreciate the subs whenever I come back to my main channel, but I'm not hurting for cash. I could run some sponsored streams on this channel if I wanted to, just to try out some new games that I was already going to play that I don't really think are really that good for main channel. I could make plenty of money, guys, but I just don't need to. I think I'll try to spend a little bit more time, maybe doing a few more of those in the future, just in case I ever have like kids or something like that. I'd want to make sure I could take as good care of them as possible. But for myself personally, you guys know I live a very simplistic life, and I prefer that. I do not like to have strings attached to me. I find that physical objects are like a rope tying me down, and as few of those as I can have as possible is going to be my ideal situation. I don't like having a lot of things. I don't like having any strings attached to me. I like to being able to do whatever I want whenever I want. And the more things that you own, those things begin to own you. And the more that happens, the more your identity is a reflection of what you have, not what you are. And I don't really want to live like that. Yeah, I don't want to live like that, and I don't have to. The truth is, though, I spend every cent that I have. Every dollar that I have, I spend every cent on it. I invest all of my money. All of my money I spend on making it into more money. So it's not like it's just sitting in a bank account or something like that. I invest all my money. Absolutely. In different things. So, and I do think this is I feel like decadence is decay. Anytime that's why I don't have like a Uber Eats or anything like that. I don't like the idea and the lifestyle that provides. I find it unhealthy, mentally and also societally. Jesus, dude, not all of it. No, I'm sure that like, and here's the thing, like, I don't want this to come off as like, oh, Asmon is so sanctimonious and, he thinks that people are stupid for buy things that make you happy, but just make sure that buying things doesn't make you happy. That's all it comes down to. And I know where that line is for me, and I don't cross it. Just reads, understand what you're saying, but way to kill myself after 1 year taking calls. Hey man, like I don't know what to say. Like I have friends that do like DoorDash, Uber Eats, and stuff like that, and I can't really say if it's good or not. And I want you to sell the house and get a nice small apartment for yourself that's brand new, because this is not a house. This is my home. I grew up here. All of my friends live around me. Why would I want to live in a random apartment? I never want to live in an apartment ever in my life. I don't have somebody else breathing down my neck telling me what I can and can't do in my own place of living. Fuck that. Not a chance. No shot. Is there anything you treat yourself to? Yeah, I like buying beef jerky, and I bought this bag of beef jerky. It was like more than $10, which is a lot of money. I bought a bag of beef jerky. I bought a Chocobo plushie. This is in the past like 2 or 3 months. I usually just get a large drink whenever I go out, even if I'm probably not going to drink it all in case I want to.
So like I'll get that, and then like I go to Chipotle more. Like Chipotle's a little bit more money than like Wendy's. I think that's a reason. Like I'll go to like Double Dave's or Domino's instead of Little Caesars more often because I feel like the pizzas are better even though they're more expensive. Oh, I put the expensive gas in my car. I put the expensive gas in my car because my car is just it's an old car. So yeah, I put expensive gas in the car. I bought Pokemon socks at Target because I thought they were funny, and that was like $6. Was the last time you ate at a restaurant? I go out to restaurants regularly, and if I ever do, usually I pay for everybody's meal. I don't like tipping because I don't like the practice of it. I find it to be manipulative and predatory on waiters, and I don't like tipping fundamentally. So I used to never tip. I do tip now because I make my money through tips, so it's like, okay, whatever, it doesn't really matter a lot. Fuck mandatory tipping? No, I'd be fine with mandatory tipping. That's the only tipping I'm okay with. I don't like the weird semi-expectation that America has that you should subsidize a business's bad pay by paying for it yourself directly. I find it unhealthy, I find it parasitic, and I think that it's not good for waiters in general. I think that they should be paid a minimum wage, a livable wage, and tips should be on top of that if people choose to. That's what I think is fair. But you don't expect the tips? No, you have to expect the tips, man. Like, let's be honest. Like, you can say, oh, don't expect the tips, but like if you're a waiter and your average is getting tips is like $2,000 a month, and then 1 month you randomly get $200, that's going to be different for you, and that's going to upset. Tipping's weird. Expect of the customer due to the business not paying their employees properly. Yeah, I think it's completely wrong. I don't like it at all. I think Europe does it much better, and I agree with the way that they handle things. Waiter minimum wage is like $2.15 an hour. It's a scam. Yeah, it passes responsibility of providing a living wage to the customer. Well, not only does it do that, but it makes them morally responsible as well. And I find that to be very manipulative, where you have people that say, well, if you can't afford to tip, you can't afford to eat out. Like, what kind of presumptuous, pompous, sanctimonious, privileged bullshit is that? If you can pay the money that's on the bill, then you can afford to eat out. It's literally that simple. It's an opinion from people that probably make way too much fucking money, and they think that they can talk down to poor people who just want to be able to feel good about themselves for one fucking night. It's the most disgusting thing I've ever heard. Anyway, I don't want to get too far into this because I do have opinions about this. I used to never tip because you're right. The truth is that tipping will always occur as long as people keep doing it, which I think is only partially true. I think that there has to be some form of legal precedent or legal requirement. I don't believe in collective action by people because it just never works. People are lazy. Now you have to have the government do something, and if the government doesn't do it, then it's not going to happen. Tips should always be extra. It should be 100%. In a perfect world, I think so, yeah. Every time I come here, there's some kind of complaining. I can't believe people in this chat just come into my stream and complain about me complaining, man. It's the most annoying fucking thing, dude. It's so fucking annoying. Like, I mean, this guy, like, this happens to me all the fucking time, man. And I just can't believe it, man. It's over and over and over. It's just insane. Look, tipping culture is creeping in Ireland, excused by employers to justify shit wages after COVID. Yeah, I'm really glad to see employers and employees, not coming back to their jobs. Thank God. I'm so glad to see that. Fuck them. It's annoying to me, to be fair. Like, I went to IHOP the other day with my dad. Holy fuck, man. IHOP used to be a nice place. It's a shithole now. Not only is it not 24 hours, it probably shouldn't be any hours. So I went there, I had to wait 10 minutes for a table. I look over, there's 50 fucking tables open. It's because you've got 3 people working triple time, and they got my fucking order wrong. The steak was a little bit undercooked, and the mashed potatoes didn't even have gravy on them. It was ridiculous. IHOP used to mean something. Zach's grandma would take us out to IHOP whenever we would whenever we'd do chores for her. We would move things around in the backyard. We would plant new plants in the garden, and she would take us out to IHOP. Steak at IHOP? Well, now, yeah, I got a chicken fried steak. You're goddamn right. I go there. I go to the Cracker Barrel. Ooh, the C-word barrel, and I get chicken fried steak, man. That's what it's about. A lot of places had to decrease the hours they're open even after the COVID mandates ended. Yeah, I think that the reason for that is that a lot of people probably don't have as much money. It's another big factor is that you have a lot of people that just don't have any money, so they can't eat out as much. And why do they not have as much money? Well, because like the lockdowns and COVID and everything like that, it depressed the economy. It makes it harder to, and not all the way, right? Like places like Netflix are doing great. Places like Blizzard should be doing great. But other places here, tipping here in Japan's bad. Good. First, you should be able to say something referring to something non-racial. It's so dumb. No, I'm not really going to get banned. I go to the Cracker Barrel, okay? Like, I'm not going to get banned for saying I go to Cracker Barrel. It's a fucking name of a restaurant. Like, I'm not worried about it. It's fine. So, yeah, either way, all I'm trying to get at here is that I don't like tipping. I think it's a bad practice in general. Why am I more okay with, like, because, like, Twitch doesn't pay streamers a wage. Streamers effectively have to live entirely on tips. Why is that different? Is it because it's entertainment, because it's performance art, and it's much more accepted in performance art than actual like manual labor that waiting, being a waiter is? I'm not really sure. I'd have to think about that a lot. They also get paid ad revenue. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, they do get paid ad revenue. You're right about that. Streamers are not employed. Yeah, but I don't like the idea of like independent contractors, etc. I think that the independent contractor distinction is usually just giving companies a way out of being able to financially support the people that make the money. I'm not a fan of this distinction of independent contractor versus an employee, and I think that's usually used in a way to be advantageous to the company and not the employee. I'm not a fan of it. Now, obviously, there could be nuance to it that I don't understand, but that's my read on it. It's voluntary, and it isn't shamed whenever somebody watches Twitch and doesn't tip. Yeah, unless you're Bad Bunny. Streamers don't have a journal and a contract accomplished while waiters here. Yeah, that's true. WWE is the big vendor of contractor work. Yeah, I think contractor work is especially bad with exclusivity. Twitch does the same thing with exclusivity, too. They say, like, oh, you can't stream on another platform at the same time. I wish, like, I probably shouldn't say this. Twitch might not like this, but hey, fuck them. I wish all streamers would just say one day, you know what, fuck it, we're not going to do that anymore. If you're not going to pay us a signing bonus or any sort of benefits, we're just going to stream on YouTube and Twitch simultaneously, and you can't ban everybody, so too bad. Like, the problem is that, like, all of these things are within reach. And if everybody did that, Twitch couldn't do anything. They couldn't stop. Like, what are they going to ban everybody? Then they just all go to YouTube anyway. So they have to come to the table. People don't realize how much power they have whenever they get together. If a lot of people get together, if enough people get together, they can do anything they want. Some of the best and the worst things in history are because a lot of people got together and decided that this is how we want the world to be. A lot of people forget about that because they're demoralized by the media. They're demoralized by, like nihilism, etc., to think that they can't make a difference, they can't make a change. You absolutely can. We got /spit banned even in World of Warcraft, okay? Do you think that wasn't because of us? You're crazy. The more people you have, the more power you have. If you have enough people, you can do anything you want. Keep that in mind. Okay, this is when you drop a little thread on this. Oh my god. Okay. A sudden focus on weight for no real reason is something you should talk to a therapist about. It's not the trajectory of his weight, or more so what his life, what it could lead to. Well, no, the thing is, like, I don't want to end up, like, I saw this, where is it?
Hotel, and then they have like a little roped off area for like a smoking area, like the dedicated smoking area in airports, right? It's like roped off. why don't they fucking have that for obese people? I'm sure I know they don't have that for like heroin users, but like, right? Why do we not shame people who are morbidly obese? Like, it's bad for them. You go to like a hotel and then they have like a little roped off area for like a smoking area.
Yeah,
like,
I don't want this girl to put me in a camp, okay? It was out of context, by the way. She was retelling a joke. Yeah, I don't know. It's just like I feel like something like that is just, it's so stupid. I don't even get, I'm not mad about this because like for one, I'm not fat, so like it doesn't have anything to do with me. And number two, it's so dumb that I'm not even mad because it's just so dumb. You know what I mean? It's just funny. It's fucking stupid. But you're getting fat? Yeah, sure. She's not wrong. You put them in the fat. So you put them in the fat only section. How do they leave? It's just. Listen, I've said this before, right? Is that I think the healthy at any size thing, they don't. Healthy at any size is bullshit. Okay, like one of the contributing factors. I don't like to say this a lot, right? Contributing factor is my mom. She was overweight, massively overweight. You know why you don't see a lot of really old fat people? It's because they're dead. It's because they're fucking dead. And that's what happens. Being fat, especially morbidly obese, like if you're 20 pounds overweight, come on. But if you're morbidly obese, this is not good for you, man. And I'm sick of pretending like it's an alternate lifestyle. It's an inferior lifestyle. It's bad. So is drinking soda all the time like I do. There's a lot of things that everybody does that are bad. But I think normalizing it and making people think that it's just okay, it's a different way of living, is very dangerous. And it costs everybody money because you have to pay whenever somebody like that goes to the hospital. Your lifestyle isn't that much better though? Yeah, but the difference is I'm not trying to normalize my lifestyle and say that everybody should live the way that I live or that the way that I live is equivalent to a more healthy lifestyle. See, that's the difference. Anyway, let's go back over. We're going to read the rest of this. Big fan of Asmongold TV. Hope Asmongold sees this. People who have drunk breast milk as an adult, what does it taste like? Let's just scroll down. Whenever a WoW Andy talks shit about Final Fantasy 14, projection. He knows it, we know it. What's this?
Do you wash your hands? Don't need to, got a clean dick. Let me explain. Hey,
That's
there
true.
we go. Homage. See? Homage. You know, has anyone else remember this? You know when you're at school, I like how people are picking up on it.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got a lot of respect for the asthma. You know when you were in school or college or university?
Okay. I thought he was going to explain the whole thing. Sounds like different on the other account. Yeah, he does. It's because he's probably farther away from the mic, and he might be using a different mic as well to record. Best toothbrush stream ever. Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking doing that, but yeah, there you go. I remember 4 years ago, I asked you to stream why you don't have a sub button with like 3K viewers. Times change. Well, apparently not. Warcraft 2 rumored to be happening at Legendary. I mean, I have literally, it's targeted harassment at someone. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, so look, why can't you just make an animated series like a normal fucking company, Blizzard? Castlevania, Arcane. What are some of the other ones that we've got now? The other animated series, we got The Witcher. Well, that one sucked though. Dota. No, I watched the Witcher animated movie. I thought it was terrible. It was one of the worst movies I've ever seen. Trash Take? No, I think it was absolutely awful. I think it was absolutely awful. Like it was like the story with like Vesemir. Yeah, I thought it was horrible, man. It was watchable, not trash. Oh yeah, you're right. It was like, okay, yeah, it was not that bad. Like, but I would say it's like a 4. It's not worthy of being canonized in the Witcher universe. Okay, just count that as an L, man. Next season of Witcher is coming this month. Yeah, I know that. It was inaccurate to lore. The Saki of Kaer Morn, I don't remember like a lot of the lore of that well. I never really spent a whole lot of time with that or thinking about Time's Up Tomorrow. Damn, that's crazy. Wasn't at all. Yeah, I can't really say one way or another. Witcher games are inaccurate to the lore if you go by the books. Yeah, but I think that the games are an expansion on the lore.
and rather than like, I think the movie is just a deviation. And it's like, the problem is that like, if you deviate from the books and it's better, then it's completely fine. But if you deviate from the books and it sucks, well then you shouldn't have deviated from the fucking book, idiot. See what I'm saying?
Shows accurate book to you. It's super entertaining. Yeah, Game of Thrones. Obviously, that's the best example.
Either way, I don't think that it's fucking healthy to be overweight, okay? If you're morbidly obese, you need to look at your life and change it. Or it's not going to last that long. Well, it could still last that long, but it would probably last longer if you weren't morbidly obese. That's about it. The contrast between body positivity, acceptance, and healthy lifestyle. I feel like body positivity and acceptance, like showing people that are morbidly obese and in like these lifestyle things as like a front of magazines and stuff like that. I would prefer that that was not the case. I think that's unhealthy. I think it sets an unhealthy precedent, and I think it's the same thing as like showing a really good parallel to this, ironically, is with smoking. It is like you don't show a lot of people smoking nowadays because you know of how unhealthy it is, and I think, and you don't want to encourage more people to do it. And so if showing that in any sort of a positive way is encouraging smoking, wouldn't by the same degree of logic mean that showing a massively morbidly obese person, wouldn't that just be a promotion in the same way? I'm not a fan of it, man. I think that it's very bad. Someone else's weight is none of my business. There are a lot of things that are none of my business, but I still have an opinion about them, okay? And you're right. Like, I'm not saying we should, like, I'm not arguing that we need to have a fat-only section at IHOP. Yeah. It's different to not hate yourself because of the way that you, I think, like, making fun of somebody because they're fat, like, does this really help? Like, usually I think fat shaming and making fun of people because they're fat doesn't really help. Now, sometimes it does. There are times that people get fat shamed and they lose weight. Now, is this at the expense of their mental health? Is that the expense of other long-term mental side effects? I think that sometimes that is the case. Usually, I think that somebody just gets made fun of for being fat and they just stay fat and they feel bad about it. So you get the worst of both worlds. I try not to make fun of people for being fat unless they're making fun of me. Make fun of the way I look, and I'll do the same. You fat as hell, boy, shut up. Freedom of choice is not our job to judge, it's for a higher power. I mean, I don't know, like, I feel like, to a certain degree, whenever you're talking about, like, symbols and the way that society should be, there is a certain amount of, like, accepted social behavior that everybody kind of has to agree with. And if you can't even have a conversation like that, because, like, what I'm saying is, like, this is never true for anybody who says that, because I can come up with, like, 50 other examples that you would disagree with, right? It's their body, their choice. Well, how do you feel about porn? How do you feel about pornography and, you know, showing magazines with, like, girls' boobs out in a marketplace or something like that with, like, younger people? Like, there are a million different ways that this logic, and with smoking, too, big asses, too. Yeah, I don't mean to discriminate, but there are a million other ways that this logic immediately falls apart. So I think, like, discussing it, the merits of it is better than discussing whether it should exist at all. You know, it'd be a nice surprise when you return to streaming on Maine, have a nice clean shaved head. Yeah, thanks a lot. I appreciate that. Is it ironic that you're wearing an army shirt while having this convo? I don't know. It baffles me as people make fun of being skinny, but then I make fun of them for being fat and I'm a villain. Yeah, that's the way it goes. I've said this before, is that upwards discrimination, punching up, is completely acceptable in our culture. It's okay for skinny people, or sorry, it's okay for fat people to make fun of skinny people. You know, you call a girl like a bunch of skinny bitches. That's totally fucking fine, totally fucking okay. You know, you see a poster up there and it's got a skinny model in a bikini, and then suddenly that's a problem. You can call skinny people bad names, but you can't call fat people bad names. You can make fun of people for being tall and be more outwardly disparaging or goofy about it, but if you do that up against short people, well, in that case, you're literally punching down. It's the same thing with races, right? That's why people think it's okay to be negative towards white people, but it's not okay when white people are negative towards black people. It's the same reason why women can say that men are trash, and the reason why men can't say that women are trash. There's another one, let's see. Oh, it's the reason why you can say eat the rich but not eat the poor. There are so many examples of this in our culture that it's mind-boggling. And it's because people in general in the culture are okay with punching up. I don't agree with it. I think it's bad. But this is relevant all over. I'm not gonna shave your head. Please stop asking me about if I'm gonna shave my head, man. Oh my God. Chill out. But obviously this is only my opinion, of course. No punches. Yeah, I think you shouldn't punch anybody unless they punch you. That's always been my opinion about things, is that if somebody punches me, I'm going to try to punch them back. But other than that, I want to kind of live and let live. I don't punch down, I don't punch up, I punch back. It's kind of what I've always said. You have a girlfriend? No, I don't. It turns out that living in my room, living in my house, and not having sheets on my bed, that's a non-starter for a lot of girls. I didn't even know that. I didn't know you were supposed to change your sheets at all. I thought it was like a carpet, you know? It's not how it works. But yeah, no mere mortal can live with Asmongold. I know that there are, every once in a while, there are girls that think that, oh, I can change him. No. No. Please, sweetie. No. You truly are a fiend. Yeah, exactly. Izzy is a very nice girl. And she did her best to make me a normal human being. And she made me shower more often. That was a lot. And there was a few other things too, right? That were good. Like, you know, she'd make me like dress up to go out to a restaurant with her or something like that. And there's a number of other things too. But just in general, she tried. Yeah, she did her best. Okay. My wife has been trying to make me a normal human being for 4 years, and it hasn't working yet. Have you tried dating a man? I wish I could, man. I really do. I think it'd be so much easier if I could date a guy. But the thing is, like, I see guys that are gay, and they're complaining about the same fucking bullshit that I am. So it's like the carpet is greener on the other side. Actually, it seems like they're both about brown. Yeah. So they have the same fucking problems. Because, like, in my mind, I'm thinking to myself, oh, well, you know, you just have like, you're gay, and then, you know, you just have your friend, and then, you know, you play Smash Brothers, and then you smash a boy, right? It is what it is. But that's not how it fucking works. Yeah, it's not how it fucking works, apparently. A lot of people try to change their partner to be a perfect human being instead of inspiring their partner to be better. A good person will bring out the best in you. I don't think people want to bring out the best in me. Okay? Look, I know everybody thinks that they're going to, they're trying to help me out and trying to do good for me, everything like that. But truth is that I am a degenerate. I live like an animal. And despite being a popular streamer, there's not a lot of girls that want to deal with that. That's pretty much it. There's a reason why I have a 98 or 99% male audience. You gotta understand that. 98 or 99% male audience. That's way fucking higher than any normal person. It's not 100. No, Final Fantasy did do me like a favor. It doubled my female audience from being 1% to being probably 1.5 to 2. That's about it. Alright, I'm gonna read it. Breast milk drinking, salad eating, WoW playing, one true king of screaming. R2 Gold, can you please stop typing it now? This is like the 15th time you've typed that. I think like you were using NMP emotes, which he's online right now. Just go watch him. Like using his emotes in my unpartnered fucking channel. You counted? It's a guess. It's probably an underestimate. Oh, Jannies just cannot help themselves. Removed whenever it had 1,000 upvotes and multiple rewards. What is this? So this person is trying to retroactively justify why the jailer is doing things, and then the WoW mods deleted it. Yeah, I think the mods for the r/WoW, and this is the thing, right, is that he said, Rhett, it's a joke. Well, no, I understand what it is. I know it's a shitpost. I'm fully aware of it being a shitpost. I get that. And that's why WoW's dying. I think that they're Nazis. They're not Nazis. It's ridiculous. They're just, I think a lot of them are fanboys, and this is what happens with like Reddit mods. I think that Reddit mods are the embodiment of you either die a hero or live long enough to become a villain. I think that a lot of Reddit mods, whenever they first come and they first start being a They first start being a mod, they really try to do a good job, they really try to help things out, but enough death threats through enough fucking morons messaging you because they didn't want you, because you deleted their post about how 1488 is your favorite number, and you're sick of reading these comments because it's fucking obvious what people are trying to do, and you delete them, and these people are going crazy on you, and this has been going on for 2 years. You just kind of get worn down. You just get worn down, and you get jaded, and it's just something that happens. It happens with streamers too. It happens with a lot of people. I think that's what happens with WoW mods. Also, like, you have to think that the WoW mods are people who love the game so much that they're being unpaid interns for it, effectively. So it would make sense. And yeah, that's, you guys see kind of what I'm saying. This power tripping due to having power for the first time in their life. Well, that's true, right? You've got, yeah, Walmart or McDonald's middle manager syndrome. Yeah, and that's just as bad, but I think it's something that affects people in a lot of ways. And you've seen this happen with 1488. It's a white power thing. 88 is the H is the 8th letter in the alphabet. 88, Hail Hitler. And then the 14 are like 14 words about white people preserving their race. So that's why the word, the number means what it does. Yeah, and so, yeah, again, guys, an expert in all things, in all things wrong in the world. Yeah, if there's any weird coded language that you want me to decode for you for like 8 different levels of internet language and lingo, I will figure it out. I know about all of it, man. Zoomers don't know about it? Yeah, I think a lot of people don't. Like, I thought my dad wouldn't know about it. My mom probably didn't know about it. Like, I don't think any of my friends would really know about it. Maybe Cody would, since he was in prison, right? There's like probably Aryan gangs there, maybe. But like, even then, like, I feel like it would be unlikely. Most people don't know about that. I only know about 1488 because Blizzard made up my battle tag. Jesus Christ. I feel like they should have like certain, like, they should have like certain battle tags that are just kind of like 9/11, 1488. Probably just don't have those. Like, you can't random those numbers. You know what I mean? You just can't do it. The problem with like the WoW janitors and things like this is that you have like a multifaceted problem. You have people that are constantly bombarded by harassment. Their job involves primarily, like, think of like think of like this is the whole community, right? And you've got the most obnoxious, fucking spurgiest, just angry people, and this is like this little small circle, but really, the mods, that's what they're there to deal with. They're not there to deal with the whole other people that are just there to post about World of Warcraft. The mods are there to deal with the crazy people. So that's the people that they're thinking about. You see what I'm saying? Same as cops. Yeah, I think that, like, cops, you do have that happen. I think that there are cops that they go into the force and they have every best intention. They spend 10 years being jaded and having like escalation between like them and like civilians over and over and over, and then they turn into bad cops. I think there should be like a quality analysis of cops like throughout the years, not just once. It's sad. Yeah, it's fucking sad because we gotta rely on the cops, man. Like, you think like, oh, I don't need the cops. Yeah. You don't need them until you do. Well, I don't need the cops. I live in a gated community. Problem solved. Yeah, ACAB, bro. Yeah, it's fine. Listen, man. Yeah, cops have to deal with the same stuff, right? They've got to deal with the, they've got to deal with, like, pedophiles, right? They've got to deal with rape. They've got to deal with, like, murder and shit like that. Like, that's going to fuck your head up, man. It will. And there's some guys that are able to deal with it, and it's okay. And there's some guys that aren't, and it turns them into assholes. I don't know, man. Like, I think it's a huge problem, but, like, again, you can't really ever solve a problem if you don't know where it's coming from. And if you don't understand the way another person thinks, then you can never truly be able to change their behavior, in my opinion. The cops don't stop anything. They only respond to it. That doesn't even help people. Cops help people all the time, man. Like, I'm not going to get into a discussion that's as disingenuous that the cops don't help anybody. I've seen cops help people multiple times, people of all races, before you want to play that card or anything like that. Cops are very helpful in many cases, and in many cases they're not. There are a lot of bad experiences people have with cops, and you can't be proactive with everything. Like, that's just what happens. Plenty of great cops. Yeah, there's plenty of good cops. There's plenty of bad cops. I do prescribe to a certain degree of the good cops that don't do anything make all cops bad because they're not doing anything about the bad ones. I think there is some validity to that too, but there's also a certain amount of learned helplessness whenever you're part of a larger system and you just can't change anything because you're just one little cog and you just can't make a difference. And I think that causes more of the disgruntlement. That causes more of the extremism. It's a huge problem, man. And like, there are so many different facets to it. And I think that it's just really oversimplified online in general. And I probably don't even understand 20% of it, but at least I try to. I think it's important to know what you don't know. It's equally important to know what you don't know as it is to know what you do know. Probably depends on where you're from. Very true. So either way, that's all I'm really trying to say is, like, people that have to deal with crazy people and assholes, right? It's a Nietzsche quote, right? What is it? Be careful staring and be careful whenever you're facing monsters that you do not become a monster yourself, because whenever you gaze into the abyss long enough, the abyss can gaze back into you. So it's very common. It's over 100 years old, this level of awareness and this thing. Like, it's very common. Okay, Berserk? Yeah, Berserk is what inspired Nietzsche, man. That's what it was.
It's infectious.
I don't like this already more.
It's on you. Let's go back. You know yourself when you don't have coffee. Sorry.
Watch out, you better 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 watch out. He's making a list. It was very ominous. He's gonna find out, he's gonna find out, he's gonna find out, he's gonna find out. I ain't trembling.
Wait, anyone see my kookaburra? Oh, there he is. There he is. Ah, g'day. 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 Do you know what, Cookie? I think we should sing a song for these Ooh, ooh. Right now, peck their eyes out.
No, I said.
Oh my god!
Just touch it.
Touch it, Tiger.
Oh,
Oh, my. It's just Swedish. Got a Honda. Yeah, keep dancing, Saga. You got the dance down. Let's go.
Glass. Where did it go? It's in my hand.
I'm so sorry, bud.
Don't open that door. Open the door. Ding dong, stay there. Why? Don't do it. No. I tell you I'm going into battle, and I want only your strongest patient.
How the face changes is terrifying.
You can feel the rhythm. I'm too strong for you. The face changes is somebody's demon. I'm going to and I need your strongest patient.
This is so terrifying.
My strongest patience will kill your family, and you can't handle it.
It's my f***ing face.
Oh.
I can't give you my strongest potions because my strongest potions are only for the strongest. And you are the weakest.
I want a present, please. I want a present.
Merry Christmas, everyone. Except for you. You've been a
What did I do?
I'm gonna cry.
Now all rise for the Swedish national anthem.
Damn it. Swedish.
Oh god.
That's some yoga. What did she say to me?
I got lost and then I had to use the bathroom. Because I had Pepsi. Because Asia needed my daily dose of Pepsi Max.
Sorry, I'm latte. Right, that makes sense. Oh, fuck. What the? Let's go!
It's kind of fun. The Howling of Legends is seen as a toxic game, but as long as they keep making animations, we will keep
It's a Knuckles concert.
You want in on the water bit?
Don't know if he wants it.
He's dead.
Oh, crystal ball. Should I play the Swedish national anthem?
Wait.
It says yes.
No, it doesn't.
No.
Rest in peace, boiling water. You will be missed.
Merry Christmas, everyone. Except for you. You've been a
I would have felt noticed.
Did that just open? What the hell? What's in there?
Ooh.
There's some. Wait, what's in there? I almost pissed myself.
Here's a flip for you. Want a spray?
Hello? Come on, you gotta seduce me. You don't just jump into bed with Terry Ticks. You take Terry Tibbs out for lunch. You're wine and dining. You give him an oil massage, and then he gives you a tickle. Let me tickle you. Let me tickle you. I put my little index finger under your chin, give it a little wiggly wig, and you'll say, Terry, I'll take 18 grand, thank you very much, and good night.
Pick up your glass. Good night.
Fuck up.
Merry Christmas, everyone. Except for you. You've been a
Oh. Oh.
Watch out, you better 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 watch out. He's making a list, he's checking it twice, he's gonna find out, he's gonna find out, he's gonna find out, he's gonna find out, he's gonna find out.
This is why I'm a Hanukkah kind of guy. You so much.
A Hanukkah kind of guy. What the critter frickers?
The most
Poggers?
important part of this avatar.
What? Hi. So guys, today I found a really cutie avatar makers. She's name is May. Ta-da! May, can you introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm May. I exist.
What do you do? What are you making?
Well, this is an older avatar. This is my main avatar, I guess. It does fun things like pocket stars.
Oh.
Pocket stars. Pocket stars. It's okay, I go home.
What the? That's so cute. Well done, well done. Yeah, that's. Aww.
Hold on, make sure I'm not gonna throw any more pocket stars on accident.
Oh, it's okay, it's okay. Oh, what is that?
Oh,
Whoa!
there's a theme.
Whoa, that's a pog. So cute. Oh! Hey, it's like it's just a nice star. So you make some your
Even my
right?
roller skate.
Oh, whoa! Damn.
I like stars.
Wow. So you're gonna make some article, avatar, everything, right?
Mm-hmm. I grab
what
the
is that?
launcher. And then
Wait, is that a?
I grab my Beyblade.
Yo, it's Beyblade!
And for legal reasons, we can't say let it rip, so instead we say rip it good.
Oh, yo! It's so cool.
This is the Mayblade. I created it with my friend. It's actually available online somewhere.
Oh, it's
The
so
Mayblade,
cool.
get it? Because my name's May.
Aww.
The avatar itself is MMD based, I think. Sometimes I make the thing specifically. So if I go to
Oh, you marry? Are you gonna marry me? Marry? Oh, wedding.
It's okay, wait, this is more your style. There we go.
Star.
And then I'm like, and then sometimes I'm like, oh, we'll just throw, drop it.
Oh, whoa, so cute.
But I have lots of dumb avatars that I've made. We got my Unga Bunga avatar. One of my
that's
favorite
cool.
avatars.
Yeah. Look at this. Hunga bunga.
Wait. Wait, stick.
Oh, give me that stick.
No, it's my stick. And then, you can even get in.
Oh, really? There we go.
We're going on a drive.
Oh, bye, chat. There, what that? No, there you go.
And then the most important part of this avatar.
What?
Hey, it's okay. Shh. It's okay.
You're alive. Where did you get this star?
I fought a lion because they no, it wasn't a lion, it was a cheetah, and they got mad at me because they're like, you can't just skin our young and then wear it. But I'm a fashion lady. And then they chased me. But it's okay because I just grab mud and then I spit on it and then I just like slap it on, you know?
Wow, nice cure. Good job.
And then we have slime.
Oh, what?
I'm a little drippy, okay? It's okay.
You need to clean it. What are you doing?
Hold on. I got this. This one doesn't do quite as much. I mean, I like explode a little when I touch the floor.
Whoa!
Like slime.
Whoa! You're gonna be thick. Oh.
I can change.
Oh, this is a pog. Oh my god.
Yeah, and then if I
No, man! No! Oh, you're back. Wait. Oh! What the heck? What the heck?
We have won.
Stop it! Yeah, it's really cool. I didn't see some people making like AFK animation or something. No one do that animation about AFK. But this is cool, amazing. I feel like fashion of your avatar.
Thank you. I have outfits for so many different occasions. I like to be ready. So this is to summon people. So if I shoot it, the flare goes up and they can see it, and it makes a sound. We have a torch or flashlight.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, we have
your light.
A simple torch. I can turn it off. We have
a
tent.
Yo, this is so cool. Can I go in?
Yeah, you could. Please. Welcome to my crib. This is where I sit, play board games. Do people still do that? Want to play Uno?
Yeah, Uno or something.
I also we have my whip.
Oh!
So I can save people. Now this is a fun one. Hold on, let me turn off my tent.
Oh, my tent!
This one has a chair on it. Would you be a dear
Chair?
and sit on the chair?
Why are you sitting on here? Oops. Oh.
And now you're a balloon.
What the heck? What?
This is so I can
Hold.
save people, because sometimes people get stuck in things, but I just like to make people into balloons.
Oh,
sometimes.
yeah. Oh, that's a genius. Yeah, that's smart. This is smart. Oh my god, what a cute thinking, guys. Oh my god.
What else have we got? This avatar for pajamas.
Oh.
This one has just a really simple glow stick that I can like throw.
Oh, glow stick. Yo.
Would you like to try to catch it?
Oh, wait. Oh, no.
You missed it.
How?
No, it's okay. We'll try again. We'll try again.
Wait, is that possible?
I can't believe this. No, it's not.
Hey!
I'm sorry. It's so good. I can change its color.
Oh!
And there's a party mode.
Whoa, damn! Yo, this is so cool! Hey! This is so cool. I like it.
My other half isn't here right now,
Aw,
but there is
look
another
at
half to the horse.
Oh, yeah.
Don't look. Nay.
Thank you for the show the avatar, by the way. It's like every avatar creator just effect on me. I make some motivate or make some fashion or something. So cool.
Next time I'll come with some really fun stuff.
Ah, thank you. So last word.
Be good, stay safe, don't do anything I wouldn't do. Wear a seatbelt. Drinking gasoline does not make you go faster. Tax evasion is frowned upon and illegal. Look out for falling pianos.
There's no piano. Oh, it's okay. And the most important thing.
Subscribe. Subscribe.
Yeah, subscribe Moon channel, comment and any good thing,
Leave
thumbs
a
up. Thank you for watching my YouTube. Thank you guys. Yuba.
Yeah, I think we're gonna end it here for today. I need to get to sleep. Let's see if I can find some reading. Who is even live? I think the Lord of this wasn't long. continue the RuneScape train. So, I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll have around, I don't know, like 6 or 8 p.m. Hope you guys enjoyed today's stream. I will hope you have a wonderful day, night, morning, evening, afternoon. Follow my channel to know when I'm live. Follow me on Twitter for more specific notifications. And I will see you tomorrow. Later.